what this season will bring, because we saw Tampa Bay, I think, surprise a lot of people, not so much the Pewter Report staff, because we had this team with the winning record last year. Some said 9 wins, some said even 10, I believe. But this team won the NFC South again, Matt. And they did so because they've hit on draft picks. The last 2 years, they have found just about 10 starters through the draft. Jason Light, John Spytek, Mike Beal, the entire scouting staff. They've done a great job of accumulating talent. And it's going to be interesting and fun to see which players get selected this year to help this team maybe climb another rung of the ladder, maybe beat the Lions, beat the 49ers, and advance in the playoffs.
First of all, apologize to everybody. We had our mute button on, so that was not a technical difficulty, just us not hitting the right button. But that's what happens when you are live. So now we want to say welcome to everybody joining the Pewter Report live draft show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. But yeah, that's the fun part of this, Scott, is that there are a number of directions that the Buccaneers can go. Will they go interior offensive line with the likes of Jackson Powers-Johnson or Graham Barton? Will there be an outside linebacker that falls to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I know Jared Verse is there, or Latu from UCLA, who we were just talking about. If they are available, it's going to be hard to say no, even with the amount of depth that the Bucs have at outside linebacker. So it just makes for a lot of fun options because there's only so many choices that the Bucs have, and that's what makes it entertaining for, the first 15 picks of the draft. Because, the Bucs aren't on the clock, but if the Jets take someone that helps out the Bucs, or another team takes a player that helps out the Bucs, it very, very much can affect Tampa Bay when they're on the clock at 26.
Interesting thing, too, is aside from the Carolina Panthers, which traded away the number 1 overall pick, as it turns out, to the Chicago Bears to get Bryce Young, hope that was worth it. The Buccaneers will see who their draft rivals here in the division. The Falcons are going to have the first pick out of the NFC South, the number 8, followed by the Saints. I think they picked 12th. So we'll get a little bit of a glimpse of which direction the new regime of Raheem Morris goes in. Expected to take a defensive player, perhaps Dallas Turner out of Alabama, the edge rusher. Maybe Latu. I've heard that name bandied about. Maybe Jared Verse, but it seems like the Falcons have not had a pass rusher forever. Maybe John Abraham, right? In terms of his days in Atlanta. So I don't know. I think that Raheem Morris, being a defensive-minded guy, when it was Arthur Smith as the head coach, they drafted a lot of offensive players. Didn't really help much. 3, 7, and 10 seasons in a row. The Saints decided to keep Dennis Allen, maybe because they had a 9-8 record, just like Tampa Bay, but they lost the tiebreaker and therefore lost the division. But it'll be interesting to see. They've had to keep shedding players in New Orleans because of salary cap reasons, and which direction they're going to go, probably offensive line to help Derek Carr. And then, of course, Tampa Bay will be next, unless Carolina makes a move, but I don't think they will. They pick at the top of the second round. So the Bucs will pick before the Panthers this year.
Yeah, it's crazy to see, right? And especially with the year that Carolina had, it's like, oh, wow, you could have had another top pick this year, but, you traded up for Bryce Young. Didn't necessarily work out. The Falcons one is very interesting, too, because there's a lot of comparisons now to the Buccaneers and the Atlanta Falcons. Are they the top 2 teams in the division? And everyone's like, wow, the Falcons were only a quarterback away to begin with. So what do they decide to do? Do they go with that pass rusher to maybe fill in the last kind of piece of the puzzle that they don't necessarily have yet? What if they just say, screw it, we're going to load up on offense and help out Kirk Cousins as much as we possibly can? The Saints, you know what the Saints remind me of? For those that have seen the Austin Powers movie, the second one, when he goes back in time to like the 1970s, and that lady Robin is trying to kill Austin Powers, then he pretty much kills her, but she keeps staying alive. And he goes, "Why won't you die?"
Yeah,
that's what the Saints remind me of. Because every year is the year where it's like, oh, the Saints are too old. Their finances are in the gutter. There's no way they're going to compete. Let's remember, if the Bucs don't win that last game of the regular season, the Saints were going to be the team representing the NFC South going into the playoffs. So
that's exactly right.
Yeah. So the Saints, like, what do they do with their roster? Because it's so old in one sense of it, but yet they'll still be competitive. They just lost Michael Thomas. We all saw that on social media. Do they decide to go with the wide receiver? How do they help their team? Just like the Bucs, I think the Saints, it could be all over the map going into this one.
Far fewer slants in New Orleans forecast for this year, for sure, without Michael Thomas. We've got a couple of exciting new sponsors to talk about, and you'll hear about them over the next couple of days. Aside from Celsius, which is our title sponsor for the draft show, we have a couple of presenting sponsors. And one of them, now, listen, we love all of our sponsors, but this one, I think the fans are probably going to enjoy a little bit more than maybe even some of our other sponsors, maybe even more than Celsius, if you can believe that. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise, folks. Some of you went on that cruise this past year. That was the second version of the cruise.
Yeah.
They actually amped up the attendance, not just with Buccaneer fans, but also with former Bucs players and current Bucs players. They had 6, including Tristan Wirfs for the first cruise. Tristan couldn't make it. He was busy. Waiting on the birth of his child. But the good news is they had about 15 Buccaneers, whether it was Gene Deckerhoff, Warren Sapp, Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Jamel Dean, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Luke Gedeke. I mean, it was a host of players. Christian Izzian, Greg Gaines was on the cruise. And they're expecting even more participants for the third year. And guess what? Pewter Report's going to be there too. We want to introduce you to the Tampa Bay Bucs cruise. Signups actually start tonight.
Right now.
So you can go to their website after watching this ad.
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
Here, I'll pull it up.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without Captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know that my soul's in the field.
So there you go, folks. The Tampa Bay Buccaneer cruise. All you have to do is go to the website, Tampa Bay Bucs Cruise, and you will be, you'll have the opportunity to go ahead and sign up. All they need is a $200 deposit. That's the cool thing. It's refundable to August 16th per person. And so you can sign up for the cruise, reserve your cabin. It's a fantastic opportunity. Like I said, the Pewter Report staff will be there. We'll probably do a podcast from the cruise as well, which would be a first for us. So we're looking forward to that.
I'm an avid volleyball player myself. So like I personally am excited to, bump that spike against some of the best players in the NFL.
Exactly. We got a couple super chats, Matt, and we always appreciate your support. We've got 50 minutes here. We can answer some questions. We can go over some of the Bucs plans, but the draft won't start until what, 8:10?
Yeah, around that. And it's kind of ridiculous too, because the Bears are going to be on the clock first. And every single person that has watched a second of football knows that they're going to draft Caleb Williams. I mean, Caleb Williams is so sure that he's going to be the number one pick. He's out throwing footballs to I Show Speed and Sketch. What's up, brother? So like,
right.
I feel like if you're still competing to be on a team or have a team show interest in you, you're not going to be doing that type of stuff. So like, I wish the Bears should just walk up and go, all right, we're picking Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Let's go to
the
the
show
next
on the road. Right.
Yeah, let's move it along. But thank you to Cincy Kid for this $10 super chat. Who's hyped up for the draft? Cincy Kid says, pumped for the Bucs draft from Tampa. Wahoo! Glad you're saying wahoo, because tomorrow you're going to be saying woo, because Ric Flair is doing one of the guest picks.
That's right.
For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The other one is a near dear friend of the program.
That's right.
Most recently on the show last week, Will Golston will also be making a Bucs draft pick. So very exciting with the celebrity guest picks for the Buccaneers. And yeah, I hope everyone is sharing the amount of excitement that we are having as we have another super chat from Paul, aka Florida Dream House. Thank you, Paul. You're always our guy. Says, have a great show, guys. Pewter Report is the best. Thank you very much, Paul. You are the best. I want to know, too, who do you guys want the Buccaneers to draft? What position? What player? We kind of did this with roll call the other day with your location and who you want the Bucs to pick. Don't need to show your location. We'll still save that for Monday's show. But curious to, get a feel for what the Pewter people want in the moment, because everyone's got the person that they want, draft crush, if you will, and the show's about you, the Pewter people. So certainly let us know.
I think one of the interesting things, Matt, is for me, there's so many players that I've really kind of developed a crush on that I wouldn't mind the Bucs drafting. And the crazy thing is I've seen some of these mocks, whether it was Dane Brugler, whether it was Peter Schrager, whether it was Daniel Jeremiah, where they have some of these players that I didn't think would be there.
Yeah.
Being there for the Buccaneers. Jackson Powers Johnson is not in the first round at all. And Daniel Jeremiah's, Dane Brugler's, or Peter Schrager's. Do they know something we don't? Is he going to Dallas at 24? Is he going to go to Tampa at 26? Is he going to fall out of the first round? Is he going to go before then? I've seen Graham Barton coming down to the Buccaneers. I've seen Liatu Latu come down to Tampa Bay. I have seen Johnny Newton, our own Josh Capo, and boy, I would co-sign with that. Johnny Newton from St. Petersburg, possibly to Tampa Bay. I think we're probably the only media outlet that has even kind of forecasted that, and we'll take credit for that. That's a Pewter Report mock draft from Josh Capo. But I mean, I would absolutely love it. We talked about this in my SR's Bucs latest draft scoop, the need possibly for a defensive tackle. And you know what I'm saying? And I think that we could see Tampa Bay draft the defensive tackle within the first two rounds. And I don't know. I just think that when you look at Vita Vea turning 29, having the foot injuries, having the soft tissue injuries that he's had, then it's a matter of Kalijah Kancey missing a couple games with an injury last year, 4 games with a calf injury. So to me, when you look at, and we're bringing in Josh Capo to help talk about this, when you look at the fact that Tampa Bay, if Vita Vea is not in the game and you've got Kalijah Kancey in the game, let's say Vita's inactive and he missed a couple games last year with a groin injury. If Kalijah Kancey is active and in the game and he needs a breather, then you're left with Will Golston and Greg Gaines, or Logan Hall and Will Golston, or Logan Hall and Greg Gaines, and maybe Michael Green's in there too. So it's not ideal. You lose something with the interior pass rush, Josh. You lose something with the run stuffing ability because your 2 studs just simply aren't in the game.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Scott. And I'm just taking a look right now. The defensive linemen, interior defensive linemen that the Bucs deployed last year, who were not Vita Vea and Kalijah Kancey, were accounted for, and I'm just going to kind of go by name. Greg Gaines, 525 snaps. Will Golston, 286 snaps. Mike Green, 168. A couple more down here. Patrick O'Connor, 62. If you add up all of those snaps, there is plenty, and I mean plenty, for a premier interior defensive lineman to get on the field and be an impact player, even though he's not, quote unquote, a starter.
Right.
He plays enough, almost like a nickel corner or a third wide receiver. He plays enough that it would justify a first round value. And you also have to keep in mind, NFL teams very rarely draft for this year only.
Right.
They draft for what is this going to look like next year?
Yeah.
And what is this going to look like over the course of and when you're talking about a first rounder, the first 5 years.
Right.
By year 5, are they a premier player in the NFL, or do we forecast them to be that? And if the answer is yes, you better believe it's going to be on their radar, because the hit rate, even in the first round, isn't quite 50% for players.
Right.
So if you've got a guy you think is going to be a hit, I don't care what position he plays, they're going to at least think about it. I think Johnny Newton, if he were to fall into the 20s, I think the Bucs would think about it. I think they might even think about moving up a couple spots for a premier talent like that.
Yeah.
But most likely, if he's there at 26, I think he would definitely be in the conversation for somebody that the Bucs would select.
It would be fascinating, right? If some of the players that we've talked about and that we've kind of put out there in some mock drafts, and the reason why we kind of mix up the mock drafts is to present different opportunities, because there's not one player the Buccaneers like in this draft or love that would take in the first round. They do have a board, and they have players ranked, right? So ultimately, they're going to make a decision. But Josh, the Buccaneers, and Jason Licht even admitted this last year, they were down to Kalijah Kancey last year as the only pick in that tier, in that pool, in that bucket, whatever you want to call it, of talent, to where they would stick and pick. Otherwise, they would trade down. We saw a couple years ago, they had Devontae Wyatt from Georgia. They had Lewis Seen, the safety from Georgia, Logan Hall, all within that probable second tier. And they had a couple players they liked, but not one that they loved enough to make that selection.
Yep.
And so they let other teams kind of decide. And you know what? Devontae Wyatt has been okay with the Packers. Lewis Seen has not seen the field much in Minnesota. And maybe it's not a right scheme fit. Maybe he's not a good player. But it's not like Lewis Seen, who Minnesota traded up for one spot to get back into the top first round at number 32 to select Lewis Seen ahead of Logan Hall. But that pretty much made up the Buccaneers' mind for them. I mean, we knew heading into day 2 back in 2022 that they were going to select Logan Hall with the top pick there. And they didn't trade out, and they made that pick, and it ended up being a Bucs best bet.
Yep. Scott, I'll bring up something that you kind of alluded to earlier, which was that Jackson Powers Johnson has a very good shot of being there at 26. And a lot of the forecasting predictive mock drafts have him falling out of the first round altogether. With him specifically, I'll address it kind of at a macro level. At the micro level, I know there are some injury concerns, concussion, a couple other things. But just in general, over the last 5 NFL drafts, there have been a total of 8 interior offensive linemen selected in the first round. It's just not a position group that the league as a whole values enough that they want to select players in the first round.
Exactly.
Part of that comes down to how they value players in the free agent market. You can find starting level centers for $4 to $5 million a year, which is a bargain when your salary cap is $255.8 million. And then centers, like the top of the market centers, $13-14 million. I mean, Ryan Jensen reset the center market twice and never cleared $14 million a year. So it's a position that teams feel like second, third round, beyond day 3, we can find guys who can start. Free agency, we can find guys for $3, $4, $5 million a year who we can plug in. Offensive line is kind of a weak link system, so you don't have to have a premier guy at center in order to have a good offensive line. It's nice to have one, but it's not one where where most teams prioritize it.
Yeah.
Does that mean the Bucs won't select Jackson Powers Johnson? I think they really like him. I think he's probably done great in the interviews. The tape is amazing. He's one of my few pure first round grades without positional value put in. But it just comes down to a matter of, much like tight end, much like off ball linebacker, do we value this position enough when we can get free agents at a steep discount that we want to invest this premier pick? Or do we want to try and find a premier position or a player at a premier position where if we go into free agency and we want a premier player, we're going to play $20 million or more for that position. Yeah. So I think that's going to factor quite a bit into a lot of teams' evaluations of both JPJ and potentially Graham Barton. Barton's got a leg up on JPJ because of the positional flexibility. Yeah, some teams may still see him as a tackle. Yeah. And I think that's what gives him kind of that nudge and why he's at least publicly been kind of valued more than JPJ.
Yeah. And I think too, when you look at Jackson Powers Johnson, right? Is he a Nick Mangold type, right? Because Nick Mangold was a first round center for the Jets, had a fantastic career. Is he that guy? Are you drafting a Pro Bowl center? Because that's really kind of the expectation. If you look at Ryan Jensen, as good as Jensen was, and you mentioned it, he reset the center market twice. Once when he came from Baltimore, where he only played center 1 year. He started off as a guard. He was a left tackle at Colorado State Pueblo. And so, but he was a day 3 pick. So again, he wasn't even a first round pick. So there is a little bit of a luxury with Jackson Powers Johnson. He did play guard his first year as a starter. Then he played center last year. There is that possibility that he could play either position and give some flexibility. I think Barton is the more athletic guy because he did play left tackle. That's the more athletic position in college at Duke for sure. And then you look at the ability to move inside the guard. And he did start 5 games at the center position as well. We've got a couple of super chats here. Let's get to these. Really appreciate this super chat here from Jonathan Stutzman. $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Love the draft and love spending it with all of you at PR and in the chat. One of my favorite traditions now. Go Bucs. That's awesome to hear.
One of my favorite things is getting to know our viewers, our readers, our listeners. Jonathan Stutzman is an award-winning author, children's author. And it's so cool. He actually sent me some stuff for my kids, which I'm super appreciative of. So always great to see him in the chat. And if you're a fan of kids literature, you have kids who you'd like to find some books for, please look him up because there are some really great books that he's put out there.
And we've got another super chat here from Paul, a.k.a. Florida Dream House, $2 super chat. Jackson Powers Johnson is my choice. We must protect the quarterback. I think it goes without saying, Josh, you probably would agree with me here. Tampa Bay is going to end up drafting 2 offensive linemen this year. It just seems like one of them is going to be a center. One's going to be a guard. I wrote about this before. I want to get your thoughts on this, Josh. Jason Light has drafted exactly 1 guard in his entire tenure as general manager for the Buccaneers. It was actually his first ever offensive lineman back in 2014, a day 3 selection. Kadeem Edwards. Boy, that's a trivia question somewhere, right?
Wow, blasphemy.
From Tennessee State. Did not make the team, did not amount to anything in the NFL. The next pick did make the team, was a part-time starter. Kevin Pamphil, who was a left tackle. Where did they play him? They played him at right tackle, but also inside a guard. And that started the trend of Jason Light drafting athletic tackles and moving them inside. Since the selection of Kadeem Edwards, Jason Light has drafted 9 offensive linemen. Every single one was a college tackle from looking at Ali Marpet, Hobart, left tackle, Hobart College. Donovan Smith was a left tackle. Alex Kappa was a left tackle at Humboldt State. You had Robert Hainsey, who was a right tackle. You had Cody Malk, who was a left tackle. Luke Gedeke was a right tackle. So every single offensive lineman he's drafted, Caleb Benenoch was a right tackle at UCLA. So every single position that he has filled, whether it was center with Robert Hainsey or guard with Marpet and with Kappa and with Malk, has been someone who's played tackle. They tried it with Luke Gedeke. It didn't work. Thankfully for this team, there was a vacancy at right tackle, so they could slide him out there. And all of a sudden, Luke the Lifter has found his more natural position. But your thoughts on that? Is this the year where Jason Light breaks that mold, breaks that trend? He talked about it at his press conference, saying that, well, it's not maybe as easy as some of these other guys made it seem.
There are so many. So first of all, the offensive line just class, I think, is very deep. It's a really good class. I think there are some natural guards that he may target or he may come down to and they're on their board. But there are so many, just like most years, a lot of the better guys who are profiled into guard at the next level have played tackle in college. I still think there are quite a few who may end up on the Bucs radar who were tackles in college. And one that you and I were just talking about earlier today, I was late to getting to grade him out, but I was actually pretty pleased with his tape. Jordan Morgan from Arizona, who played tackle, but profiles more as a guard. There are a couple others, trying to pull them up now.
We even tried to kind of make that argument a little bit for Tyler Guyton, right? The athletic tackle out of Oklahoma, kind of buying into that Jason Light mold a little bit of drafting a tackle, moving him inside, just to throw kind of a wild card pick in there. Maybe Morgan is better suited for that since he's a left tackle, but Guyton, pretty good athlete himself.
Yeah, Guyton, the thing is the height, right? He's like he's a full 6'8", and so that makes it difficult on the inside to move him, there, because quarterbacks have to be able to see over their interior linemen. So I still see him more as a tackle. One that I'll throw out there just for a day 3, just because I really want to get a USF board or a guy on this podcast before I have to talk about Javon Baker to Bailey, is Donovan Jennings, who played left tackle for South Florida, who I think would be a day 3 gem. But again, as a guy who moves inside, Jennings is 6'4", 323 pounds. He tested very well. I particularly liked his tape, and I think that he could be a sleeper, not necessarily for the Bucs, although I hope so. It'd be nice at low moving costs, which is really nice. He wouldn't have to go anywhere. But I still think that the more likely, at least for somebody that Jason Light's drafting for guard, there's going to be some tackle background in that player's profile. The center, maybe more of a natural center, a natural inside guy. But I think for that guard position, it'll still be somebody, maybe they weren't a tackle this past year, but there will be some tackle background for them. So my question to you, Scott, since we already kind of talked a little bit about the positional value and how that factors in, personally, if the pick was, say, Jackson Powers Johnson, or let's say Graham Barton, are you a fan of the pick?
Yes, I'm a fan of drafting offensive linemen, even in the first round here. And the reason I say that is because you have invested $33 million a year on average for Baker Mayfield. You got to protect this guy. And I think that right now it's not ideal, right, Josh, to sit there and say, you've got Cody Mauch, who I think will be better this year.
Absolutely.
But is a second-year player, right? Next to a potential rookie center, next to a potential rookie left guard. Okay. And as Matt and we had Greg Cosell on the podcast from NFL Films, a legendary Pewter Report guest and just a fantastic analyst. And he said, Baker Mayfield's a quarterback that likes to step and throw. He's got to step up into the pocket because he's 6'1", 205 or 215. He's not Ben Roethlisberger. He doesn't have that big towering frame where he has a bazooka, on his shoulder and he can just fire away. Baker does have a strong arm, but to get that velocity, he's got to step up into the pocket. Look no further than that Lions game back in the creamsicle game in October 15th in week 6. That was a touchdown to Mike Evans if he runs fast enough. That's probably a 92-yard touchdown, whatever it was, 80-yard, 5 touchdown. It was a long one. Instead, it ended up being an interception because Robert Hainsey got shoved back into the lap of Baker Mayfield. The ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage and then picked off, and all of a sudden the Lions are up 3-0, right? And that's a huge momentum swing of what could have been for the Buccaneers and what became for the Lions. So you do have to have more stout bodies inside the interior. And I think that's one thing that we heard Liam Cohen even talk about, the new offensive coordinator, getting bigger bodies up front. And when you're looking at center, Jackson Powers Johnson at 6'3", 323 pounds.
He's stout.
He's very stout. He can get the job done up front, whether it's run blocking or in pass protection.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be a fan of it as well. I'm somebody who tends to buy into a lot of things like positional value and kind of a new age way of looking at roster building. But at 26, if you've got a guy who has a genuine first round grade, I don't care what position he plays, the options around him are most likely going to be guys with a lot more risk assessment or assessed to their profile. And so I would much rather take somebody who I would say is more of a surefire bet. And JPJ has one of my few first round grades. Yeah. Barton, just right off of it, I want to say he's like number 1 outside of my first round grades.
And really it's because of the projection, right?
Exactly.
It's because, he didn't play center outside of a handful of games as a freshman. He's spent the last couple of years as a left tackle.
Yeah.
Super chat here from Cincy Kid, $5 super chat. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for providing coverage of the draft. Loved watching Pewter Report the last few years. We love having you guys. This is outstanding. We're already up to about 800 people so far. The draft hasn't even begun yet. We still have 28 minutes before the start of the draft. And as Matt Matera wisely said, probably not until 8:10, until the commissioner even comes out to the podium and dings the bell and all of that. And then, of course, the Bears will have the full 15 minutes to select Caleb Williams. Surprise. Yeah.
Did you see the commissioner may not be able to give his hugs out today?
Why is that?
He had back surgery a few weeks ago. They said he's a draft time decision on whether he'll be able to do the hugs.
Interesting. Eric Cullison with a $4.99 super chat. As Matt Matera says, folks, if you want to cut the line and have your comment read, super chat us. We're the bouncers. We'll get to some other questions and comments, but super chats do go first. Eric Cullison with the $4.99 super chat. Any concern that JPJ was originally as high as 15 after the Senior Bowl, but now he has been completely out of the first round for a lot of mock drafts? I've seen, Josh, and I want your opinion on this, that this is more of a media creation, that the media has kind of fallen in love with Jackson Powers Johnson. Maybe it's the personality. Maybe it's the fact that, and we were there to see it,
the Senior Bowl.
He did not lose a single rep in the entire practices that he participated in. Is Jackson Powers Johnson falling down, or is he a late first rounder to begin with?
I think that there's a natural correction with interior offensive linemen that's being applied to him, and you see it most years. I'll go back a couple of drafts. I want to say, I think it was 2 drafts ago, Tyler Linderbaum, right? Who at the beginning of kind of the draft scouting season, right, at the conclusion of the NFL season the year prior, after the Super Bowl, people were talking, he's cleanest tape in this draft class, right? Like top 5 in terms of pure talent at their position. And then the talk started happening, but he's a center. So, and then you start seeing him go from like top 10 to top 15 in these mock drafts and these predictive drafts, top 20. And then Baltimore always selects in the 20s because they're typically a good team. So he ended
Bucs Cruise. Of course we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs Cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa! Hey!
Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
We're on the Bucs Cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs Cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr!
Arr!
Okay, I think we're back. We're doing some live podcasting here. Let's see if we're back here audio-wise. Okay. Got you now. Okay, excellent. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise, folks. We're going to be on it next year. Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th in 2025 in the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale, visits Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Kate Otten, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, Gene Deckerhoff, and others. Even more players are expected next year as well as a special guest appearance by Mr. Derek Brooks. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, a Raise the Flag sail away party,
VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water ball volley challenge, Bucs trivia contests, fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, folks, Wi-Fi and tips, they're all included. With a $200 deposit per person, it's refundable until August 16th. So if you think you want to go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com right now and make your deposit for $200 per person. Reserve your cabin today or give them a call at 1-800-975-7112. Again, that's TampaBayBucsCruise.com. We are certainly looking forward to joining the fun next year. And we see we've got the audio back here. The difficulty in doing these live shows, just so you know, we're here at the team facility, and we basically have about an hour to hook everything up before we go live. And part of the reason why we go live at 7 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, Josh, is to work some of these kinks out.
Yeah.
This is like preseason for us. The real season starts at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and every year it's almost like we're learning a new offense, even though we're often using the exact same equipment from the year prior.
Well, we do have some new equipment this year, and we are in a new room inside the team facility, and we greatly appreciate the Buccaneers for allowing us to have the opportunity to do this. The reason why we do this here is because Jason Light, Todd Bowles, they're literally going to be in the room right behind us, and so we'll have a couple of our intrepid Pewter reporters go out there after the selection tonight, as well as tomorrow, and then, of course, on Saturday to wrap things up. And we'll have some fresh scoop straight from the press conferences from the reporters that were in there asking the questions and getting the intel, as well as the players. We're also going to have video conferences in the media room with those players, and so we'll send a Pewter reporter out there, whether it's Bailey Adams, maybe it's myself, maybe it's you, maybe it's Adam Slavan, maybe it's Matt Matera, to go out there, ask some questions, and gather some intel about these new Buccaneers as they get drafted by this team. And then, of course, tomorrow before our live show, which starts at 6 o'clock. Remember, the draft starts at 7 tomorrow. At 6 o'clock, we go live. But in the afternoon, we'll have an opportunity to talk to the Bucs' first-round pick if they make a first-round selection. They didn't do that in 2022. They traded out when they drafted Logan Hall. And the Buc fans had to wait an entire day to see Logan Hall get selected at the top of the second round.
So we've talked a little bit about defensive tackle. We've talked a little bit about interior offensive line options. There are some edge options, right, Scott? A couple that we think there is a small chance they may fall to the Bucs. At least some of the mock drafts have had them available. And then a couple who I think most boards would say maybe a reach that the Bucs may be in on at 26. So your thoughts on Leatu Latu, Jared Verse, and Marshawn Nealand?
It's really interesting because I'm still in disbelief that Leatu Latu could be there for the Buccaneers. I just think that he's such a natural pass rusher, Josh. And what I mean by that is he has a feel. He has the athleticism to get there. He's got enough bend. He can turn the corner. He's got enough strength to collapse the pocket. He can win a lot of ways. He's got an inside spin move. He can speed rush from the outside. He's quick with his hands. He's got very good footwork. There's a lot that I like about him. I just can't believe that teams that need pass rush, and which team doesn't need pass rush, would let him fall this far. And I think if he was sliding down the board, maybe it's a medical. And I don't know that there's enough teams that have flunked his medicals, right? Because he played 2 full years at UCLA, no problems with the neck, had double-digit sacks in both of those seasons. So if he's there, and I don't think he will be, I would have no problem with the Buccaneers taking him. I just don't think he's going to be there. I've seen Jared Verse possibly slide to Tampa Bay in some of these mock drafts. And the one thing I'll say about Verse is he's got 9 sacks in each of the last 2 years. And I try not to just look at the stat sheet, right, and be a stat sheet scout. But production, sometimes it means something. And if you look at his 2 years at Florida State, almost identical Almost. And he came back. He was supposed to be a top 15 pick last year.
Yep.
He came back to try to raise his stock. Did that happen? I don't know. Last year's first round is different than this year's. A lot more quarterbacks this year that are going to push people like Jared Verse down compared to last year. Having said that, with Verse, Josh, I almost wonder if he's kind of a finished product. 9 sacks as a junior, 9 sacks last year. What you see is what you get. I don't know that there's a huge ceiling for him. And are those 9 sacks, is that translatable to the NFL? Is that what he's going to be producing? Give me a 9 sack guy every year. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But is it 6 sacks in the NFL?
Yeah.
With his skill set.
So for each of those players, I will say with Latu, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have some teams that have him off their board due to medical reasons. I heard recently a really good kind of thought process around that. Some of it may be tied to cash flow for the ownership, where they don't want to run the risk of a player who they draft. They want to sink a guaranteed contract into for the next 4 to 5 years. And in year 2, he no longer can play. He has to retire because of a medical issue. That entire contract will still be paid out to that player because anybody who drafted in the first round is going to get a fully guaranteed contract, including for injury. And so some owners who, from a cash perspective, they're maybe not as benevolent as other owners across the league. They may say, I just don't feel comfortable with this. I want to draft a player who we feel confident can finish that contract.
Right.
Whereas other owners who, I think a really great example of that would be like Cleveland, where Jimmy Haslam, they have no problem spending. They consistently every year, they're one of the top cash spending ownership groups in the NFL. That would be a team that probably is fine with Latu's medicals and will have them on their board. So it really comes down to a convergence of, do they have a need for edge rusher? Is that need higher than some of the other needs they have? And then do they have him cleared for their medicals? If all of those things happen, Latu probably won't be there for the Bucs, but there is a chance that he could be. As far as Verse goes, he wants to be a power rusher, and he's got a 250-pound frame. Those two things don't always, most of the time, they just don't match up in the NFL level. So he doesn't win as a finesse rusher where his frame would lend itself to. And I just think when you're going up against NFL level starting tackles at 250 pounds, I don't think that you can win converting speed to power enough to be a premier pass rusher at that size. So he would have to develop a lot more of a pass rush arsenal, a lot of counters, inside moves off of that in order to be successful. Yep. And then Marshawn Nealon would be the third one that I will readily admit I am much higher on Marshawn Nealon than really anybody else out there in the space. He is on my big board, pulling it up right now. I've got him 25th overall. So the value would kind of match up on my board for the Bucs picking at 26th. Nealon is also a power rusher. He's just got the frame to do it at 267 pounds, 6'3". He wants to run through people's souls. I think I said that to you, Matt.
Hi, guys. This is Matt, by the way.
Yesterday. That's just who he is. And he's got the frame to be able to work off of that skill set. And then Nealon actually has a surprising amount of bend. I don't think he knows how to tap into it on purpose yet. So that would be something that he'd have to develop. And then he's got a wicked spin move that he's been able to throw out, a little ghost step. So there's a base set for him to be successful. I think in terms of his pass rush arsenal, he's one of the best run defenders in this edge class. And with that, I think that there's a high floor for him to get on the field. And that's what defensive coordinators are going to look for first is, can you defend the run? So I think he's better better at that than 2 out of the 3 pass rushers who are definitely going to go ahead of him in terms of Dallas Turner and Jared Verse. Latu's great at defending the run, but that's just because he seems to be clairvoyant on the field.
Well, let me ask you this, because I want to say like early on in the draft process, and maybe it's just a series of like smoke screens and things that happened, but for a while, it felt like Nealon was more of a day 2, second round type of guy. But now all of a sudden you see him getting mocked to the Bucs, to teams like the Lions that obviously pick a little bit after the Buccaneers. Why do you think, in your expert opinion, and I will say expert, like why do you think there's been so much love for Marshawn Nealand as of late?
Well, I appreciate the compliment.
Anytime.
And then, so I think there are a few factors that buy into it. Scott just said a couple minutes ago, teams need pass rush. They need edge rushers. There is almost no team in the NFL that sits there and says, we feel good standing pat with our edge room.
Yeah.
So the need is there from a positional standpoint. Then, like I said, there's that high floor. So you feel confident that he won't be a complete bust because he'll be able to stay on the field and be a run defender who can contribute as a pass rusher to a very wide ranging degree at this point in his career. But I think the big thing with Nealand is his athletic scoring was surprisingly good, I think, to most people. And then on top of that, you talked to him. I got to talk to him at Senior Bowl. I got to talk to him at the Combine. He is somebody I am convinced he goes into all of his team interviews and they come out going, how can we get this guy on our team? He's got an alpha mentality that personally I think that the elite edge rushers all kind of have. He just wants to bash skulls.
Yeah.
And he comes off with that confidence without it being, I would say, too cocky where it turns people off. I think when you have all of that together, you have teams going, okay, we want him on our team. He was originally going to be a second rounder. We're picking late in the second. We don't know if he'll be there for us. So now do we feel comfortable using our late first round pick to grab him? So I think all of that kind of comes together to put him as potentially a guy who could go in the first round.
I feel like you can never go wrong with a guy that has a high motor, or like you like to say, was it run through souls?
Run through souls. He
run
wants to
through
run
souls.
through
I mean, he's essentially the Undertaker, just taking souls out here. Shout out to Bill Vincent.
Whoa.
Thank you very, very much, Bill.
Kind of you.
BV says, thanks for all your coverage. Was a Buccaneer magazine subscriber way back when. This is where Scott would go, back in my day when we had a magazine. And a Buck and Bullhaven customer. Keep up the great info. You are my number one source for Tampa Bay Buccaneer insider information. Bill, thank you very, very much for the very generous super chat.
$50.
We're all going to give you all Pewter Report right now is giving you a round of applause. All right, new rule for the draft show. The 2024 draft show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of PewterReport.com. Any super chat of $50 or more, you get a round of applause.
If you hit 100, we'll do a full-on standing ovation.
We'll do a standing ovation. 200s, Josh can smack me in the face. So, yes, there was some news as I would say right hand, but he's on the left side. Left-hand man, Bailey Adams, was just showing me, and I read it as well. Ian Rappaport, all the big wigs are reporting it. The Eagles are signing A.J. Brown to a 3-year extension for $96 million. He's now under contract through 2029, and his total guarantee is $84 million. So much for all that stuff. He hates playing for Nick Sirianni, and
money talks.
Yeah, money does talk.
Yeah, this makes a little bit of sense because the Eagles just locked up, I want to say, Devonta Smith.
Yeah,
for essentially the same contract that Brown had, and you'll see this a lot. The Bucs kind of just went through it with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. You want to have a clear pecking order with your wide receivers who are on deals past their rookie deal in terms of who's the number one wide receiver. Is he paid as the number one wide receiver? Devonta Smith's deal basically equaled Brown's old deal from an APY perspective. And so now Brown probably put a little bit of pressure on the team. They said, okay, we'll go ahead and extend you and make sure that your APY is higher than Devonta's, again, clearly establishing him as their number one receiver from a financial standpoint.
Got a $5 super chat from Sloth Might. Thank you very much, Sloth. By the way, fun fact, the player from the University of Tampa that got drafted number 1 overall, that's right, number 1 overall, I believe his name was Jack Matuzak. The USF ever have a player get drafted first overall?
No.
Scott, did anyone from Kansas State first overall? Bailey? No? Not from UCF? Yeah, UT, baby. Jack Matuzak, drafted first overall, went on to play Sloth in the Goonies. That is a legitimate fact. So anyway,
Spartan.
Yeah, go Spartans. The original UT, not those horns down fellas, or Tennessee. Anyway, Sloth says, we are finally here. Long night and might pass out before the Bucs pick, but I'll keep y'all on. I appreciate that. Yeah, last year, I don't think the draft ended until like maybe right before midnight. So it's definitely a longer night, but a lot of fun as well. Sloth, if I could help you out, give you a suggestion, I'd maybe say, have a Celsius or something like that, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com. I think Celsius might be able to keep you up when the Bucs are on the clock at 26. And of course, we love Celsius. I'm looking at a bunch of Pewter reporters right now, all drinking. I think everyone has pretty much had the Arctic vibe, one of the consensus best Celsius flavors that there are. We always try to keep the vibes high on this show, whether it's the Galaxy or the Astro vibe. A lot of great flavors of Celsius. Can't go wrong with any of them. So if you need to know where to find a Celsius energy drink, hey, let's face it, if you're in this draft right now, you're a prospect, you're probably going to a new city. So you're like, oh my God, I don't know anybody. I don't know where to get Celsius. Don't worry. Go to the Celsius store locator on their website, punch in your address. It'll tell you the closest place where you could pick one up. Might be a Walmart, Target, 7-Eleven, or Josh, what's that other place I like to say all the time?
A bodega.
Very nice. You really got deep on that one. And once you go into your bodega, that was like Barry White. I feel like I'm sitting next to Barry White. Once you keep going to your bodega and you love it, that's when you can start buying it in bulk. Go over to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, and have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. You're in charge. You're the captain. So just make sure you make Celsius your number one pick during this NFL draft.
Matt,
Celsius, the official energy drink of pewterreport.com.
You know what's really cool? We've Celsius has been such a great partner of Pewter Report for so long. I remember initially when we had our partnership where that store locator was really essential to find them. And these days, as great as the store locator is, yes. I feel like I don't even need it because I go into any local place that sells drinks. There's Celsius there.
Yeah.
Because it is so fantastic. People are finding it all around the world. It's getting into more of all of those places that you said, including bodegas. And it's almost like you throw a rock and find those essential things that Celsius provides to you.
They're everywhere, man. They are absolutely everywhere. There's one comment I was trying to find. I pretty much said, how much for a super chat for Josh to do a cartwheel? And Josh, this is a conversation. I can't make this up. This is a conversation we had off air.
The show before the show.
Yes, the show before the show. I'm trying to see if I can find it. But
all right.
Again, $50, round of applause, $100, standing ovation. $200, Josh gets to slap me.
We'll say $250. So, all right. So let's do it.
First of all, we can't do it in here. The room is not big enough.
No, we'll have to we'll put it as like an Instagram reel or something like that. So a little bit for those of you who are new to our live draft coverage, last year with Will Levis being in the draft and him famously enjoying unpeeled bananas and mayonnaise in his coffee, I said, when he gets drafted, I will make sure that I both consume an unpeeled banana and some mayonnaise-filled coffee.
Yes.
The banana really isn't that bad, gang. I mean, I could do it again. Like, it's not an issue. The coffee, I'm not a coffee fan to begin with. The mayonnaise was disgusting. I thought I was going to throw up. But we got through it, right? So it was just, the podcast, not yesterday, but the day before, you and I were on. And I want to say it was if Johnny Newton is available at 26 and the Bucs select him, I have agreed to do a cartwheel. I really should have said attempted a cartwheel because I don't think I've ever successfully landed one. I can do a round off, but the attempt will 100% be there. There will be probably multiple attempts because once I don't successfully do it, I'm going to get mad and continue to try until I hurt myself. So this is going to be great for you as viewers.
You're going to be like Creed in The Office when he's like, my goal this year, the perfect cartwheel, and then he does like a terrible one. He's like, I did it, the perfect cartwheel.
That'll be it, yeah. Or if you don't want to leave it to that chance, a $250 super chat, we will make sure that the cartwheel is attempted.
All right, there you have it. 250, and you get yourself a cartwheel. Let's get back on track here with Ward Burns. Thank you, Ward, for this $2 super chat, who says, how will you feel? Not if, when we take Ladd McConkey at 26. I know you guys were talking about it a little bit before when we had Greg Cosell on the show, and he said he likes Ladd McConkey as a fit for the Buccaneers. Of course, as we've mentioned countless times now, Brian McClendon, the Bucs wide receivers coach, was formerly at the University of Georgia, so he's familiar with Ladd McConkey. Feels like a little bit too early for Ladd McConkey, but I think there is still a lot to like about his game. Not like the fastest guy, but his route running ability, I think, can really hold up against many others, in this draft class, or those that people will compare him to. So McConkey at 26 might be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But if he's there in the second round, I think I'd love it.
I think I will probably be a little disappointed with the pick, mostly because I'm confident there will be players who I've got graded higher that will be available at that selection. Now, if the Bucs were to say trade back,
yes,
and pick up McConkey early to mid second round, then I'd be in favor of that for the value, the position, and kind of where they're selecting. Plus, they would have additional draft assets. So, but at 26, I feel confident there will be other players on the board at that time that I would probably be, to use the probably way too overused term, pounding the table for.
Yeah.
And McConkey probably would not be at the top of that list for me.
I'm curious to get your thoughts about this, because it's about to be 8:00, so the draft is about to be underway as the Chicago Bears take their sweet, sweet time getting up to the podium to announce Caleb Williams. What do you think is the best case scenario and worst case scenario for the Bucs in terms of not even like who they're going to pick, but how the initial first, let's just say like 15 to 20 picks break, where, hey, if teams are picking these guys, this is great. Like, it's going to leave the Bucs a number of options, or, oh my God, no, they like Barton's off, JPJ's off, and like everyone else is unavailable. What's the best day ever? Shout out Mac Miller, and the doomsday scenario.
So I think the best day ever is if a lot of these projections in terms of there could be as many as 4 or even 5 quarterbacks off the board in the first 15 picks. That's a huge, huge thing for the Bucs, because quarterback's probably not on their radar this early in the draft. And that's what 1/5 of the picks before they get to select, dedicated to a position group that they weren't going to necessarily be looking at there. On top of that, there's a lot of chatter that there are teams that want to trade up to take offensive tackles.
Yes.
And that this is a deep tackle class, but there's some really special talents at the top of that board. There are teams that want to go up and get their guy because there are certain tackles that are going to work better for different types of schemes. So from team to team, their boards probably differ in terms of who tackle 1 is, tackle 2 is, tackle 3 is, so on and so forth. There's been a lot of reports recently that the Chargers may be targeting J.C. Latham, who really hasn't been on any public boards in the top 10, but Latham will fit what Jim Harbaugh wants to do from a run scheme. He's like gap power, just wants to corkscrew you through the ground kind of tackle that some of these other prospects aren't. And so he may be their tackle 1, and he may actually be the first tackle off the board to the Chargers at 5. If those two things happen, and you have 5 picks going quarterback and maybe another 4 to 5 picks spent on offensive tackles, true tackles who aren't guys to convert inside.
Not the Jason Light method of kicking them inside.
True tackles. Then, 40% of the picks are to 2 position groups that the Bucs really aren't looking at for their first round. That would be a dream scenario. The inverse of that would be Doomsday. Would be maybe only 2 quarterbacks are taken in the top 10, 3 in the top 15. Maybe teams aren't as high on, 3. I think there will be 3. But J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., those guys the league isn't as high on them, and they go back of the first round, maybe after the Bucs pick. well, then there are other positions that are going to get selected, taking guys that the Bucs may be coveting off their board before they get there. So I think those are probably the two ways that it shakes out. The other thing that I find interesting, and I'll kind of tie it back to what we were talking about with Ladd McConkey, is this is a deep wide receiver class, but I wouldn't be super shocked if there were only 3, maybe 4 receivers off the board by the time the Bucs pick at 26. It's not what you would necessarily think for a deep wide receiver class, but the real value at wide receiver really starts to kick in at the back end of the first round, early second round. That's where the Ladd McConkeys kind of start to come into play. Ricky Pearsall from Florida, A.D. Mitchell out of Texas. It'll be interesting. There are a couple of guys who Brian Thomas Jr. may go mid first round out of LSU. And then a guy who I'm really high on, I know Scott Reynolds is really high on, is Jalen Polk. I could see him sneaking into the back of the first round as well.
Gotta bring him to Polk County.
Oh, that would be amazing.
If if I go on a long drive, I got family that lives in Fort Pierce, so we drive through Polk County. When the person I'm with, I'll go county. Anyway, so I think when it comes to quarterbacks, I think if Bo Nix is picked before the Bucs are on the clock, I think the Bucs are in a good situation where they're probably going to get one of a couple of their guys. Again, I'm not saying the board is going to fall and it's going to be like, wow. It's like being at Willy Wonka's factory. You have this option of JPJ or Graham Barton or Keon Coleman, who I know you despise, and or one of the edge rushers available. So, but yeah, I think if a lot of true tackles go off the board, and a lot of quarterbacks, even the talks of the Vikings trading up and trying to get JJ McCarthy, I think would be another thing that's really, really big time for the Buccaneers. What's up?
Live look right there, War Room.
Yeah, War Room, baby. It's right about that time for the NFL draft. It's about to get started, get underway.
So viewers, I need somebody to screenshot what we've got up right now. Use your Zoom function and tell us, what does that board look like? It would be very helpful. Let's see if anybody can pull that off.
Yes, please do. And no funny business. Don't be a silly goose or a Weisenheimer. Don't be like, oh my God, this team took this player when they didn't. All right. We got our phones. We got social media. I'm setting up the TV at the moment. So we're going to try to get the draft all at the same time. So no funny business.
Nope. So are there any wild card positions, Matt, that you think we might see the Bucs select? Maybe not first round or maybe second round, but just ones that we haven't talked about quite as much, right? So the Bucs did lose Devin White to free agency. So do you think that linebacker could be something that the Bucs look at first or second round? They did bring back my brain hasn't been working very well recently. Jordan Whitehead, thank you for safety. But Whitehead's only on a 2-year deal, and there could be some depth needs at safety. Tight end. Do you think any of these would be positions that the Bucs can potentially target in the first or second round? And if so, are there any names that you think could be potential fits for the Bucs?
I think safety would be intriguing if a couple of the guys are there that they want because of the Whitehead move and the and obviously bringing back Antoine Whitefield Jr. on the franchise tag, and of course having some depth at safety. I think it would be I think that would become a bit of a surprise if that were the case. Also, defensive tackle, I still don't think is a gigantic need. It's certainly a need. Sly, I just texted you. Just check out my text. Nice, HDMI. Yeah, it's HDMI 1. That's what we need. And then go to the NFL Network. What are you plugging in here? But yeah, so safety, I think defensive tackle would be one of interest. Corner, again, is I don't know what to make of it because on one hand, Jamel Dean could be on the last, his last run with the Buccaneers. On the other hand, you have two starters in place with him and Zion. Do you want to spend a first round pick on a guy that's already there as a starter in that position? I don't necessarily know. So I kind of think the secondary in general would be a surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because where the Bucs selected both 26 and 57, I think there are going to be some really, good corners available. At 26, you could see somebody like Terrion Arnold. There's a good chance he's off the board, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was still available there. Or Kool-Aid McKinstry, so the two corners out of Alabama. Mikey Sandstrom still from Michigan in the second round could be there. You have other guys like I'm trying to pull him up now. Cooper DeJean. He's kind of an enigma in terms of where people think that he could go. He's a corner out of Iowa. Really interesting for the Bucs in two different ways. Number one, in my opinion, he's the best cover 3 corner in this draft. And the Bucs run cover 3 at one of the highest rates in the NFL. And then he also has so much positional versatility. He can kick into the slot. He can play an overhang safety. I think he could even play a little bit of free safety. So you have somebody like Todd Bowles who loves positional versatility. He's always talking about being multiple. Cooper DeJean certainly fits that profile. And I could definitely see him being there at 26. Another corner who I'm really high on, more of a second round guy, would be Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. One corner who will potentially be there at 26, probably the best man corner, one of the two best man corners in this draft class, who I don't think that the Bucs will be in on, and I'm pretty sure Scott Reynolds doesn't think that the Bucs will be in on, and that is Nate Wiggins out of Clemson, because a strong wind could blow him away.
Yeah, Sanders still I'm a huge fan of. I think it's crazy that he was once a wide receiver, and now all of a sudden he's a cornerback, named the team defensive MVP, can take the ball to the crib over and over again. Rakestraw was interesting as well, doing the write-ups at cornerback. His name I find very interesting. I just found it a very intriguing type of name. What are you doing? Okay. Bucs top 30 visits for offense. Texas running back Jonathan Brooks, Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman, Western Kentucky wide receiver Malachi Corley, Kansas State tight end Ben Sinnott, Illinois tight end Tip Raymond, and of course Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon, and of course Tanner Bortolini, who we've had in a number of our mock drafts, a Wisconsin guy. Here's our obligatory Adam, a fan because he went to Wisconsin. Who do you like out of that group?
Personally, I think Malachi Corley could be really fun. He's a yak monster, so tons of yards after catch. He's thickly built, kind of in his core, which I really like just because it means he'll be able to go over the middle really well. So I'm a big Corley fan. I'm not a big fan of Keon Coleman. I thought Jonathan Brooks is a very good running back, one of the top running backs in this draft. What's interesting there with those top 30 visits, I want to say 5 of those players are Bucs best bets for Pewter Report. Coleman is. I want to say Bortolini is as a late round center. Jackson Powers Johnson is as an early round center. Both Ben Sinnott and Tip Raymond are both best bets for early and late rounds at tight end. So high correlation there with Bucs best bets and top 30 visits for the offense. So Ben Sinnott is an interesting choice for tight end. I like Sinnott a lot. I want to say he is tight end 3 for me. And I don't have much of a difference between him and Jatavian Sanders out of Texas. So I think that he could elevate the Bucs tight end room. And I would say that that's one of the position groups on this roster that could stand to use an upgrade. K. Dotton has proven to be a solid but not spectacular tight end 1. He's kind of that guy, not unlike Robert Hainsey, where it's like, if he's your starter, all right, but we'd really like to upgrade if possible. So, and I do think that K. Dotton as a tight end 2 would be a phenomenal tight end 2, one of the best tight end 2s in the NFL. So Sanat could push him for that tight end 1 job. So I'm a fan. It also scores me brownie points with the boss. So him being from K-State.
Yeah, the NFL draft is officially underway. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. Adam hit menu. Yeah, I'm in agreement that the tight end room certainly needs a change or a shakeup. With all due respect, I don't really know what Keith is doing on this team. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I know we're in the Bucs building, but I mean, okay, he's essentially a glorified fullback on a team that for the second year in a row was dead last running the football.
I would agree.
He is part of history, though, not to cut you off. Because the first two passes of the 2023 season were targeted for.
And they went for exactly how many catches?
On the season?
No, those two passes.
Oh, they went incomplete. So 0 for 0,
0
for 2 for 0 yards. Now, if you're going to defend Keith, I would say
I'm not.
Well, I mean, you give him the ball, he scores touchdowns. Because he scored a touchdown on the one reception that he had this season. So he is scoring at 1,000% rate when he gets the football. But I don't really know what he's providing to this team. Could be like he plays special teams. You tell him he's irreplaceable on special teams. Payne Durham, Jason in the front office will tell us till they're blue in the face that they're very excited about Payne Durham. So, start waving the flag for Payne Durham. But realistically, though, isn't that the whole point of drafting players is to develop them and see how they get better? I am intrigued by Payne Durham going into year 2. I think if he can take a step up, I think Ben Sinnott and then Cade Otton and Payne Durham as a tight end trio, it intrigues me. I don't love it. I don't hate it, but it intrigues me. Yeah. And, if we're not living and learning day by day, then what is this all about?
That's true. Scott, can you throw up the defensive top 30s again? We'll kind of run through those. We went through the offensive ones. So the Bucs top 30 visits for defense, we definitely have a few more names on this list that we were able to confirm. So a few names that we've already discussed. So Florida State outside linebacker Jared Verse, Western Michigan outside linebacker Marshawn Nealon, Texas defensive tackle Byron Murphy the second. And I do know that there were some comments earlier in the chat about, what do you think if he falls to the Bucs? And I'll get to that in just a little bit. Clemson defensive tackle Rook Aurora. Texas A&M inside linebacker Edgerrin Cooper, Kentucky inside linebacker Trevin Wallace, Clemson inside linebacker Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry, Michigan cornerback Mikey Sanderstrill, Georgia safety Tyke Smith, and Air Force safety Trey Taylor. On this list, we have Nealand, Arhoro.
Ruke.
Yeah, Ruke. We're going to go with that now. Trevin Wallace, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I believe we also have Edgerrin. Do we have Edgerrin Cooper as a best bet? I'm trying to remember that. No, not Edgerrin Cooper. And Tyke Smith and Trey Taylor are all on our Bucs best bets. Moving back to kind of Byron Murphy the second. So this is kind of an interesting thing. You have a lot of public draft analysts who have Johnny Newton as their defensive tackle 1, and Byron Murphy is typically is a lot of times defensive tackle 2. It's not chalk. It's not everyone. Some people have Murphy as the higher guy. However, there's a lot of talk about Newton being available at 26 when the Bucs pick, because there is a little bit of an injury concern. I think he had a foot injury late in the season. It's an injury that has a high re-injury rate that could be turning teams off. Murphy has clean medicals from everything we've heard, and so he's much more likely to be off the board by 26. As a matter of fact, I would say there's very little to no chance that he will be available when the Bucs pick at 26. If he is, I definitely think if they've done their homework on him, he would be somebody in play for the Bucs. I think it's far more likely that if both of them are off the board at 26, you could see Ruke as a day 2 pick for the Bucs to create that depth at the interior defensive line group that Scott and I talked about a little bit earlier. And then there were a couple of inside linebackers, or I want to say 3 or 4 on the Bucs top 30 visits, and we kind of talked a little bit about that just a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm. I think that that's something I would be shocked if the Bucs don't select a linebacker at some point over the next 3 days. I think it's more likely that it happens on day 3 because this isn't a great linebacker class in general. But I wouldn't be surprised if Edgerrin Cooper was somebody they may target on day 2, or Trevin Wallace potentially on late day 2. So are there any of the top 30 visits that intrigue you more than others, Matt?
Tyke Smith, man.
Yeah.
Tyke Smith. And this isn't just because of the school that he went to, but Tyke Smith is an absolute dog. And I mean D-A-W-G.
Let's go.
Dog. Can do a little bit of everything. Physical, fun, great football, IQ. We've talked a ton about how Todd Bowles knows him because his son Troy played at Georgia as well. Shout out to Tyke Smith. He is a really, really fun player to watch. So he's definitely up there on my list in terms of players from the top 30 visits, at least on the defensive side of the football, that I think would provide great value, especially if he, if he's there in a middle round or whatever it may be. Obviously, like I said before, safety might not be the first initial choice for the Bucs because of what they did this offseason with Antoine and with Jordan Whitehead. But certainly in a middle round, they do have 2 third-round picks now. Maybe they, do something with that where they could take him if he's there in the third. Obviously, it could be a 4th-round pick as well. So number of options. Tyke Smith is certainly a guy that I think we're both fans of as Scott Reynolds rejoins the show. And Scott, we're getting closer and closer to the Bucs being on the clock. I mean, the Bears are still on the clock, but hey, it's a start.
We are closer, yes. And I'm a huge Tyke Smith fan too. Watched a ton of Georgia games over the last couple of years, just seeing his playmaking ability. Started at West Virginia. This is an intriguing guy on day 2 for sure, probably in the 3rd round. I think Jonathan Bullard probably goes. Yeah, probably goes first, his teammate. But then you've got, or Javon Bullard. But then you've got Tyke Smith also. They're getting day 2 recognition as well. So yeah, so the draft is started, and we're kind of, it's different waiting so long because there have been so many years where the Buccaneers have had top 10 picks, right?
Yeah, luckily I haven't been a part of a lot of them.
Number 1 overall pick a couple of years ago, Jameis Winston, 5th overall pick in 2019 with Devin White. So they've had some top 10 selections. This is the 3rd time they've drafted outside of the top 20, Matt. And the first 2 have not really gone as planned. You've got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka taking a 32.
Year after they won the Super Bowl.
Year after they won the Super Bowl in 2021. The next year, they were picking, I believe, at 26 and then traded out to end up with pick number 33, where they drafted Logan Hall. So you look at Jason Light, it has not been perfect. It's never perfect for every general manager inside the top 20. You've got your Vernon Hargraves.
Yep.
You've got your Jameis Winstons. Maybe you're iffy on Devin White. But then there's Vita Vea.
There is.
Then you've got
Tristan Wirfs.
You've got Mike Evans to kick things off in 2014.
That was pretty good.
Kalijah Kancey last year, I think, is someone who's going to end up being a very good prospect for this team as well. Tristan Wirfs, 13th overall. So Jason Light has done better inside the top 20. He'll see if he can break that streak and find another Pro Bowl caliber player just on the outside of the top 20. Even if he trades up to get a player, I don't know that the Buccaneers have the draft capital or the inclination to get inside the top 20. That's going to be pricey. We saw it take a 4th round pick to move up 1 spot to get Tristan Wirfs.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Light does have an extra 3rd round pick because of the Carlton Davis trade to work with, but that's only going to get you so far up the draft ladder.
I am very curious. I don't necessarily think this will happen in the first round, but now that the Bucs have that second, third round pick because of the Carlton Davis trade, sending him over to the Detroit Lions, I'm curious if that's going to come into play at one point or another. I wonder if he'll package that third round pick and use it to either move up in the second or even move up with their first pick in the third and kind of trade both of those third round picks to move a little bit earlier. I can see the Bucs. Yeah, this happened a couple minutes ago. Caleb Williams drafted to the Chicago Bears. We can also see it on the TV over there as well. So I think at some point we're going to see the Bucs make a move. Will it be moving back or will it be trading up? My prediction, maybe we'll see both. Maybe they'll trade out of 26 and then get some more picks, but then use the 2/3 that they have and do something there. So that's my bold prediction for this NFL draft.
Very well could be. We've got a couple of new sponsors. We told you about Tampa Bay Buccaneer Cruise that we're excited to partner with this year. And there's also another one too. I've got the good fortune to be under this man's care. This is my personal physician, Dr. Lugo. If you're a fan of the J.P. Peterson show, you've probably heard of Christopher Lugo. Get the personalized medical care you deserve with Bay Area Modern Medical Clinic. Many of you probably remember I was doing some testosterone treatments a few years ago, and it works, folks. It's legit. And when I went off of that testosterone treatment, because with another company I was with, it was too expensive. It just was. And it doesn't have to be. It can be affordable. I mean, really affordable. And that's what I found for myself with the Bay Area Modern Medical Center and the care of Christopher Lugo. Are you tired of feeling like another number in the waiting room? At Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, we believe you deserve personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, physician's assistant with over 24 years of medical expertise as a primary care provider. He's dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, and hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone treatments for men and also for women. Men, listen up. Testosterone treatments can be affordable. And folks, I'm here to tell you, I've been doing testosterone treatments for months now with Dr. Lugo, and I can totally vouch for that. Don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with a consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. Here's the difference. Christopher practices concierge medicine. What does that mean? It means no more waiting rooms, no rushing through appointments. Imagine a doctor who takes the time to go over your extensive lab results, discusses your diet and exercise plan, and provides personalized vitamin and supplemental recommendations to optimize your health. Same-day appointments are also available for your convenience. But don't just take our word for it. Myself, Scott Reynolds from Pewter Report, I'm a very satisfied patient, and I can't recommend Bay Area Modern Medical Center enough. Ready to experience healthcare that revolves around you? Book your appointment today at Bay Area Medical Care, and that's BAMMC.com, or call us at 1-844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center, 844-789-2266, where your health is their priority.
The second pick is off the board. The Washington Commanders have selected LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, who I also got to see play last season. Bailey, why are you smugging? You like Jaden Daniels.
I like him. I don't like Washington.
Don't like Washington.
The commodes.
The commodes. Saw him play in his Heisman Trophy winning season. I think that's kind of cool. Florida State, of course, beat him in Orlando at Camping World Stadium. But should be interesting with Washington. Obviously, they got new ownership now. Magic Johnson's part of that group. Still some talented wide receivers for Washington. And hopefully they find their guy with Jaden Daniels. So that means the Patriots will be on the clock now. New regime for New England. No more Bill Belichick. Again, still very early in the draft, but if they go with a quarterback, I think that's kind of helpful for the Bucs, because then the Cardinals will probably end up going, I would think, like a wide receiver, like Marvin Harrison Jr. probably makes the most sense. So again, very early, only 2 picks in, but going the way for the Bucs at the moment. But that can change in an instant.
I think the interesting thing, Matt, is after the third quarterback is off the board, and we're assuming it's going to be Drake May from North Carolina, how much interest is there in J.J. McCarthy, or does J.J. McCarthy go here?
Yeah.
And then how much interest is there trading up to get Drake May? Will we see 4 quarterbacks go off the board, 1, 2, 3, 4? I'm curious as to how many teams are going to be vying for some of these quarterbacks to come up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, that's what I said before too. When Josh was on, there is a world where McCarthy gets picked early again, with the possibility that maybe Minnesota trades up for him. There's a possibility where if Bo Nix goes in this first round,
he will.
You think so?
My phone.
I mean, they got a franchise quarterback in Zach Wilson. It'd be, you really want to double up on another quarterback?
Yeah.
That would be very surprising. Adam Schefter just tweeted, one source said there's is 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 pick. So looks like the Patriots are staying put.
Yep.
Anyway, thanks to the Reverend Mark Fisher for this $4.99 super chat. Rev Fish said,
Whoa.
Curious, have y'all ever talked with players like Hainsey or JTS when people are clamoring for your position to be drafted? How do they respond, handle it? Have you ever talked with players like Hainsey or Joe Tryanchenko when people are clamoring for your position to be drafted? Well, not as much, because like when the draft is going on, it's
their off season.
It's their off season. Right. So we're not really in the locker room when they are, when their position is kind of up for grabs in this year's draft. So I'm sure they don't love it. I don't think any player really enjoys, having a player at their position get drafted. Wasn't there a thing a couple years ago, where like Mike Lennon was at a draft party, and then like that was the year they drafted drafted Josh Freeman or something like that?
Josh Freeman was actually at the Pewter Report draft party back in the day, and they drafted Mike Lennon.
Right. Yeah, maybe that was
and I was there to see the look on Josh Freeman's face, and he was like, "Oh, that's interesting." So that was interesting. Mark Fisher also, he super chatted us. We didn't get to it last week, but I've got a message from him here with another question. And his question is, could you all take a couple minutes to discuss why it would not or would make sense to get a backup quarterback in round 2 or 3, basically a day 2 selection, so that there is a quality person in case something were to happen to Baker Mayfield this year? John Wolford is not the long-term answer. And of course, I guess neither is Kyle Trask in this situation.
Apparently not.
Because he is under contract for just this year. And who knows what's going to happen with Kyle Trask and this team's desire to keep him, or maybe he wants a fresh start elsewhere. Maybe he feels like quarterbacks just don't get hurt in Tampa. And so I'm never going to get a chance to play. So, I'm curious. I would not be opposed to it. I think that the 2 quarterbacks we have in our Bucs best bets, this is, again, day 2. Here we are on literally talking about the second quarterback off the board in the first round. Very, very early, very premature, but we'll talk about it anyways because it was a super chat. Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt. Those are the only 2 middle round guys that I could see being a Bucs fit in this Liam Cohen offense. And maybe being a developmental guy. I think those are the only 2 that really kind of stand out to me. The Hartmans, the Miltons, just not a fan of those. I think maybe if Devin Leary, is there late in the draft, you get him with the 6th or 7th round pick. If you feel like he can really be a player, and Liam Cohen would know that better than anyone.
Yeah, I just like in terms of drafting a quarterback in rounds 2 or 3, I absolutely hate it. I despise it. I really don't see the point when you just gave Baker Mayfield this 3-year, $100 million contract. And I get it. Like, oh, you want to have a good backup. You don't want your season to be ruined if something happens to Baker Mayfield. I get all of that. But
this team has holes, though. They have needs.
This team has holes. Yeah. And, like, Kyle Trask is still on the roster. Right. I'm not a Trask defender. But, like, has Kyle Trask truly been horrible and terrible? Like, if you look across the rest of the league, how many teams are still going to, like, fare out pretty well for the rest of the year if their starting quarterback goes down? Not many. You see it year after year. If your starter gets injured, you're essentially done. And Drake May is going to the New England Patriots. So obviously worked with Clyde Christensen last season. So I just feel like we're in a position, the Bucs are in a position, I should say, where like if something does happen to Baker, just roll with Kyle Trask. Like what is in year one, specifically this year, what is Spencer Rattler going to show that Kyle Trask can't already do? Like how many levels above, leaps and bounds better of a player is Spencer Rattler if the Bucs draft him tomorrow than Kyle Trask is already? I feel like it's such a... You already wasted a pick with Kyle Trask in the second round a couple of seasons ago. Don't waste another quarterback draft pick on day 2 in rounds 2 or 3 to find the replacement for Kyle Trask you just wasted a pick on. Mm-hmm. Just roll with Kyle Trask and see what happens. Because of the Liam Coleman offense that you were talking about, it's very quarterback friendly and probably could be helpful to a guy like Kyle Trask, who Greg Cosell even said on our show, yeah, I viewed him as a backup quarterback. Let the backup be a backup.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Ari Meroff has said, and he's probably not the only one saying this, that the Patriots held off on trade offers from both the Vikings and the Giants. So both the Vikings and the Giants trying to get up to number 3 to better their quarterback situations. Obviously, Minnesota still reeling from not having Kirk Cousins. Sam Darnold is the best in-house option right now.
Okay, but again, everyone's going to laugh at Sam Darnold going to the Vikings. Weren't the Bucs just in that situation with Baker Mayfield? Yeah. Like, was Baker not looked at as like, oh, he's a failure, his season's done? Like, why is it so crazy to think that Sam Darnold can't get it done in Minnesota?
Well, yeah, and because if you follow that path, right, Sam Darnold had a chance in where? Carolina. Yeah, Baker Mayfield had a chance in Carolina. It didn't work out. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's going to be another reclamation project. There's going to be another. There's going to be another Geno Smith. There's going to be another Baker Mayfield. There's going to be another quarterback that resuscitates his career. And it will be interesting, as Bailey Adams just said, Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, or Commodes as I call them, will be coming to Raymond James Stadium this year. So that is another mobile quarterback. The Buccaneers, Todd Bowles, will already be facing Lamar Jackson this year. And now Todd Bowles is going to have to game plan for not just Lamar Jackson, but now a rookie quarterback with some exceptional mobility as well in Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, the Bucs do play against the NFC East this year, along with the AFC West. So, yeah, I remember it was a couple of years ago, the Bucs played like a number of rookie quarterbacks or quarterbacks in their first year with the new team. I think it was in 2021 or 2022. And it kind of feels like they're going to go about that again. Because, even Denver, who's going to be their starting quarterback, we don't necessarily know. They'll probably end up drafting one this year. And, getting to play against Jaden Daniels, I think that'll be exciting. Obviously, he's an extremely mobile quarterback that the Bucs will have to account for. Now, they did play Jalen Hurts twice last season, so going against a guy that can run it surely is not anything new to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but it should be fun because we got the quarterbacks out of the way. The Cardinals were on the clock. We'll see what they do. And they could go wide receiver. They could trade. Now's where we're really going to see how the draft falls. So the world is in the Cardinals' hands.
Yeah, and we've already seen a couple of teams try to make a trade to get up to get a quarterback. Do the Cardinals stick and pick here and grab someone like...
Okay, apparently, according to Bailey Adams, who Bailey says according to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be staying pat at their number 4 pick. It's got to be Marvin Harrison.
You would think it'd be Marvin Harrison.
A lot of teams have Neighbors as their wide receiver 1.
That'd be crazy for the gambling folk, because first wide receiver off the board, Marvin Harrison's like minus 1,000 pretty much. That'd be wild.
Yep. Quick little lightning check for those of you hockey fans out there. 2-2.
Nice. They were down 2-0.
That's right. Halfway through the second period now. 7 minutes left in the second period.
I had the under in that game, so I hope the Lightning win 3-2 in overtime. We're not going to be watching anyway, so it might as well be entertaining in overtime. They are taking Marvin Harrison. All right. The Arizona Cardinals, the Arizona football Cardinals, not to be confused with the St. Louis Cardinals, are taking Marvin Harrison Jr. III.
Certainly makes sense. He's a safe pick. And, the Cardinals have swung and missed on some players in the first round. And, when you're picking this high, I like Malik Neighbors a lot. I think he's explosive. I think based on pure football ability, what's there not to like? He's phenomenal.
I hate, people are like, well, why didn't you do this like in this work? I don't know. Can't you just watch the tape and see that he's a great player and kind of figure it out?
But the thing is, you're drafting the person and the player.
Sure.
And so you have to make sure, and there have been some little issues around Malik Neighbors that maybe give some teams some pause. Sometimes it's okay to be a little conservative and to go with the safer pick.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the case here. And listen, Marvin Harrison's no slouch. He is as good as they come in this year's draft. But I think really when you look at Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr., all three of these guys have the ability to be really stud wide receivers.
Yes, they do.
It's just kind of like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Which guy do you want? The bigger receiver? If that's the case, you probably go with Rome Odunze. If you want more of the pure speed guy, Malik Neighbors is your guy, and Marvin Harrison's kind of the guy that can do both.
Yeah, I really like Odunze, especially after getting to talk to him a little bit at the NFL Combine. He's just got a good head on his shoulders. Like, he was a smooth talker, very confident in everything he was saying, had tons and tons of cameras like up in front of him and kind of just crushed it. Then he went to a couple of like local spots as well, on some of his draft visits and crushed those interviews, at least in the eye of the public. So, I'm a big fan of Rome Odunze as a receiver and as a person too. Adam Schefter tweeting out the Cardinals team right now: Kyler Murray, James Conner, Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, Trey McBride. That's kind of their skill position players at the moment.
That's not bad. That's not a bad pick.
It's solid.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Kyler Murray's got to stay healthy and play at a high level, but it's not the worst.
Interesting thing is really no surprises so far.
Correct.
Right. I mean, maybe there was a little bit of
a lot of chalk.
What's that?
Mock draft.
Yeah. Pewter Reports mock draft. Josh Capo 4 for 4 to start. That's good.
If Josh gets all 32 correct, the rest of Pewter Report, maybe minus Scott, we will do cartwheels.
Yes. I don't want to go to the hospital.
We need a camera
tonight.
guy. So
yeah.
Scott,
I'm happy to be the camera guy in that scenario for sure.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be interesting. So I want to say we have a trade at 5 on our mock draft.
You
Yeah.
and the Ghost Rider.
You and the Ghost. Yeah, me and the Ghost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you drink?
Nice collaboration.
That
hey-
was the whip. He was Ghost Rider.
Bailey, can you grab me a water?
Yeah.
If that's possible, or whatever drinks they have. It'd be nice if the Bucs had a keg here. But,
Yes.
we've been
They got a
pining.
beer. They got to have a beer.
We've been pining for that forever, and they still have yet to relent. Understandable. This is really where the draft starts to get interesting, right? It is we've yet to see a trade. There's a couple teams trying to trade up. But I think inside the top 10, we're going to see some teams really moving. That fourth quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, still out there. And then what is the appetite for Michael Penix? I've seen him as high as
he is
the
another
Raiders
one.
in Las Vegas.
So again, that's like we talked before about the board falling to the Bucs. I kept saying Bo Nix, but Michael Penix Jr. is another one perfectly in that category of like, if a team drafts him before 26, that's great for the Bucs.
11, 12, 13. Vikings, Broncos, Raiders.
Yeah, Vikings, Broncos, Raiders, 11, 12, 13 for those that may not have heard of Josh. Yeah, those are very prime positions for quarterbacks. And yeah, I mean, like the Chargers too, they're obviously not going to go with a quarterback because they got Justin Herbert. But if they go with an offensive tackle, I think that helps the Bucs cases as well. Hashtag thank you, Bailey, for these waters that he is providing us at the moment. Bat W said something about Penix to the Raiders. People talking about Kyler Murray playing Call of Duty too much. Let's go on.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see too what the Atlanta Falcons do. I'm just curious. Raheem Morris, Dallas Turner from Alabama has been mocked to them for so long. The Buccaneers really have not had to worry about a pass rusher.
No, not at all.
In some time, really, Grady Jarrett up the middle has been really the lone pass rusher that Tampa Bay has to be concerned with. And Grady Jarrett's getting up there, right? So you need some juice up front. I don't know the defensive tackle is going to be the spot there. David Onyemata, right, is a pretty stout player in the middle of that Falcons defensive line. At the same time, Matt, he didn't draft him, but Raheem Morris got to use him as a toy. I mean, Aaron Donald, he saw what type of havoc a defensive tackle could wreck, and could that be a surprise pick, a Byron Murphy, a Johnny Newton? Instead of an edge rusher?
Yeah, I think it absolutely would be. And it's funny, even talking about how the Falcons don't have pass rushers. When they finally could get to the quarterback, the sacks didn't even count. If you recall that sack on Tom Brady late in the 2022 season or whatever it was. The game is going to miss Aaron Donald. And I say that because he's a great player, but I also say that because there's only a few true defensive tackles that look like absolute game wreckers. As Ian Rappaport is saying, the Chargers are picking. There will be no trade, which means the Giants' patience paid off.
Wow.
If they want a quarterback. But, you think of Chris Jones with the Kansas City Chiefs comes to mind as a true blue, great defensive tackle in this league. Obviously, Vita Vea we hold in high regard, but a team that has a standout defensive tackle can really do a lot of great things. Even the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously they're the model for what you want to be.
Yeah.
They just won the last 2 Super Bowls. They have good edge rushers, but it all starts with Chris Jones.
Yeah.
So if Atlanta thinks that they can build that way, I mean, that's how you want to beat the Bucs, right?
Right.
You want to beat them on the interior offensive line. Obviously, that's going to change this year, hopefully, if they draft a center or a guard early on. But I mean, sometimes you do draft players for how you're going to attack your divisional opponents, because you play them twice a year, and winning that division is the quickest way to get into the postseason. So I still would lean towards Atlanta picking an edge rusher if that is a true blue,
I agree,
weakness of them. But yeah, I definitely don't think it could be ruled out.
Yeah, the Chargers are on the clock here, and I'm not an AFC West expert by any means, but is this offensive line? Is this?
Yeah, I mean
John Alt?
The way that you think receiver, Josh Gable's thinking receiver.
It's been devastating.
Yeah, which also brings me. There was an article on The Athletic about it ranked all 32 teams. The Bucs were at 21, which I didn't necessarily agree with. Especially didn't agree with when the Patriots were at 20, and then you had the Chargers at 16. And I get it, you're gonna value quarterback a lot, but the Chargers have no wide receivers on their team, except for the Keenan Allen, who's been there forever.
No,
he left, right?
He got traded to Chicago.
He got traded to Chicago. So you got the rookie from last season. Their defense was aging and was one of the worst in the league as well, as far as major statistical categories. So they're at 16 just because Justin Herbert, who is a very polarizing quarterback. Some people love Justin Herbert, Justin Herbert, he can't do anything wrong. And then other people realize that he's good, but not that great. And then you have the Packers, at 15. Last time I checked, the Bucs went into Lambeau Field. Adam Slice Levon was at the game, saw it with his own eyes and ears. That was a whooping.
It
34.
Was. 34-20.
I was going to say something mean, and I didn't. And put a whooping on them, 34-20. So, I don't know. I just find it hard to put the Bucs at 21. Can you do something for me?
Joe Alt. Yep.
Joe Alt.
Yep. I actually said John Alt because I'm old enough to remember when John Alt was a left tackle.
There you go.
In Kansas City. When I lived back in Kansas City, John Alt was a left tackle. This is his son, Joe. So
You're right, Bailey.
Yeah.
We got a couple super chats, didn't we? Or we got a super
We
chat.
got a super chat here from Paul Bowen.
Thank
Raise
you,
the flags. Appreciate it.
Thank you, all of you. We got over 1,000 people in watching right now. I know Kathy Gillespie earlier sent us a super chat. She's watching from the draft party.
Yeah, just cross the
If
street.
there's a way you could break into like the room where they stream everything, if you want to put on the big scoreboard, just the Pewter Report live draft show, we'll owe you one.
We'll give you a
That's the
super
case.
chat.
Yes.
Giants now take JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
They're on the clock at 6.
Yeah, the Giants are on the clock right now, and I'm sure Daniel Jones is an interested observer. Is he going to be getting a receiver to throw to, or
they gotta go
some competition?
Again, like I totally understand going a quarterback here, but also the Giants are another team that have nobody to throw to.
Yeah. Well, the Giants did take a wide receiver out of LSU a couple of years ago, right? What was his
Odell
name?
Beckham Jr.
Odell Beckham Jr. I wonder if they take Malik Neighbors here, or if they go with Roma Dunze, and we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be the replacement for Daniel Jones or a weapon for him in just a few minutes.
Yeah, very, very intriguing what the Giants will do because they gave so much money to Daniel Jones that, like, if you're going to pay him all that money, and I don't have the specifics of the contract in front of me, but I think there's still a good amount of guaranteed going to him, you might as well play him. Like, he was bad last year, but then he also had a season-ending injury. So I don't know. I think you kind of got to give him a shot. Thanks to Diesel Richet for the $1.99 super chat. I hope Diesel, maybe that's in reference to Shaquille O'Neal. That'd be cool. But Diesel says, is there a position you would be okay with the team not drafting this year? Go Pewter Report, go Pewter Nation, and go Bucs.
They're stacked at punter.
They are stacked at punter, as Josh
Our
Capo
special
said.
teams analyst, Josh Capo. He is a draft analyst, a salary cap analyst, and a special teams analyst
And vibes
for
guy.
us. So I would say running back might be a position, tight end. Those are the two positions I think they could get by with an undrafted free agent. It seems like running backs just seem to fall and slide. We're not going to see one in the first round. There might be 2 or 3 taken on day 2, right? I mean, you got Trey Benson, you got Jonathan Brooks. We'll see. There could be a running back that can help this team as an undrafted free agent. We have Kendall Milton from Georgia, who might be a 6th or 7th round pick as the day 3 Bucs best bet. He could go undrafted. He didn't have the fastest 40-yard dash time. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case there. Doesn't mean that the Bucs aren't interested in bolstering the running back position or the tight end room. But Matt, I've talked about it on the Pewter Report podcast. Fewer 2 tight end sets this year, more 3 receiver sets. That's 11 personnel as opposed to 12 personnel. And so, therefore, if you've got Cade Otton, if you've got the draft pick invested last year in Payne Durham, there's 2 right there that you feel pretty good about. Could you upgrade the talent? Sure. But can you get by for another year? Maybe.
Yeah.
Because as Jason Light said, you're not going to be able to fill all the needs in this year's draft class.
Yeah, exactly. Some position is going to be the odd position out. As far as the secondary goes, I wouldn't. I don't think it'd be the end of the world if they ended up Malik Neighbors going to the G-men, getting a wide receiver.
Daniel Jones.
Right? Yeah, right. Oh man, he had to be.
So here's the thing:
bullets.
were the Giants trying to trade up for Drake May, meaning that they did not want JJ McCarthy, because obviously they passed on him, right?
They did.
So was it going to be Drake May or bust if they were going to trade up? Or did they want to trade up to number 3 to get Malik Neighbors ahead of the Cardinals, possibly thinking that they could take Neighbors instead of Marvin Harrison Jr.? Or did the Giants want Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's why they tried to trade up ahead of the Cardinals? Interesting scenarios for the New York Giants media to kind of simmer on.
Yeah.
3-2 Panthers.
Yeah, unfortunately. Under's not looking good, but whatever. Who knows? Maybe they'll come back. Yeah, the Giants got to. I mean, obviously, if you're picking within the top 10, there's, you got a lot of needs, but the Giants are all over the place. They need a lot of help. Bucs Baseman with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. And by the way, the Bucs, of course, do play the Giants this year, so someone that they're going to have to account for now in Malik Neighbors. Bucs Baseman said, "We need a replacement for Hainsey. He's awful." Awful is a bit strong, because I think if they do they need to replace him? Yeah, absolutely. I think the what's it saying? Like the hay is in the barn at that point, in terms of how people feel about Robert Hainsey. But he's not like a Will Golston glue guy, but he's tight with a lot of the offensive linemen, and I think for chemistry reasons, and
he's a smart player. He makes the right calls.
Yes.
He gets physically overwhelmed. You saw that last year, 5 sacks allowed. Doesn't get the push in the running game. Doesn't set the tone like Jensen. But yes, I agree. He is well respected by Baker Mayfield. Tristan Wirfs loves him. Luke Gedeke loves him. He's good in the locker room. He's just a guy that the Bucs brass look at and say, we got to find better, right?
Yeah.
There has been a noticeable drop off for Mike Jensen.
Backup. If he has to start 2 games in a season, that's fine.
Yeah.
Bucs will be fine. But a whole season, especially against better competition, no.
I will give Hainsey some credit, though. He has stayed healthy.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's more luck than anything else, but he's done his part to be physically ready to play, and he's not missed a start. So I will give him credit for that. Folks, you might have heard that we have a new sponsor for the Pewter Report Draft Show, and you're going to be hearing a lot about them throughout the summer and into football season as well. We're talking about the Tampa Bay Bucs cruise is the official cruise, and reservations for that cruise start today. So you can visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com today. Put your $200 deposit down. It's refundable until the middle of August, but reserve your cabin today. That's $200 per person. The cabins are double occupancy. They do have some single cabins available, but those do go fast. So check out this message from Tampa Bay Bucs Cruise.
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course, we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa!
Hey! Tampa! Hey! Tampa! Hey!
We're on the Bucs cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr! Arr!
That's right, folks. The Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, it looks like a lot of fun and good times, right? It sure does. They want you to join the fun, and we want you to join the fun because Pewter Report's going to be on there as well. Hundreds of Buccaneer fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th on the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale.
We're good.
Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP, Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, Gene Deckerhoff, and others. Even more players are expected next year, as well as special guest appearance by Mr. Derek Brooks, another Hall of Famer. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with players, Raise the Flags sail away party, VIP parties with players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests, fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now on the 2025 Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, Wi-Fi, and tips are included, with a $200 deposit per person, refundable until August 16th. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. That's TampaBayBucsCruise.com, or call 1-800-975-6266. 7712. It's an absolutely amazing time, and it's going to be interesting to see which Bucs players join this year's cruise. They're expecting even more, Matt, than they had last year, and it went from 6 the first year to 15 last year. And with all of the players having such a good time, you can imagine that there'll be a lot of returning players as well as some new ones.
Yeah, I've only been on one cruise in my life, but if my next cruise, or if I did get a chance to go on a cruise with some of my favorite players, I mean, I think you would have to jump at it. I'm surprised more teams don't do this, but shout out to the Bucs for having this really cool opportunity to get some like really close downtime with like pro athletes, Hall of Famers like Warren Sapp, and obviously a lot of young and up and coming players such as
the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock.
Yeah,
that means
the Titans took
J.C. Latham.
Yes, they did.
From Alabama, the offensive tackle.
Roll Tide.
I think they wanted Joe Alt, but with him being off the board, they went for the number 2 offensive tackle. So we've seen a little bit of the run on quarterbacks as expected. This is expected to be a very heavy offensive tackle first round.
Yes.
Now we've got a couple of offensive tackles off the board here. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. Edge rusher, defensive tackle, Raheem Morris will probably go with the defensive player here. The Falcons have drafted a lot of offensive talent, especially in the first round the last couple of years. Look at Bijan Robinson last year, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. They've got some weapons. They have the quarterback now.
They do.
And Kirk Cousins. But Raheem Morris, his side of the ball, they need to add some defensive talent, especially up front, to help the pass rush.
They do. And, of course, there's a number of options available for the Atlanta Falcons at edge rushers. So, Tristan Wirfs, Luke Edeke, be ready because you're going to have another edge rusher coming after you. Josh, how's your mock draft? Well, I guess the trade that didn't
screwed at 5,
the trade that didn't happen, unfortunately. But yeah, this is big. Obviously, anytime the divisional opponent is on the clock, it's important for the Buccaneers. It feels like it has to be an edge rusher, especially the way that the board has went early on with the quarterbacks and the wide receivers.
Certainly could be back-to-back Alabama players here if they go Dallas Turner as expected. He would be the top outside linebacker, edge rusher for this year's draft class. Could there be a surprise? Byron Murphy would be very interesting from Texas as well. He's a player the Buccaneers had in for a top 30 visit. Even though he is projected to be a top 15 pick, Byron Murphy, the Buccaneers doing their due diligence. And I think we saw that across the board, Matt, when you marry in the top 30 visits along with the formal visits at the Combine. The Buccaneers really tried to cover a lot of bases, bring in a lot of players. We were only, I want to say we were 3 or 4 players short of nailing all 45 of the formal visits the Buccaneers had in Indianapolis. But the media, ourselves included, a Pewter report, we were only able to come up with 17 of the 30 top visits.
Yeah, very secretive.
So, Buccaneers did a very good job of going into stealth mode this year and not really having a lot of those players come out and say, I visited Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we tried to get answers. We tried to see who the Bucs liked personnel-wise, and maybe not necessarily mum is the word, but they were pretty tight-lipped about, just what direction that they're looking at in.
Well, and just look no further than last year. Kalijah Cansey was not in for a top 30 visit. Matter of fact, he took no visits, none. And he was even asking his agent, am I going to get drafted in the first round?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Not one team?
Not one team had him in for a top 30 visit. Buccaneers didn't even really talk to him at the Combine. He had no idea he was going to Tampa Bay. That was as stealthy as it could possibly get. We'll see if the Buccaneers go into stealth mode this year. A couple years ago, the Buccaneers had in Logan Hall. They had in Kate Otten. They had in Rashad White for top 30 visits. They drafted all 3 of those players. So last year, out of the top 30 visits that the team brought in, don't believe they drafted anybody. They did have Chris Murray, who was one of those fringe priority free agent type 7th round guy from Oklahoma, the center. He ended up signing with the Bucs after the draft, did not make the team, got hurt in training camp, but they did not draft a top 30 visit guy at all last year. So It'd be interesting to see which direction this team goes this year.
Atlanta taking their time with this pick. Maybe they're fielding some offers, moving back.
Well, there's still a quarterback out there, right? J.J. McCarthy. If he is considered to be a top 10 quarterback, as some people believe, then maybe the Falcons want to acquire some extra picks and trade down.
It is. I do like that as the draft goes on, they like cut the time down a little bit. Like on day 3, I think it's like a little bit quicker, or day 2. Yeah. But yeah, I do enjoy that. So just to recap so far, the picks. The Bears went with Caleb Williams, shocker. Jaden Daniels went to Washington next, staying with quarterback.
Holy smokes.
What's up?
Jordan Schultz says the source says the Falcons are drafting Michael Penix Jr.
You know, I was gonna make a joke like, oh, what if the Falcons just went with a quarterback, just to set themselves up for the future?
James Palmer says Falcons about to shock the world.
Are you kidding me? Holy guacamole! Michael Penix Jr. Well, at least he'll get to go to Tampa once a year, his hometown.
Wow.
That's insane. That's great for the Bucs. That is great for the Bucs.
Levels.
This is insane. Nobody saw this coming.
Oh my God.
If this ends up, Aaron Wilson, the Falcons will draft Washington quarterback Michael Penix 8th overall.
That is great.
Unbelievable.
Great for the Bucs. Shout out Michael Penix.
Unbelievable.
Shout out lefties everywhere. But man, that's great for the Bucs.
So this is because the Falcons, I mean, if you thought that drafting Kyle Trask in the 2nd round was bad value, you're drafting a quarterback in Atlanta that's going to sit behind Kirk Cousins for 2 years at least. This is the 1st round pick. You need this guy on the field. I'm stunned. Absolutely stunned with this selection. This is Raheem Morris's first year as head coach. You have just signed your quarterback for at least 2 years, given the money that you've paid him. This is stunning to me.
It makes no sense. They are going the route of the Green Bay Packers, which it has worked, of like drafting a quarterback before you need to. The Chiefs did this as well. But the Falcons are in win now mode. Like, they could have done this next year and picked the quarterback that they liked.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Again,
this is amazing.
This is the best day ever situation for the Buccaneers at the moment. Again, shout out Mac Miller. Yeah, exactly. Well, I feel like Shador, we're a very long way, but I feel like Shador will be like one of the top quarterbacks.
I'm just saying, if you're Tristan Wirfs, if you're Luke Gedeke, you don't have to worry about Michael Penix rushing the passer, right? I mean, you don't. And where's the Falcons pass rush going to come from? This is not a great edge class. You have the chance to get the first edge rusher, Matt, or bolster that defensive line. You just hired a defensive-minded head coach. You got rid of Arthur Smith, who was an offensive-minded head coach who just drafted offense 3 years in a row. Skill position, skill position, skill position. And now you draft a backup quarterback.
You know what I wish we had right now?
This is
the eye
stunning.
in the sky of the Bucs war room. Just seeing Jason Light, Jackie Davidson, and Mike Greenberg looking. Falcons draft. Michael Penix. Everyone just going, Michael, don't get me wrong. I like Michael Penix Jr. Not the best draft prospect, but throws a beautiful ball, medicals, all that stuff. But if the Falcons are in a win now mode, how on earth do you take Michael Penix Jr.? Again, he gets to go back to his hometown of Tampa once a year, which will be nice for him. He'll get to visit family because he ain't playing. Oh man, that is great. Okay, what stupid thing could the Saints do now to keep it
Bo Nix? Bo Nix.
Yeah, Bo Nix. Yeah.
JJ McCarthy.
Oh
wow.
Honestly, because the Falcons are picking 8th. It's pretty good for the Jets too. Not gonna lie, with the
Vikings
10th
fall
pick.
into Minnesota's lap. They don't have to trade up, and they get to pick another good player at 23.
Yeah, Minnesota's
Yeah.
got to be loving this so
They
far.
kept-
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a perfect. This is lining up perfect for Minnesota.
This is nuts.
Or who knows? Maybe Michael Penix
Unbelievable.
will ball out in 5 seasons from now. Man, Michael Penix Jr.
The Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract with $100 million in guaranteed money.
Hey, he's a lefty though. Throws a good deep ball. Drake London will like it. Man, what a terrible thing! What morons! What idiots! What are you thinking? Oh man,
I can't read this.
yeah.
Yeah. I think there are some members of the Bucs brass that are very happy right now. And we'll see. Listen, Michael Penix might be a formidable foe.
Might be the next
for years
Steve
to
Young.
come. Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with drafting that succession plan. We saw it. Listen, no franchise has done this better than the Green Bay Packers. None.
Yeah.
They're going to have about 40 years of continuity
I
at
know.
quarterback between Brett Favre, future Hall of Famer, Aaron Rodgers, future Hall of Famer,
As a
and
Jet.
yeah, and now Jordan Love, who's a playoff caliber quarterback.
Yeah.
That's the perfect handoff. You've seen it in Kansas City with Alex Smith to
They were winning the division over and over with Alex Smith, and
Yes.
still decided, oh, we're going to go
Yes.
with Patrick Mahomes. Traded up for Patrick
Right.
Mahomes.
It-
Now, it was the right decision, and Mahomes only sat for a year and then became the starter. But with the money that they gave to Kirk Cousins,
Tom Fornelli said Michael Penix will be 28 when Kirk Cousins' contract expires.
Bailey
Nice.
Adams just said that Michael Penix will be 28 by the time Kirk Cousins' contract expires. I think maybe Kyle Trask and Michael Penix will become pen pals, good friends,
yeah,
DM buddies, right? Hey, are you having fun, Mike? No, not really. How about you, Kyle? No, not really. How's Baker doing? Oh, he's playing pretty well. How's Kirk doing? Yeah, he's playing pretty well. I mean,
They can get out of the contract after 2025.
right.
Oh.
That's 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You're drafting a first round quarterback to sit in the bench unless Kirk Cousins gets hurt or is ineffective for 2 years. Absolute stunner.
Yeah, that is Roma. Oh man.
Oh
I
man.
didn't call that one.
Yep. Roma Dunze
Dunze.
to Chicago. So you've
Oh
got
my
to.
God, the
That's
freaking
the
Bears
Bears.
are
Yeah.
stacked. Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen. Roma Dunze,
Yeah, more Roma Dunze.
And
Caleb Williams.
DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
Running back.
Yeah.
Damn, the Bears are stacked. They'll find a way to mess it up. They're the Bears.
Wow. I still can't get over the Atlanta pick.
Yeah.
I mean, now here's the thing. I will say this. Okay. I'm knocking the Falcons, but I'm going to pull something up here. You won't be able to see it, but I'm going to read it off to you here. Actually, let's see here. Yeah, I don't have the. Okay. The Atlanta Falcons, they do have picks, assuming they don't make any more trades until their next pick. But they have a second-round pick, a third-round pick, a third-round pick, a fourth-round pick, a fifth-round pick, a sixth, and a sixth. So they still have 3, 4, 5, 6. They still have 7 selections to go.
Yeah, they can get a nice edge rusher at 43.
Maybe, but it starts to fall
that'd
off
be even
pretty
funnier
quickly.
if the Bucs took an edge rusher. It's like you could have had that guy.
Right.
But you didn't. You picked the backup quarterback.
Oh, my gosh.
Who's on the clock now?
I believe Gangrene, if I'm not mistaken.
You
Yeah.
Happy with Bowers?
I would prefer an offensive tackle, but I'm not going to get mad.
Vikings have traded up with the Jets.
Oh, even better. They can take J.J. McCarthy. This is the best draft ever.
Minnesota has selected. You have to believe they're going to go J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
You have to believe that.
Gots to. They're pulling the Bucs,
Yep.
moving up one spot. All right. Jets gonna get back that second round pick that they traded for Aaron Rodgers.
Jets are on the clock.
No, they are not, because they traded with the Vikings.
I'm sorry. Yes, the Vikings are on the clock. Then the Jets.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, in all, for all intents and purposes, the Jets are on the clock. If we assume this is going to be JJ McCarthy,
yeah,
right?
if it's going to be JJ.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, I did not see. I mean, nobody did, but that Falcons draft pick is still blowing my mind.
I wish I said it too. I was about to say, like, imagine they just picked a quarterback.
I heard some rumors about it a few days ago, but I quickly was like, nah, they're not that dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm telling you, people just panic in the draft. And usually it's teams that actually need a quarterback.
But you have the chance to get the first defensive lineman. I mean, you can get an edge rusher, you can get a defensive tackle, you can get the first defensive line player. And the Falcons kind of need that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they need some help up front.
There's
wow.
There hasn't even been a defensive player taken yet.
And I'll tell you what, nobody saw Michael Penix going ahead of JJ McCarthy either. That's something that's just incredible.
Yeah.
Latu's still on the board.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And Jared Verse. And every defensive player.
Every
in this
defensive player,
draft
yes,
is available.
And so we will go 10 picks now of all offensive players. Right.
And again, with like Denver coming up soon.
And probably 11. Do the Jets take Brock
Bowers?
Bowers?
The Jets are definitely going offense. It's
Okay.
just whether it's going to be offensive tackle or Brock Bowers is really all it's going to come down to.
Right.
So, yeah, we're looking at two more offensive players.
So the Vikings traded a 4th round pick in a round 5 in exchange for a 6th round pick. So the just for moving down one spot, the Vikings have given the Jets a 4th round pick and a 5th round pick in exchange for the Jets' 6th round pick. So they basically net a 4th and then move down one spot from the 6th round, from the 5th round to the 6th round. Dave Portnoy says the Falcons are not serious people.
Shout out El Prez.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. I'm telling you, that goes up there because for whatever reason it comes to mind. When the Raiders drafted Clelin Ferrell that year that he was available, it was like one of Mayock's first years as GM of the Raiders.
They got their Bo Calhoun.
Man, what's the chat saying?
Matt, I need a Celsius.
Then we'll get to the chat.
Yeah,
I hear you. I mean, it kind of feels like a celebratory Celsius.
Agreed.
Like, I'm so energized by that move. I could probably sprint from Tampa to Atlanta right now just so I can laugh in the faces of all of the Falcons front office and their fans. But
I mean, I'll be in Atlanta.
there you go. Yeah, Josh, you can. Josh, you should just do a cartwheel in front of Falcons Stadium. But the reason why I feel like I can sprint that far is, thanks to the great flavors of Celsius, the official energy drink of the Pewter Report podcast. So many awesome flavors. You heard me talk about the vibes already. There's other great flavors too. The sparkling orange, the watermelon, Fuji apple pear, strawberry lemonades, certainly in my top 5. There's no sugar, just gets you energized, gets you going. Great way to start your day. If you want to substitute it for a coffee, it's great in so many ways. I know a lot of times when we go on our various trips, whether it's the Senior Bowl or the Combine, we are rocking the Celsius. So you should check out Celsius as well. Go to the store locator where you can pick one up. And if you want to buy it in bulk, head on over to Amazon. Do that, subscribe, and save, and have it sent to your place of residence whenever you want. Shout out to Celsius, the official energy drink of the Pewter Report podcast.
Bodega.
Yeah.
The Jets did not get a second rounder in that trade.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They got 129 overall and 157 overall.
Yeah, so they picked up a 4th round pick for moving down one spot. Very similar to what the Bucs did with the Tristan Wirfs giving up a 4th rounder to move up one spot to get that.
Tristan Wirfs and Baker Mayfield at the Lightning game tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Rashad White's in the Magic game. Your Orlando Magic.
how are the Magic doing?
They won.
They won.
121 to 80.
Nice.
Wow.
How are the Knicks doing?
I don't know.
We only talk about teams that matter.
Yeah. If you, I'm sure in the general public, if you asked who matters more, the Knicks or the Magic, I'm sure.
All right, we got a super chat here from
Cincy Kid up in the hizzy says, does this mean that the Falcons screwed over the Vikings at quarterback twice in 1 year? Woo! Bucs styling and profiling. Just again, a reminder that Ric Flair will be calling out a pick for the Buccaneers tomorrow. I feel like the Bucs, they're going to be on the clock at 26, and we're just going to be like, all right, Bucs are on the clock. Can you believe that Michael Penix got drafted by the Falcons at 8? At 8.
Wow.
But thank you for the super chat, Cincy Kid. Appreciate you. Also, Rev Fish, $1.99 says, can we have SR say,
Atlanta, what are you doing? Why are you drafting Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick? You got Kirk Cousins. What are you doing, Atlanta? Why? Oh, my God.
We're going to have to clip that. Someone tweet me to, actually, I'll just write it down my phone. Clip that.
It harkens back to the days of Leonard Fournette when he
Yes.
was running into his own offensive lineman. Leonard, what are you doing? You're missing the hole. It's right there, Leonard. You're running into the back of Ryan Jensen.
I will say I did like the little the play on the Leonard when you're doing. What are you doing? Like when he started playing well, I was like, Leonard, what are you doing? Scored a touchdown. Be a playoff Lenny. Spinning into the end zone, Leonard.
Oh my gosh, Leonard Fournette.
Yeah,
those were the days. Oh man. Well, we're getting close to the Saints selection, right?
Got a couple. Vikings, Gangrene, Denver.
Yep.
Oh,
Is this Brock Bowers territory here?
Denver, Vegas, and then
Brock Bowers certainly could go off the board right here. I'd prefer not, but who knows?
Tanu would be great. His positional flexibility for them.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, people got to remember the Jets, yes, they did get 2 new offensive tackles this year, both quite talented, but they're both 33 years old and only on 1-year deals. So it's like tackle will be a problem again for the Jets after the season.
I actually have the Jets taking Brock Bowers, so I hope that I
fit
this bet.
I mean, Aaron just doesn't rely on the tight end.
Huh?
Aaron just doesn't rely on the tight end in the offense.
Unless it's a Hail Mary to Richard Rodgers. Yeah.
Right.
Motown miracle.
That play was sick.
And the draft is at home.
Sly, that reminds me, I have to show you something later that you will be a fan of. There's a little teaser for you.
You know, it took a little while for the jersey swaps to get around to Michael Penix. I don't think anybody had that ready.
Yeah, no one had that ready to go.
Yep.
I don't even think Michael Penix had that ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah. Wow.
Michael Penix probably had the same reaction to if anyone's a fan of Little Sasquatch, the video when he's like, they drafted me.
That letter.
That'd be a great gift to post right now, like Michael Penix when Atlanta drafted him.
The player, the profile or the letter you wrote to the Players Tribune was really, really good. Like, give you goosebumps. Good about betting on him. I just didn't think a team would really take it to heart.
Well, Terry Fontenot, there was a clip here. I guess he did his pre-draft press conference, and he says, he said the quarterback is the most important position. He also said, you have to think like Green Bay, which drafted Jordan Love when it had Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he was just telegraphing the pick. He also said, if we see a player that we believe can be a franchise quarterback at any point, then you have to bring that player in.
I mean,
so
listen, it's easy to laugh now. I will again. But, you know, in a couple of years from now, if Michael Penix balls out, that guy is going to be all over the place. At least I would if I was him, saying, I told you, I told you,
Yeah.
I told you.
Straight up Brad Holmes.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Well,
you better keep those receipts.
Here's the interesting thing, right? Michael Penix did not do much at Indiana, right? When he did not have a supporting cast. He was the offense. But the interesting thing is Matt, when you go to Washington and you have 3 1,000-yard receivers, you've got Rome Odunze, you've got Jalen Polk, You've got Jalen McMillan. You've got a capable running back in Dylan.
Yeah.
You've got a couple of tight ends that are draftable, maybe day 3 guys, but I think better than you would find at most colleges. And Jack Westover and Devin Culp.
Yeah.
You've got 2 offensive tackles that are going to get drafted, probably, Fatano in the first round and Rosengarten in day 2.
Yep.
Oh, he had a great pancake block at the
That's-
Senior Bowl. I still remember.
That's a lot of talent around this guy. How much of Washington's success is Michael Penix, and how much of the supporting cast made Michael Penix?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a fair question, but I mean, we've had that about a number of quarterbacks throughout the year. Like Tua got that as well when he was coming out of Alabama. It's like, is Tua good or did he just play for Alabama? And mixed results. Obviously, Tua's not like the premier quarterback of the league, but
Tom Bucs fan says Jordan Love was drafted at 26. That's the difference here.
Yeah.
That's the difference, folks. Jordan Love drafted at 26. You're talking about the 8th overall pick right now.
Yeah, and
yeah.
JJ McCarthy drafted by the Vikings, not a
not a surprise
shocker
now.
here, Bailey.
Yeah.
What are you sending me? Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Unbelievable.
So the Jets are on the clock.
Says, can we have SR say, Atlanta, what are you doing?
That's funny.
So first 10 picks, every other pick was a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, I remember I was shout out to BA for baiting the Falcons into doing this by raving about how much the Bucs like Penix. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Good job, Mike.
we got great Pewter people. That's a hilarious.
I will say this. I remember talking to Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus, former Pewter reporter, and we talked about this. I wrote about this in an SR's Fab 5 over the summer. This was going to be a quarterback draft for the ages, and now we've seen 5 quarterbacks drafted inside the top 10, and that's stunning. Trevor and I were both of the assessment that you could have as many as 6 in the first round. Matt, I think Bo Nix is saying, "What about me?
Yeah.
It isn't fair. I don't have enough. Now I want my share. Come draft me."
Does
Sean
Bo Nix
Payton
like Denver? Because that's where he's going to go.
I think he will.
Jets going offensive tackle, right, Adam?
Yeah.
Olu Fashanu. A new New York Jet. Some more protection for Aaron Rodgers. They could still get a wide receiver in round 3. A couple more draft picks now.
All right. Well, having said that, the Denver Broncos are on the clock.
All right. Hold your horses. The Broncos are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Do they?
No
second round pick.
Quarterback here.
Yes.
You're riding with Zach Wilson.
Right. So this looks
Mormon
like it's
Mahomes.
this looks like it's Bo Nix territory here. Otherwise,
that'd be
or
fantastic.
do you trade back and hope that you get Nix a little bit later, but you run the risk of being stuck with Zach Wilson?
Yeah. No, I mean, because the Raiders are
right behind you.
Right behind you. Saints can't rule out a quarterback because of what the Falcons did.
So, this is good analysis here from Ian Cummings. Let me read this post here on X. Here's where I struggle with Atlanta's selection of Michael Penix. Forget the reach on the board. It doesn't even match up with their timeline with Kirk Cousins. They could have gotten a player to help them win now. Now it feels like it's 1 foot in, 1 foot out situation. And it certainly does. Unbelievable.
I'm sure Kirk will be a great teammate to Michael Penix.
Sure, a good mentor. Unbelievable.
You know, Kirk Cousins on the other side of it. Like when he got drafted by Washington, Robert Griffin was the guy. Kirk Cousins just
he was the 4th round pick.
Yeah,
same draft class. So Bo Nix, he is there for the taking for the Broncos. I've got some Broncos people out there and on my feed that are saying that it looks like that might be the selection. And then the Saints are on the clock, Matt.
Yeah, that man. Again, what can they do to screw it up?
What quarterback could they draft?
Right, yeah. Yeah, running back. Yeah, so they just signed Kamara to a big deal.
Wow.
That would be funny. I feel like the Saints would probably.
No defensive players.
Every single
so far.
living and breathing defensive prospect is available in this draft.
And the thing is, the Saints need offensive line help too.
They do.
You know, they need a tackle, and we've starting to see this run on tackles. There's been 3 offensive tackles come off the board.
Bucs fans. Remember, the Bucs do play Denver this year.
Yeah.
Which you should hate the Broncos because of Sean Payton. So,
right.
You know, some rivalries never die.
Exactly. Well, while the Broncos are making that selection, I'm going to tell everybody to make your selection for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise because it looks like an awful good time.
It's a good.
I couldn't do it without my captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all. It's gonna feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know that my soul's in the field.
Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th, 2025, in the beautiful Celebrity Silhouette ship. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale and visits Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Kate Otten, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl MVP, Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, Gene Deckerhoff, and others. Even more players are expected next year, as well as special guest appearance by Mr. Derek Brooks, another Hall of Famer. There'll be photo and autograph opportunities with the players, raise the flag, sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests, fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now. That's right. The website just opened today. You can go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com and put down your deposit. $200 per person, and it includes drinks, including alcohol. That's a big one. Alcohol is included. Wi-Fi is included. Tips are included in all of the cabin packages, but all they need is a $200 per person deposit, refundable until August 16th. So visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Join us. The Pewter Report staff's going to be going next year as well. TampaBayBucsCruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. And while I have your attention, I want everybody to know we're on the push, Matt, to get to 14,000 YouTube subscribers.
Yes, that's right. We want to get to the Chris Godwin number. Get us to 14K. We appreciate all of you. We love you, Pewter people. We can't do this show without y'all. So if you can help us out a little bit, just hit that subscribe button. It takes 2 seconds to do so. It literally would make our day. And again, it's very quick to do. So, yeah, hit that subscribe button. Leave a comment as well. You guys have been doing a great job in the comments right now. But when our video is done, eventually in the wee hours of the night, leave a comment as well and help us out. Josh Capa will be rejoining the show once again, as I believe the Broncos are still on the clock. The Broncos have not made a pick just yet. Jacob Schism says, let's go, Pewter Report. Long timer since the Buccaneer magazine days. That is awesome. Yeah, we appreciate having fans like old and new as well. Love hearing when people are like, hey, used to read the magazine, followed you guys over to the internet. Appreciate that. Also loves hearing from like new fans that either watch the podcast on YouTube, maybe hear us on our various what you call it, various outings on WDAE. We're obviously on there weekly during the season and go on there a lot in the off season as well when there's Bucs news to discuss. So yeah, very much appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. We appreciate you. And it's only day one. We still got the draft show tomorrow and the draft show on Saturday as well. So we're still early in the beginning of this draft show as Josh Capo joins me now.
If we get to 14,000 followers by the end of the weekend, I'll do a cartwheel.
All right. I'll do a cartwheel too. It'll be a joint cartwheel.
We're going to have so many things that I have to do a cartwheel. I'm going to turn into a gymnast.
Okay. So the Broncos are taking Bo Nix again. This is the best day ever for Bucs fans. Another quarterback taken in the first round. I'm sure all of them will pan out, just like every quarterback pans out each and every year. This is great, Josh. I mean, I'm still not done laughing. I'm still not done laughing at the Falcons taking Michael Penix, 8th overall. J.J. McCarthy's off the board. Now Bo Nix is off the board. I mean, yeah, I mean, Spencer Rattler next to the Raiders. Maybe Pratt goes. Things are falling the right way. And now there's still obviously a ways to go. We're only, 13 picks
13
in?
picks in, yeah.
We're 13 picks in. So we're literally.
No, we're 12 picks in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah.
So
So we're just about halfway to the Bucs.
If my
pick.
math is correct,
Yeah.
as John Bon Jovi, who Scott Reynolds once met, likes to say, we're halfway there.
That is true.
We're living on a prayer.
Yeah, the Bucs are living on a prayer. I mean, we have the Falcons taking Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall, and all the quarterbacks going, and a lot of the tackles going as well, like with the Chargers and the Jets. So, yeah, I mean, everything's. There's a song by Blink-182 where Tom DeLonge says everything is falling to pieces, or actually, it's gone to pieces, which that's a bad thing. But in this case, it's gone to pieces in a good way for the Bucs.
Yeah. What I find so ironic, you have 6 quarterbacks taken, less than 12 months from 4 of the top 5 quarterbacks from 2021 getting traded and not being able to finish their first contract with the team that drafted them. So what was it? Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, and Justin Fields. So, and then add Kenny Pickett from 2022.
Right.
Like
Small hands.
This goes to show you how hard it is to find a quarterback in this league.
Yeah.
That the teams are desperate to find that guy.
Not everyone can just wait till the 6th round and get the greatest quarterback of all time, you know?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a down one. Yeah, it's supposed to be a down quarterback class next year. Yeah. Like the early signs of next year's draft class in general are that it's not going to be nearly as deep as this year. Quarterback especially. Obviously, a lot can happen in 12 months. You and I talked just a couple days ago about Joe Burrow's like meteoric rise this last year at LSU to becoming the number 1 overall pick back in, what was that, 2019?
Yeah, it sparked after he beat UCF.
Yep.
And then his career sparked after that. It was a real conundrum for Bailey Adams that day.
Hey, when you beat UCF, everything starts going your way.
The Brocket ship, Brock Bowers.
To the Raiders?
Oh, that's cool. He's going to look cool.
After they got Michael Mayer, right?
Yeah, they got Michael Mayer the year before.
Yeah, but I could see them, especially now that Aiden O'Connell is definitely going to be QB1 for them this year. They will probably want to go with a heavy 12 personnel, kind of run heavy offense. So that makes sense. Now you've got your top 2 tight ends, where Bowers will be on the move more, and Meyer will be more of your inline tight end. So that tracks.
And still, no defensive players. I don't know what the record is for like how long
it had never gone 10.
Yeah.
Never gone.
And now
10.
we're 13 in.
This is what the NFL wanted when they made all these damn rule changes helping out the offense. Now no one wants to draft defense.
Yeah, and they just made a special teams rule, so maybe a special teamer goes before a defensive
Yeah, and that's where's Sebastian Janikowski when you need him? Right?
Oh, the
It's a
Raiders
first-round
just
pick.
picked.
Yeah.
Oh man. So this is very much lining up well for the Bucs because just about every player that Pewter Report has profiled as a potential fit for them in the first round still available, and that includes players like Johnny Newton, Leatu Latu, Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton. We haven't talked much about Cooper DeJean. We did a little bit tonight. Jared Verse. All of these guys still available. I'm trying to think how many is that versus how many picks away are the Bucs? 1, 2, 3. Dallas Turner's still available. 4, 5. So you're looking at like 6. That's 6, and there's like 13 picks to go. 12 picks to go.
We're
actually,
running into
before
the
they get it.
situation where it's like
Trade back. You're gonna have so many players available.
Trade back, yeah. But I was gonna say, like, we've had this discussion before, whether it's you and me or Scott and I on the show, where it's like, what if Graham Barton and Jackson Powers Johnson are on the board at the same time? What if, you got 2 edge rushers what if Latu and Verse? Great. Listen, I would say it's crazy, but again, Michael Penix Jr. got drafted 8th overall by the Falcons. Like, what if Verse and Latu are both on the board? What do you do in that type of situation? There's
if the medicals are clean, I take Latu.
Would you? Okay.
100% over Verse. He's a very rare edge rushing prospect in that he's already refined in terms of his pass rush plan with multiple moves. There's not a lot of development for him to be good. Sly, you got something for us?
Yeah, Ian Rappaport 15 seconds ago. The Saints at number 14 are listening at trade offers.
Okay. All right. We only had 1 trade so far. The Jets moved back a spot, but got a 4th round pick out of it wisely, moving back 1 spot, knowing that the Vikings were going to take a quarterback with JJ McCarthy. So this could be really the first needle mover of a trade in the 2024 NFL draft.
Bailey, can you do me a favor? I know it's not quite like 1 for 1, but can you see how many teams we've gotten right so far on our final our mock draft? Because I want to say we got Bo to Denver, although we had it on a trade back.
That's true. Yeah, 17. We're almost there.
So in the meantime,
yeah, let's get to some comments as well. Jeff the Champ says Janikowski with the crying laughing emoji. Grizz says Latu got some hood in him. I'm okay if he's the guy.
and Latu wants to come to Tampa Bay because I saw a video he took
JTS.
that he wants to be reunited with JTS. I know most Bucs fans want him to replace JTS, but he would like to play together.
Sean Wallace says this blank is going mega perfect. I mean, again, it's just like kind of talking casually about what would be great and what would be terrible for the Buccaneers, and things are great. Things are great at the moment. We'll see what this trade happens.
Yep.
Oh,
We're 8 out of 13 so far, and we're hitting over 500. I like it.
so they signed Kirk Cousins to a
$180 million contract, and then said, "We found your replacement." And what's weird is like Penix is not one of the quarterbacks that you would say you need to sit for a season. Like if you wanted Penix, they had to have figured he was going to be available at 8.
Yeah.
Why sign Kirk? It just
Saints are sticking.
it bottles
Saints are
the
staying.
mind. I'm thinking the Saints take like Talise Fuaga. He
Yeah,
seems like a
that would
tackle
make
that they would
sense.
like. It bottles the mind. Shout out Will Ferrell.
Are they already like afraid of Kirk's Achilles? If they are, then why'd you pay all that money?
They would have done medicals with him before signing that contract. What?
Is that a Little John? What?
A little bit. I mean, I live in Atlanta now. You gotta throw it out there.
I was
every
waiting for you
once
to
in
go.
a while.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm sending out something on our Instagram. By the way, like, subscribe, follow Peter at Pewter Report and Pewter Report TV.
Yep. And why don't we, at this point, again, with all of the potential targets that we've kind of highlighted, comment who would you want the Bucs to take? Because it seems like they're all going to be there at 26 at this point.
Okay, bada bing, bada boom. That is sent.
Is the pick in for the Saints?
A lot of people want Latu.
It's looking more and more like it could be the case.
John V wants Jared Voice pick there. Another for Verse, Cooper DeJean as well.
All right. So after the Saints, you've got the Colts, who I would think may be the first defensive pick of the draft. They could go edge. They could go corner. I think corner is probably more likely. Seattle could go edge. They could go. What else? I doubt there's a linebacker they would like here. Interior offensive line, potentially. Then you got Jacksonville. I think you could see 2 corners off the board in the next 4 picks between Indianapolis and Jacksonville. That is most likely going to include Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, it's from Toledo.
Yep. And then potentially Terrion Arnold. Yeah, I would agree with that. And then the Bengals will be really interesting because there's that whole, can they protect Joe Burrow? It is Fuaga with New Orleans. That makes sense.
That makes sense. I like this comment. Didn't happen yet, but William Shook said Saints will draft Mike Evans' next son.
No defensive player.
Still no defense.
14. Scott, this is the worst draft in the world for you. As a defensive guy, I'm not saying from the Bucs perspective. I'm saying from a Scott Reynolds, I could care less about offense. Give me all the defensive players in the world perspective.
We're winning on a safety, damn it. Pick 6.
Yeah.
This is the worst draft ever for you.
The Buccaneers are a franchise that have made their name off of great defense.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna have their pick.
Jonathan Ramotor says, Spencer Rattler, you are a New Orleans Saint.
Can you believe?
I'm just trying to think of the puns of like, wow, the way Todd Bowles likes to blitz. Hopefully he can Rattler, Spencer Rattler. I'm working on it, but
Workshopping.
Yeah, workshopping, as I like to say.
So if I had an opportunity to place a bet right now, I would say this would be where the first defensive player goes. Indianapolis
To
Colts,
Indy.
pick 15.
Wow. Almost halfway through the draft.
Saints took Fuaga.
Yeah.
So we've had how many tackles is that now?
At least
Fashanu, Alt, Latham, Fuaga. So that's 4, right?
Yeah.
6 quarterbacks, 4 tackles, a tight end,
couple
3
wideouts.
receivers,
and a partridge in
a pear tree. Nice. Nice.
It is Christmas after all to some.
Oh, I gotta go way down on my board to find Fuaga. Take him.
Oh, you had him low?
I was not.
You had him like apple bottom jeans, boots with
I
the fur
had him
low.
78th overall
Damn.
on my big board.
That is really low.
I was not a Fuaga guy.
Damn.
And then Guyton hasn't come off the board.
No, he is not.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'll put it out there. I had 14 first round grades, 7 like blue chippers. 2 of those blue chippers still available, both defensive players. Johnny Newton, defensive tackle out of Illinois. Leatu Latu, edge out of UCLA. And then the other first round grades that I have that are still available, Troy Fautanu, the tackle out of Washington, Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo, Jackson Powers Johnson, center out of Oregon, and Dallas Turner, edge out of Alabama, and Cooper DeJean, cornerback, defensive back out of Iowa. So still quite a few first round grades from my board that are available. 15 picks in now, 14 picks in.
So there's the movie Draft Day. I'll admit.
Did you watch it?
I haven't seen Draft Day yet.
What?
But okay,
You have done how many NFL drafts? You've covered them live and you've never watched Draft Day. This makes me very sad.
Right. But here's the only thing I've heard it's great. I've heard it's terrible. That's not my concern.
It's great in how terrible
my
it is.
concern, not concerned, but some people are like, it's the greatest draft movie of all time. Last time I freaking checked, there's not a lot of draft movies like about the NFL draft. I'm pretty sure
I think it's the only
NFL. That's like saying, if a defensive player finally comes off the board in this draft, like he's the greatest defensive player ever taken in the 2024 NFL draft. It's like, yeah, well,
he's the only one.
He's the only one.
It is a bad movie, but it is one that you watch knowing that it's bad and you enjoy it for that fact.
Amen. Well said.
Right.
Watched it this morning.
I'd rather watch The Replacements or Any Given Sunday.
You can watch all of these, but you have 364 other days out of the year with which you can watch those. There is one day a year that is sacred. I'll say a week. Give you a week time frame.
Yeah.
That is sacred that you need to watch draft day.
That Kevin Costner.
I want to spoil it for you, but I don't want to spoil it for you. But it's amazing what he does when you look at it in the end. We had a super chat.
Yes, we did. Nope. Already did that one. Thank you, Bill Vincent.
Black and Gold, 1999.
Black and Gold 1999 with a 1999 super chat. Thank you, Black and Gold 1999. Who says, "Hey guys, it's been a minute since I've been on working. Do you think we will trade or stay where we're at? Who do you think, or what do you think we will? Do you think we will?" All right, so it's the same question again. I honestly, the way the board has been going, the Bucs very much may find themselves in a situation where they have again, I know it didn't work out with Logan Hall, but it very much feels like the Logan Hall situation where they had a couple of options when they were on the board at 26, by the way. Oh, connecting the numbers. Where maybe this year they might do something like that again, where they have a couple of guys on the board. They don't know exactly who to pick just yet. So what do? They trade back a couple of spots and can still get one of their guys. I'm not going to guarantee it happens. I'm not going to say, oh, this is a slam dunk. The Bucs are definitely making a trade. But the way this board is going definitely gives it an option for the Bucs.
Yeah. There are a couple players that I would say I'd even be okay with the Bucs moving up a couple spots if they're still there in the mid-20s.
Oh, spicy.
That would be Johnny Newton and Leatu Latu. But if those two guys are gone and there's still like 3 or 4 of the other guys we think that they may be targeting, that's a trade back scenario I'd be all about.
Johnny Newton, I find interesting. He's from St. Pete, but went to Clearwater High School. He spoke about that because I asked him about it at the NFL Combine, which takes place in Indianapolis, where we were all at. And I thought it was quite interesting. He said Warren Sapp was his favorite player, which is very cool.
Yeah.
I ain't knocking it. But also,
he's a running back in high school. Yeah.
Johnny Newton?
He can move.
But, like, Warren Sapp wasn't even really playing when Johnny Newton was growing up. Now, there is this great thing called the internet, which we are on right now. And sure, I looked up a lot of, like, highlights, stuff like that. But when he first said Warren Sapp, I was thinking, very cool. Obviously, a player you want to look up to as, like, from a player on the field type of standpoint. But, like, you didn't watch him when Warren Sapp was in his prime.
It's like Colts are going to draft Latu.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Josh.
I could see that. That makes sense.
Look at the despair.
They don't have a premier edge rusher. They've sunk some assets into that position. They just haven't had anybody hit. So Latu to the Colts, I think that's a really good pick.
First defensive player off the board. Amazing. Amazing. Narav says trade back with the Bills or the Ravens.
We talked a little bit about the Bills on Tuesday. Yeah.
Yes.
That may be a trade partner. So,
yeah, especially because they have no wide receivers either.
Yep. There have also been some rumors that the Commanders want to come back into the first round at the back end. And they have a couple of picks in the second round. And I want to say one that's pretty high, 34, 35, something like that.
Jane Slater has said, as we all sit in shock over the Atlanta pick, they picked Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick. A source tells me Kirk Cousins, just as shocked and disappointed, never said anything to him or his reps about a quarterback in the first round, despite suggesting they would. Still, it's a business. Very, very funny that, like, sorry.
What a catch!
Bailey. Oh, my God. That was a fantastic. If they still did the onside kick, Bailey would be on the all-hands team. Wow, now I forgot what I was going to say.
So, yes, that is egregious if they didn't give Kirk Cousins a heads up. Maybe not when you're courting him and you go to sign him, but as you go through your draft process, you're like, hey, we really like this kid. We think that he could be the future. You don't give the guy you just gave $180 million a heads up. Hey, we may actually end up taking this guy. Just want to let you know that is malpractice.
Yeah, I would. I just think it's so funny because, Kirk Cousins already has he's the Coles, goofy dad type of thing, and now he's going with I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed type of situation. Diana Rossini says the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know, hey, man, we're doing this right now. No other choice. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. Oh, my God. Someone needs to do a GIF of Stone Cold with the Falcons logo and then giving the stunner to, or I guess maybe just Michael Penix giving the stunner to
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, to Kirk Cousins. That would be very funny.
Oh, man.
Ooh, the Lightning lost 5-3. The under did not hit. Damn it.
We've got a super chat.
We do. That'll cheer me up. Thank you to Revfish for the $1.99 super chat, who says, with Atlanta taking Penix,
did the cost of a cartwheel just go down?
Good question. No, it did not.
I appreciate you being
We are
my
not going to lower
representation.
our standards because teams do not know how to draft.
See, I'm a natural people pleaser, so I want to say yes. So I appreciate you being my representation.
Fine.
Holding the line. for me.
1 penny.
Oh, man. All right. So Seahawks, I think this could be the second defensive player off the board. Could be another edge. This could be Jared Verse.
Now that would make me sad.
Or do they take somebody like Brian Thomas Jr.?
The third.
Or Dallas Turner. Yeah, I could see Dallas Turner. But I could see Brian Thomas Jr. because Kenny Lockett is getting up there in age. K-State great, right? Right, Scott? Tyler Lockett. Yeah. Did I really say Kenny Lockett?
You did.
That's
Were you thinking Kenny Loggins, Danger Zone?
that's probably what it was.
Another movie I have not seen.
Or Kenny Pickett, back quarterback.
Yeah, small hands.
Possibly.
Where did he end up? Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Short move for him.
Short move,
Yep.
like his hands.
Is anybody having more fun than we are
Listen,
on a podcast
you will
right
not
now?
get this coverage anywhere
Anywhere
else.
else.
Schefter's got to be all buttoned up and Rappaport and everyone. Nah, we sling it. We let it fly. Family show, of course, but we let it fly.
All right. So you want to recap the picks so far?
Yeah, let's
I got them
recap
right
it.
here. So first overall, the Chicago Bears took Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. The quarterback party continued for picks 2 and 3 as the Commanders took Jaden Daniels and the Patriots took Drake May. The Cardinals went with Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. The Chargers took an unsexy but very good player in Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. The Giants took wide receiver Malik Neighbors at pick 6. The Titans took offensive tackle J.C. Latham out of Alabama at pick 7. The Falcons blew up the internet by taking Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington, at pick 8 after giving Kirk Cousins $180 million and the finger. The Chicago Bears were back on the clock at 9, and they took Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. The Vikings traded up one spot with the Jets to get quarterback J.J. McCarthy, the 5th quarterback taken in 10 picks at that point. The Jets took pick 11 that they got from the Vikings and took Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle out of Penn State. My best friend will love that as an alum of Penn State.
He is.
Shout out Johnny Fuentes. The Denver Broncos took the 6th quarterback of the draft, Bo Nix out of Oregon, with the 12th overall pick. Then the Raiders got tight end Brock Bowers from Georgia at pick 13. The Saints took offensive tackle Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State in a very on-brand move for them. And then the Colts at pick 15, almost halfway through the draft, finally got Scott Reynolds to stop going crazy as they took the first defensive player, Leatu Latu, edge out of UCLA.
Who would have thought, out of all the talented players on the Oregon Ducks, that Bo Nix would have been the first Oregon player to get drafted?
I would not have been one of those people who thought that. I definitely thought it would have been Troy Franklin, the wide receiver.
That's what I'm saying. The draft does start in Mobile.
And Bo Nix didn't really light up Mobile. He wasn't that good there. Neither did Penix.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler had a good
By the way, shout out to Mobile, Alabama, the home of
the Reese's Bowl,
the Senior Bowl, the Reese's Bowl, sponsored by seniors.
Old people just really want chocolate.
The origination of Mardi Gras, the hometown of 1969 World Series champion Cleon Jones, and the infamous video that you can see on every St. Patty's Day, the leprechaun that was seen in Mobile, Alabama. Right. I want to know where the goal at. An all-time, like, if the internet had a Hall of Fame, that video is in the Hall of Fame.
NFL.com says the pick is in for Seattle. So does somebody have it on Twitter X? We refreshing our feeds.
Sly is hustling.
Schefter.
Shefty.
Rappaport. No. I can't really see the TV there. I don't have it. Anybody in the chat?
Shout out Saucy Q's.
Nothing. All right. Well, while we're waiting for that,
Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy. Wow. Okay. So another defensive player. He'll line up next to Leonard Williams, who Seattle just re-signed after trading for him from the Giants. I want to say Williams got a pretty hefty deal.
Wait, did Michael Penix tweet that?
No.
Oh.
Someone, Ian Hart.
Man, that's funny.
Yep.
The internet can be really mean, but man, it could be hilarious.
Leonard Williams got a 3-year, $64.5 million deal from the Seahawks, and now Byron Murphy will line up next to him. That will be a very impressive interior defensive line as new head coach Mike McDonald, right? Did I get the name right? I think I did.
Yeah. Where did Dan Quinn go?
As Dan Quinn's the head coach for the Commanders.
Right, yeah, the Commanders.
So McDonald is trying to revamp that defense to look a lot more like the Ravens, where he was the defensive coordinator last year. Byron Murphy would be able to serve the same role that Justin Madubuike served for the Ravens. So good pick there.
Yeah, shout out to Leonard Williams too. Just a great career. Like, got a lot of good payouts, and I always found it funny that he traded from the Jets to the Giants. So it's like, normally as a player you get traded, it's like, oh my god, I got to move, I got to
moving costs.
I got to uproot my whole life. It's like, nah, you just got to drive a little bit further in Jersey and you'll be all right. So Yeah, and then got paid pretty well.
So now the question is how quick of a run go on defensive players?
Yeah.
Like,
Now
two
the
for two.
Jaguars, it will be very interesting because their like team president Tony Khan suffered a very serious injury on Wednesday night.
This is a wrestling thing, isn't it?
Well, it's very serious. I mean, a group of people went and beat the crap out of him. They performed a pile driver on him, so he got spiked head first into the ring. It was so serious that Jaguars owner Shad Khan had to come out and see what's up. So, I mean, if there was any team you would have thought would have drafted Michael Penix Jr. 8th overall, you probably would have imagined it was the Jaguars. But, yeah, just keep in mind that the Jags are a little woozy with Tony Khan. Yes, the Meltzer driver, as Ward Burns said. So, yeah.
I feel bad. I took the luster out of your build there. I apologize.
No, that's all right.
All right.
It was interesting cinema, as people like to call it.
Kirk Cousins is requesting a trade.
That would be funny.
I'm just kidding.
That's why I said it would be funny.
Yeah. I just want to make sure nobody in the chat took me seriously on that one.
If he did request a trade, who would consider it? That would be a Rodgers move.
I would say the Raiders because they would have to pay the signing bonus.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh, that is true. I forgot. They had Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
So maybe he's their starter and not
Minshew
Aiden
mania.
O'Connell. Yeah, that's fair.
He already brought his RV over there.
Shaka Khan for Tony. That's good.
This is gonna be a dangerous move, but Scott, do you think you can toss me that water that's down by your foot?
Oh, let's get this on camera just in case.
We're gonna see.
If he makes this throw, he'll be the 7th quarterback pick.
Oh, he made the catch. We got it. Nice.
Was I off camera or did I?
Yeah,
did it catch me?
We saw you. Whether your feet were in bounds or not remains to be seen. But now you got tape. We can put the tape out.
It wasn't quite Brady to Cam Brady on the boat parade, but it was close.
Yes, yeah, it was. Listen, it's a step above Scotty Miller losing his phone in the river. So the Vikings are wow. The Vikings are Vikings are all over this draft.
Oh.
Jaguars get 23 and 167 in exchange for 7.
Thank you, Bailey. There you go. Look at you.
Nice. All right, I'll take it.
I got the thumbs going. This guy.
All right. So if the Vikings are moving up, it's got to be deep. It's got to be corner.
The Jags,
they
the
want the
Jags
top
are
corner.
acquiring picks 23. Shout out to Michael Jordan and 167. As in, Luke Gedeke is the one for me. That's the title of Adam Slavan's biography. Keith Brooks says, "Let's do a roll call, and SR can rant about how tough the Mountaineers pick is." Monday, yes, that's a good teaser.
Yeah.
A Monday. And we got a lot to tease because we still got the rest of tonight. We got the Pewter Report live draft show, Energized by Celsius, tomorrow. And on day 3, the Pewter Report live draft show, Energized by Celsius. That one will be the longest one because the more rounds, the more we are live right on our YouTube channel. And then Monday, of course, we come back with the Pewter Report podcast where we'll do roll call, which we do every Monday. And we're going to laugh at the Falcons.
So,
amongst other Bucs topics.
Let's get to 14,000.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And I'll do a cartwheel. Jacksonville's moving up 6 spots and only had to give up 167.
I guess Tony's feeling all right.
2025 third and a 2025 fourth.
Okay. All right. That makes it. And I should have said Minnesota's moving up, not Jacksonville.
No.
All right. That
Tony's
makes
like,
a little
that's
bit more
future
sense.
me's problem.
Now, what else has Minnesota? What did Minnesota give up to get back to 23 before the draft started? They're giving up a lot of capital now.
Justin Jefferson? No.
They're about to give him a lot of money.
Yes, they
after
are.
The A.J. Brown deal and the Devonta Smith deal.
Who was Who was saying that Caleb Williams is like he's like the prince of quarterbacks?
Oh, I don't. Huh? Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner said that Caleb Williams is the prince of quarterback.
Dallas Turner is now off the board.
The reigning SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Roll Tide.
If Quinion falls to 26, could the Bucs be in on Quinion Mitchell?
And then you have Quinion and Zion. And it'd be the On brothers. They're never off. So I'm like, I don't know. Again, workshopping.
Except in Todd Bowles' defense, the coverage always
Oh, yeah.
is.
Just call them the Zone brothers.
Oh.
Vikings taking Mick Kringleberry. That is hilarious.
Somebody said Vikings were going to take Keon Coleman. Oh, my gosh. I would have lost my mind if Keon Coleman went 17 on a trade up. What is the time until the pick so I can sync up? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, there could be another trade. Teams take a while.
I want to say each team gets 10 minutes or 15 minutes, 10 minutes. So there are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I can't math right now, and 8 picks. So up to an hour and a half.
I think
Damn.
that might have been Greg Robinson last year. The 26th pick was around them.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg did tweet that out.
11,
Greg
15,
Allman of
so-
Fox Sports, previously on the Pewter Report podcast a little while ago. Friend of the program. Was it?
We talked with him about the Falcons taking an edge at 8.
Yes, we did. We did.
Shows what we know.
Yeah. We're the Jon Snows of the draft.
All right, so the Bengals are up.
Oh, Cincy kid. Come back.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I feel very connected to Cincy Kid because 3 draft shows ago. Was it 3? We're not going to discuss how I spell Cincinnati.
Thoughts on Skyline?
By the time it gets published, it's correct. So that's all that matters. And I've done it so much, it thinks it's correct when I text it. It doesn't correct me anymore. So anyway, I was gonna say, Cincy Kid, I feel a special connection to you because like 3 or 4 years ago, I was you, hitting a ton of super chats during the live draft show throughout the night. So shout out to Cincy Kid. And
If you pay us, she might work for us.
Yeah.
that's I don't think that's how employment's supposed to work, but it definitely got me on the team.
Cincy kid is back. And very patriotic with this American flag.
Cincy Kid's helping me out. He said CINCINNATI, 2 N's, 1 T. He helped me spell Cincinnati correctly.
Yay.
Bailey Adams and Scott Reynolds are very appreciative of you, Cincy Kid, because they have to proof every
Cincy
time I
kid
screw
piles
it
it
up.
up
Him asking you to do that live on
with a woo.
reminded me of the time that 50 Cent told Floyd Mayweather.
The way if you could read one page out of a Harry Potter book, I'll give a $10,000 to whatever charity. F the ice. That was one of the Internet Hall of Fame. Internet Hall of Fame. That's going in. If you could read one page.
I never thought the first time I'd ever be compared to Floyd Mayweather was because I can't spell.
Well, I mean, it's better than some of the alternatives.
I honestly thought it would have been my right hook.
Marius Mims, the Bengals.
Who?
Marius Mims, right tackle.
Tackle out of Georgia.
All right. Another tackle off of the board, which, again, life couldn't get better. This would be the best draft day ever. Heard it's a good movie.
Yep. Mims is a very talented tackle, but very, very raw. He has 8 starts in college. That's it. Just 8. 6 this past year, 2 the year before. So, ton of projectable talent. The body type is fantastic. Pull up my notes on Mims.
So if the Bengals started the season on Monday, he would be Monday Night Raw?
He would be Monday Night Raw. I like that. That's pretty good. So he's big, athletic, quick feet, but he can both overset and get too wide in his stance. He struggles to marry his upper and lower body, but he has heavy hands with incredible grip. He can drive block in the run game and works well in space. So the Bengals, obviously Joe Burrow didn't get to play a good portion of last season. They want to protect him, and so they have taken the top tackle on their board at this point. And what is proving, we said it a lot leading up to the draft, that this is a deep draft for offensive line, and that is certainly borne out here with the picks so far.
Again, tons and tons of options for the Bucs, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So things are falling the way of the Bucs. You love to see it. It's an enjoyable time. I really think we're going to come down to a situation as we're doing a hockey shift here. Scott Reynolds going to be joining us as we say bye-bye to Josh Capo for now. I really do think as we get closer, and Greg Allman tweeted out before too, like every single corner is still on the board if the Bucs want to go that way. Corner very much available now. Still a lot of good edge rushers if the Bucs want to go that route. So I think we're kind of looking at a trade scenario as Bailey Adams Josh Cabo was just talking about his right hook before. That was not a right hook, but it was a throw with the water bottle kind of busting open the lip and the tooth of Bailey Adams. Bailey is questionable at the moment. We'll see.
Almost
see if we can get
kind of like the Lightning in their playoff hopes at this point in time.
Yeah.
Down 3-0. All right. Well, the interesting thing is you've got Quinyon Mitchell still there, as Josh Capo was saying, and I'm not saying that they're going to draft a cornerback, but the interesting thing is Mitchell is so good and so talented, you would almost have to kind of consider him a little bit, and he's a player that we saw at the Senior Bowl and really was, I don't say my first exposure outside of like a highlight tape, but I don't watch a lot of Toledo Rocket games. Joining me now is Adam Slovan. We call him Sly. He is Sly. But your thoughts on how the first round has taken shape for the Buccaneers? A lot of the players that we have linked to Tampa Bay, a lot of our Bucs best bets are still alive, Adam, and it's. I know Josh Capo was talking about possibly having a scenario where you trade down.
Yeah.
But you have to have that partner too. Sometimes you have to stick and pick.
Takes two to tango.
It does. And for me, I've been fascinated by, what if Jared Verse is there? What if Jackson Powers Johnson is there?
Yeah.
What if Graham Barton's there? What if you have 3 or 4 Johnny Newton, right? Marshawn Nealon. What if you have 4 or 5 players and you really can't trade down? You have to stick and pick. I'm curious as to how the Bucs board is ranked.
Yeah, and like the pool of players that Jason Light and the rest of the front office are coming up with to take with the number 26 overall pick, you have to wonder, as you mentioned, if there's 4 or 5 guys there, would they consider trading down to maybe the early 30s, or even again pulling the Logan Hall route and getting the first overall pick on day 2 of the draft and just taking who's ever left? So I think with all those players, there's a lot of talent left on the board. And if you're a Bucs fan, you really have to enjoy how the first round of the NFL draft is played out. From Michael Penix Jr. going to the Falcons to just the way you see guys like Jared Verse, Johnny Newton, they're falling down the board, and there's not a lot of potential connections with the remaining picks before the Bucs are on the clock. And not to mention the interior offensive line, Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson. Those are guys that very well could find themselves in Tampa Bay by the time the night is over.
Yeah, and it would be a little stunning. Almost, I'm not going to say as stunning as the Falcons selecting Michael Penix Jr., But let me get your reaction to that in a second. But it would be kind of stunning, right? We've talked about interior offensive line. We've talked about edge rusher. What if it is a Johnny Newton over, say, a Jared Verse and a Jackson Powers Johnson? Would that surprise you?
To me, that would surprise me. I would say, and the pecking order would probably be Jared Verse, Johnny Newton, and then Jackson Powers Johnson, just based on the fact that the center position is not highly valued across the NFL. There was a thing that came out recently where the hit rate on centers is so high that you could find a very quality center on day 2, day 3 of the NFL draft, where guys like West Virginia's Zach Frazier could be on the board, Wisconsin's Tanner Bortolini. You could still get a quality center. Now, with quality edge rushers, Jared Verse is probably the last of the 3 like surefire first-round guys on the board. And with Latu and Turner already gone, he's going to be the only guy left. But if the Bucs were to get Johnny Newton, it's still a way to address the pass rush and getting a guy that can really impact the game up front. He's a versatile, explosive defensive lineman, and the Bucs have a history of selecting smaller defensive tackles. Warren Sapp, Booger McFarland, Gerald McCoy, and Kalijah Cansey last year.
Yeah.
So Newton very much fits the mold of that defensive tackle Jason Light would consider.
Yeah, and well, I mean, Jason didn't draft those players except for Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah.
But it's really kind of broken the Todd Bowles mold at defensive tackle, right? When you look at the Ndamukong Suh type player, right, that he had there, and Vita Vea, these big, massive guard and center eating run stuffers that have some pass rush ability. And I think we've seen the Todd Bowles defense evolve as offenses have evolved to attack it, right? We saw teams attack the flank and get to the outside and put Sue and Vea, those big guys in the middle, in chase mode rather than in tackle mode. And it really worked against the Bucs defense. So Todd Bowles says, okay, well, that's your chess move, NFL. Now I'm going to make another chess move and get a very fast, quick, athletic, maybe undersized guy like Kalijah Cansey. Oh, I'm going to pair him with Vita Vea. Now can I get the best of both worlds?
Yeah.
Maybe they go that route again because Kalijah Cansey's shown so much promise with a guy like Johnny Newton if he's there.
Yeah, and it's a move that, like in the past couple of weeks, has really picked up some traction and some steam taking Johnny Newton, because the reality, like going into tonight, was all the edge rushers might be gone. But if the Bucs really want to address the pass rush, get another guy that could really affect the game, Newton would probably be the best bet.
I'm with you on that. So we're still looking at the Rams on the clock here.
Will they make a first-round pick? The first time in forever?
First time since 2016. You almost have to think they're going to go defensive line here. Is this where Johnny Newton goes? Do they go Jared Verse and help the pass rush? We'll see, right? They're on the clock, followed by the Steelers. Now you're getting into some of these teams where they need some interior offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Graham Barton from Duke is still on the board. Jackson Powers Johnson still on the board. Pittsburgh Steelers, Miami Dolphins,
Dallas
Philadelphia
Cowboys.
Eagles, Dallas Cowboys. Those are all 3 teams right there that could, in fact, look at drafting a center, someone like Graham Barton, someone like Jackson Powers Johnson. So certainly going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. The Buccaneers inching closer to making their first selection here in the 2024 NFL draft. Let's get your thoughts on Michael Penix. You were busy doing some writing. I freaked out. I think the NFL freaked out.
Yeah.
I think the people upstairs in this building freaked out. Very happy with the selection of Michael Penix. Maybe if they're in the Bucs war room, what's going through your mind now?
When I look at it, the first thing is for Kirk Cousins, I don't think he likes that Michael Penix Jr. was the first guy taken by the Falcons to really blaster the offense, because you look at it and they've drafted Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson. You're going into it thinking, okay, they're either going to get another elite, talented offensive skill position player, or they'll get the first defensive player. They have their choice of anyone on the board, and they go with a quarterback. But not just a quarterback, a guy with an injury history, going back to his time at Indiana before really emerging on the scene with the Huskies last season. But there's a lot of risk in taking Michael Penix Jr., and I just don't understand it. As you guys mentioned before, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's okay to take a quarterback if you're the Falcons, and maybe the second or third round. Okay, get a guy like Michael Pratt or Spencer Rattler. But using number 8 and taking Michael Penix Jr., to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. There's evaluators across the NFL that are saying Michael Penix, he's going to be the best quarterback, or he's viewed very highly.
Jared Verse to the Rams.
Who? Jared Verse to the Rams.
Jared Verse to the Rams.
But to me, just closing that point, I don't think it makes a lot of sense for them taking Penix.
No, I'm with you. And now the Buccaneers, if they go edge rusher here in the first round, which they could, but is it going to be Chop Robinson? Is it going to be Marshawn Nealand? Those are probably the two best options now as outside linebacker candidates for Todd Bowles' defense. Defensive tackle certainly still in play. I'm going to throw a name out there that we wrote about a little bit, not too much, but we're talking about athletic defensive tackles. Braden Fisk. Braden Fisk is a guy that is incredibly athletic, 294 pounds, ran a 4.78 in the 40-yard dash, and the 40-yard dash doesn't mean a whole bunch.
Especially when you're a big guy.
When you're a big guy, because you don't want to be running 40 yards on any play unless have the ball in your hand, you're going toward the end zone as a defensive player on a pick six or a scoop and score. But having said that, this is a guy that is disruptive, actually produced more sacks than Chop Robinson last year as a defensive
That's
tackle.
Something right there.
10-yard split was 1.68 seconds. 83rd percentile.
His 10-yard split was 1.68 seconds, which is the 83rd percentile. And this guy can motor. I mean, so we're talking about athletic defensive tackles is not just Johnny Newton. It's also Braden Fisk. Now, I think Johnny Newton is a superior prospect, but if Newton is selected here in one of these upcoming picks, and the Buccaneers still want to beef up their defensive tackle situation, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and I don't know that they're going to go defensive tackle, but probably Graham Barton for Pittsburgh. They need some offensive line help, and it will be interesting to see. Terrion Arnold from the University of Alabama Crimson Tide still on the clock as well. Still on the board, I should say. So the Buccaneers, I don't think they're going to go cornerback because you have to essentially play that first round pick to make the value worth it. And if you've got Jamel Dean and you're paying him a bunch of money and you're high on Zion McCollum, and folks, let me tell you, they are high on Zion McCollum in this building. They view him as a starter. They traded Carlton Davis in part to get Zion McCollum on the field because he was the best cornerback on this team last year.
Yeah.
Had more snaps. Quarterbacks had a lesser completion percentage. He broke up just as many passes as Carlton Davis. Didn't have an interception, but still a very good player. And I think he's ascending and certainly a better athlete than Carlton Davis as well. So will they go corner? I have a hard time buying that, especially with other needs.
Two more things about Braden Fisk. His vertical jump was 92nd percentile. Broad jump was 96th. So he's got the explosive traits.
Yeah, he's a very explosive player. And again, if you're looking for this year's Kalijah Cansey, that pick out of nowhere, it's a player that we haven't talked about enough. We're a little late to Johnny Newton just because he had the toe injury.
Yeah.
And missed the combine and did a workout late. And honestly, I thought Johnny Newton was going to be gone by now.
Mm-hmm.
He should be gone. And that's why we had Aurora as our Bucs best bet, but it very well could have been Johnny Newton. And I would not be surprised if it's Newton or Fisk or Aurora. One of those three, I think, will end up being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer either in the first or second round.
Yeah. And with Fisk, his tape kind of showcases more of like a day 2 guy, like early day 2 in the second round, as opposed to Johnny Newton, who early in the pre-draft cycle, people were mocking him top 10, top 15. But I think that injury has kind of knocked him down maybe a peg from being in the top of the first half of the first round and maybe falling in range of the Bucs selecting at number 26. But they really couldn't go wrong with addressing the defensive line. As Josh Capo mentioned earlier, just talking about all the snaps that some of the other guys were getting on the team, like Mike Green, Greg Gaines, they could really allocate all those snaps into another starting defensive lineman and getting an impact guy.
I'll tell you what, I've got an impact guy myself, and I'm going to spend a few minutes here while the Steelers are on the clock telling you about him. That is Christopher Lugo, my personal physician. Are you tired of feeling just like another number in the waiting room when you go to the doctor? At Bay Area Modern Medical Center in Tampa, they believe that you deserve personalized care that puts your health and well-being first. Meet Christopher Lugo, PA, with over 24 years of medical expertise. I've gotten to know Chris myself as a patient at the Bay Area Modern Medical Center, and I can tell you as a primary care provider, he is dedicated to your overall health, but that's not all. Christopher specializes in weight loss, anti-aging, hormone replacement therapy, including testosterone treatments for both men and women. And men, listen up. Testosterone treatments can be affordable. Honestly, that's why I had to stop doing my testosterone treatments before, because they were becoming too expensive. But they're not with Christopher Lugo. So don't let age slow you down. Reclaim your vitality and get back to feeling great. Turn back the clock with a consultation at Bay Area Modern Medical Center today. Visit BAMMC.com to explore the range of testosterone and weight loss treatments. Here's the difference. Christopher practices what they call concierge medicine. That means no waiting rooms. If your appointment's at 10 o'clock, you walk in the door at 10, you get seen at 10. It's that simple. No rushing through appointments. I've had multiple visits with Christopher Lugo. Each visit lasts an hour. He is as thorough as it could possibly be. It's not just going over the extensive lab results. It's discussing diet and exercise and personalizing a vitamin and supplement plan to optimize your health, just like he's done for me. Same-day appointments are also available for your convenience. How nice is that? When you're sick and you need to be seen, he is the primary care doctor to go to. He'll get you in that day. But don't just take my word for it. There are hundreds of satisfied patients in the Tampa Bay area, and I can't recommend Bay Area Modern Medicine Center enough. Ready to experience healthcare that revolves around you? Book your appointment today at BAMMC.com or give them a call at 1-844-789-2266. That's Bay Area Modern Medical Center, 1-844-789-2266. Bay Area Modern Medical Center, where your health is a priority.
We are getting closer and closer to the Buccaneers making their first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. Hated to see Jared Verse go, but understand. Obviously, he's a likable edge rusher. Now with Latu and Verse off the board, not necessarily going to say it cancels the Bucs drafting an edge rusher, at least in the first round, but I think it makes it a little bit less likely. Johnny Newton, obviously, at defensive tackle, would be fun. Really put Logan Hall on the hot seat.
It's interesting. Brian Thomas from LSU, the wide receiver, still on the board.
Yeah.
That's a player we have not talked about a lot either. I probably should have included him. 17 touchdowns last year, a big vertical weapon, great size, great speed. I mean, he would be an ideal X receiver. And you look at grooming the next Mike Evans, this is a guy, man. He can fly, and that could be maybe a stealth selection. Maybe we have, maybe we've got this thing wrong. It's not in the trenches. Jason Light, maybe he fooled us. Maybe he's going to go wide receiver.
Research and watching film.
Yeah.
Still can't.
Steelers are taking Washington offensive lineman Troy Fontano.
Yep.
At number 20. So another offensive tackle off the board. He is flexible. He can play interior as well. He's a very good athlete. So maybe his home is a tackle. Maybe it is inside. But we're inching closer to the Buccaneers picks. pick at number 26. Now we're with number 21 with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and let's remember, Scott, a couple of weeks ago, recently, when we spoke to Jason Light when he had his pre-draft press conference, excuse me. Whoa. Almost made the catch. He said at the time that this is like right around 20 is the time when he is going to look into, trades, whether it's trading back or moving up or whatever it may be. So again, can't rule out a coach or a team trading with the Bucs, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that they did not go with Graham Barton there at number 20 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But you're right, Matt. That is something that Jason Light said is we'll know by 20 kind of what we want to do, whether we're trading up, whether we're trading back, whether they're going to stick and pick. And again, right now you look at the Bucs' best bets that are still available. I mean, we're flush with that, right? With Jackson Powers Johnson, with Graham Barton, Marshawn Nealand. That would be a little bit of a surprise considering the interior offensive lineman still on the board. Who knows what will happen in a couple of picks? You have the Dallas Cowboys coming up.
Dallas, I do not know what to make of the Cowboys because they've been the most criticized team this offseason for like what they've done or what they haven't done. And they seem to always be controversial. I don't know if it's just because it's the Cowboys and the Cowboys always seem to draw the ire of everybody, but the Cowboys making a splash here, I think would be funny.
We have yet to see a cornerback taken too.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And that's a bit of a surprise. Now the Eagles are coming up, and I think that they probably could use a cornerback for sure. Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, perhaps one of those players will be coming off the board. But again, with some of these prospects like Terrion Arnold, we have no idea where the Buccaneers rank him. I mean, he is a very gifted playmaker with the ball in his hands, good coverage. I think he's better than Kool-Aid McKinstry for sure. And if he's there, is that the wild card? Does that change things for Tampa Bay? There are so many options still available right now, including, as we even said, Brian Thomas, who's a fast, big, explosive receiver. I didn't necessarily think that we would be getting this close to Tampa Bay selecting, and we would possibly be talking about him as an option.
Yeah, should have probably not necessarily thought Thomas specifically, but every year, there's always that guy that drops a lot more than people expect. I mean, you can go all the way back to Brady Quinn back in the day when he was still around, and unfortunately it happened to Aaron Rodgers, but he proved all the haters wrong. And then there's someone recently that happened to. So even like Geno Smith didn't get picked until the second round. He was just chilling in that green room all day long. So Thomas happens to be the guy this year. And we got a super chat from Lucas Pettis. Thank you very much, Lucas, for this super chat of $1.99. Yeah, Chop Robinson also going off the board. Crazy.
Dolphins just took Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson to Miami. But Lucas says we might actually get a good cornerback. Yeah, just based off of who's available. It's certainly, could be the case. You got all the top corners available.
Yeah. I'm really kind of happy that Chop Robinson's off the board because it just screamed Joe Tryon Shoinka 2.0 to me. Very athletic player. When you put on the tape, he doesn't finish as often as you want. You look at the measurables. You look at the athletic traits this guy has. The production should be better. Okay? It's one thing to be Marshawn Nealand and have 4.5 sacks and have to do some projection there. It's another thing when you have a guy that runs, a 4.58? No.
Yeah, something like that.
Around a 4.5 at 254 pounds and doesn't get the production. So I'm almost glad that he's off the board for the Buccaneers and someone that maybe they won't be tempted by, because I just I was never a fan. I actually liked Adisa Isaac, his teammate, better. I think Josh Capo co-signs on that.
He's bumping his fist.
Yeah, and when you look at him, he's probably a second round selection. You know, that's Adisa Isaac outproduced him. So I'm okay with this, but you know, Taryn Gaines says, "How are you guys getting to pick so fast?" We have connections.
Yeah, we know people.
We know people.
Shout out Starsky and Hutch. I know some people who know.
Yeah, shout out as Josh was saying, Starsky and Hutch, specifically Snoop Dogg's character, Huggy Bear. You know a lot about golf. I know even more about grass. Great movie. A movie that Adam has definitely not seen.
You know, so there's Brian Thomas. You have to wonder if the Buccaneers do something wild card and go there. I just think there's so many good wide receivers. Jalen Polk, you know, is in this draft. Malachi Corley. There's at this point you have to wonder: do the Buccaneers really try to trade back? Can they find a partner to trade back? Right? Is there a team that wants to trade up? Does Kansas City want to trade up? Is going down to 32? Is that too far to trade down? Right? I did not see the draft shaking out this way. I don't think a lot of people did.
Again,
yes,
no one did.
Yeah, Josh Capo from the Bleachers seats says he is manifesting the pick of Johnny Newton, and I would definitely co-sign that for sure.
City.
So let's take a quick look here. We've already kind of made fun of the Falcons, and why not? Falcons are going to Falcon. They always do. The Falcons have multiple picks left. They've got 3 picks on day 2, where they can actually get some help.
Yes,
for Kirk Cousins.
Actually address positions of need
the,
where they go.
The interesting thing with the Saints, right? They draft Talise Fuaga, the offensive tackle, and they definitely needed some offensive line help. And if you look here, the Saints, they're going to own day 3, Matt. Okay, the Saints will own day 3, but they only have 1 pick tomorrow, and that is the second round pick, unless they package some of those picks up. But you'd have to package a whole bunch of. You have to package all 4 of your 5th rounders to get up into probably the 3rd round. So the Saints will probably be doing most of their damage on day 3, because they only have 1 pick in the second round, unlike Tampa Bay, which currently has 3 picks on day 2. Tampa Bay also joining the Falcons. Falcons also have 3 picks on day 2. Carolina Panthers, unless they trade up, will be sticking to picking on day 2.
We'll be talking about them early on tomorrow's show. That's right. On Friday, because they have the first overall pick in the second round, kind of like the Bucs did a couple of years ago. But that's because they traded back for it. They didn't earn the right to have the first pick in the second round.
So, guys, when the pick is made, I'm going to go out there and talk to Jason on who wants to join Matt real quick on the air.
We should probably have Bailey on. Bailey hasn't gotten on yet, so
right, we'll do it.
Well, when there's a draft pick,
yeah.
Or Bailey will be on at some point. We obviously got to get our stuff published as well, so we'll do like a 3-person rock paper scissors.
And in the meantime, we want you all to sign up for the Tampa Bay Bucs Cruise, one of our new sponsors here on the Pewter Report podcast, and especially for the draft show. We're going to be talking with the good folks at the Tampa Bay Bucs.
Cruise. Of course we're playing pool volleyball.
Hey, we on the Bucs Cruise, of course. Anytime I say Tampa, they will say Bay. Tampa!
Hey! Tampa! Hey! Tampa!
Hey! We're on the Bucs Cruise. Of course, I've got my Super Bowl 37 hardware. What do you think?
We're on the Bucs cruise, and of course we had a pirate night. Arr! Arr!
Matt, you know what we're doing after the combine next year? We're going cruising.
We're cruising, baby.
We're cruising. That's right. March 7th through 10th, 2025. The great ship Celebrity Silhouette will be setting sail for a 3-night cruise that's going to visit Fort Lauderdale, Key West, and Bimini, Bahamas to join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise. Again, March 7th through 10th. And here's the important thing. Today is the day for open reservations. So you can go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com, reserve your cabin now for the 2025 Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, where drinks, including alcohol, folks, Wi-Fi, and tips are all included. With a $200 deposit per person that's refundable until August 16th, visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Visit TampaBayBucsCruise.com. Last year's cruise had Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke. You know, Tristan Wirfs wanted to make it. He was busy being a dad. We got to cut him some slack. He was on the first cruise. He'll be back this year. Kate Otten was there. Jamel Dean, Super Bowl MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, his good buddy Derek Brooks will be joining the cruise this year. He's already confirmed. Gene Deckerhoff, fire the cannons. Legendary voice of the Buccaneers. And even more players are expected to join the cruise. We want to see you on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. It's the official cruise of the Buccaneers. There will be photo and autograph opportunities with the players, raise the flag, sail away party, VIP parties with the players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia contests and fun games, and more. Reserve your cabin now. Go to TampaBayBucsCruise.com.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we played the video a couple times during this show. The Bucs have marketed it a lot. It looks like an awesome time.
Yeah.
It looks like so much fun. So get ready, folks. It'll be here sooner than you think. So reserve those cabins, put down that deposit ASAP, because the longer you wait, it may not be available, especially the way the Bucs played last year. If they win again this season, even more of a reason to go.
Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles. First cornerback off the board, and that is a good pick. He is a good player. We saw him firsthand in the Senior Bowl.
He was dominating at the Senior Bowl. And, not just in 11-on-11s, but when it was 7-on-7 and things of that nature. And that's really tough for corners to do in those type of situations, because it's obviously geared towards the offense. There's no pass rush. And all that stuff. So Quinyon Mitchell, he's a very exciting player. One of my favorite corners in this year's draft. And yeah, Philly just got better, but there's still a lot of corners available with the Bucs coming up very, very soon.
Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock now at number 23. Where do they go? Probably cornerback as well. Terrion Arnold is the guess here.
The run on CBs.
Yeah.
Which would leave a couple of OLs available.
Speaking of cornerbacks, what if Cooper DeJean is there for Tampa Bay? Would Green Bay select him at number 25 and take him off the board?
Our resident Packers expert says yes.
But the Bucs love drafting Iowa players. It's just a fact.
Then they'll take Eric All.
Yeah, they'll end up going with All. Got a super chat as well from our good friend Meats McGee. Mates, good to hear from you. Thanks for the $5 super chat. As they say, with all the cornerbacks being pushed down, if it's not the top corner, I don't see them picking one in the first.
I agree. I thought Terrion Arnold might be the first corner. I make no bones about the fact that Quinyon Mitchell is. That's fine. I think they're both kind of neck and neck, in my opinion. But I think a lot of the mocks had Arnold because of the level of competition, right? The SEC, more battle-tested. You're going up against the likes of the Malik Neighbors, the Brian Thomases, the Legettes, right, of the SEC, the Pearsalls. There's a lot of good receivers in the SEC. Not so much maybe in the MAC. And so maybe that would have given Arnold the edge. But as you said, I mean, this guy looked like a legit first-round corner in Mobile.
Yeah.
And it was even more impressive in those one-on-ones because you don't have that safety help over the top. You don't have that linebacker help. It is you and the receiver knows what route he's going to run. And sometimes Quinyon Mitchell was running the route for him.
I think for me, that's one of my favorite traits about a corner. If you know, if they have the instincts, if they have the ability to anticipate a play before it can happen, I think that's truly what makes the greats in a corner, whether it's Darrelle Revis or Deion Sanders or, you know, the list goes on and on. Being able to know the play before it happens, I think it makes for great cornerbacks and linebackers as well.
Did we get to that one already?
Which one?
Lucas Pettis?
Yes, we did.
All right. We are 10:45 now. I would say within the next 30 minutes, we're going to know who the next Tampa Bay Buccaneers is. Yeah.
Very fun.
Right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock, followed by the Dallas Cowboys at 24, Green Bay Packers, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, unless they trade down. But you know what? There are an awful lot of good Buccaneer Bucks best bets.
Like deja vu that they're gonna trade out of the first round like they did last year. I hope it doesn't happen. I'm not rooting for it. I'm kind of rooting for a trade, but to stay in the first round.
So if the Jacksonville Jaguars, if they do end up getting Terry and Arnold here, then what that means is you've got two teams, right? You've got the Dallas Cowboys and you've got the Green Bay Packers ahead of the Buccaneers. And that means Jackson Powers Johnson,
right,
Graham Barton, and Johnny Newton. One of those three will be available if Tampa Bay stays at 26. If it's Arnold here or somebody else that's not Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton, or Johnny Newton.
They maybe not the pick of the litter, but they are going to have a lot of choices. It's going to be what's behind door number 1, what's behind door number 2. Some good scenarios for the Buccaneers.
Jacksonville could be taking Brian Thomas Jr. here.
That's again also
they need
available.
Another big wide receiver that can stretch the field and put touchdowns on the board. If they're gonna invest in Trevor Lawrence, like
makes sense.
Like it appears like they will, then this is probably Brian Thomas.
Keeping with the theme of the night, do you think Jason might be doing cartwheels right now?
When is Jason Light doing cartwheels right now? Nah, he's probably his hands probably are not available because he's on the phone talking to a couple different teams, wheeling and dealing. He's probably going to make 2 other teams make a trade just so he can.
I'm gonna say if it's not Terry and Arnold, then you could be looking here at Brian Thomas going to Jacksonville.
All right, so we're thinking either wide receiver or cornerback. Who knows with Jacksonville? Again, their team president hit his head during the week. It's a big deal.
I'm going to let this moment kind of just sink in here because Dallas is really going to, I think, play a big role in this because Dallas will take a player that Tampa Bay, I think, will covet. Right,
but that's kind of, in a way, a good thing, unless the Bucs only truly have one last guy that they want.
Unless they take a tackle.
Yeah,
I was going to say Chris Jenkins actually reunite him with Mozzie Smith to try and shore up their run defense.
Is first round too early for Chris Jenkins?
I don't think so.
Or do they take Tyler Guyton?
They could do
because
they could do Barton, they could do JPJ, but I also think that I don't think Chris Jenkins isn't off there.
Brian Thomas is the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the talented LSU wide receiver.
There we go. Brian Thomas
off the board. So again, a lot of the corners there. Johnny Newton at defensive tackle still there. We are on cartwheel watch. Wide receiver is still a thing. And of course the interior offensive line, which we've talked about a lot.
You know, as much fun as the first round is, I always find day 2 to be even more compelling because now the Buccaneers, they have 3 picks, right, on day 2.
Yeah.
So it's the 3 players that you're going to get rather than just the 1 pick. Now, the 1 pick can be very, very important, right? Tristan Wirfs, Kalijah Kancey last year, Vita Vea, right? When you're getting that impact player. But there's something about day 2 where you get the 2nd and 3rd round, and especially when a team like Tampa Bay has more than 2 picks on day 2. So I'm not trying to look too far ahead, but I'm pretty amped about tomorrow night just as much as I am about what's going to happen here in the next 15, 20 minutes, probably.
Yeah, plus we get the the formal introductory press conference with the 1st round pick as well. So yeah, it's a lot of fun between meeting a new Bucs player and then finding out 2 more Bucs players in that situation as well. James Martinez really wants Jackson Powers Johnson. Boy, oh boy.
And it's interesting, though, because for everybody out there that was saying and wanting edge, and I don't believe, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we had an edge rusher in any of our mock drafts this year.
I don't think so.
We did not. It was offensive line the whole way. I think we had Barton twice. No, we did. We had Braswell.
Braswell was like the first one.
I mean, that's like throwing darts to the dartboard. That's like middle of January. Haven't been to the Senior Bowl yet. Like, we don't even know. We don't have any insight what this team is doing in free agency yet, et cetera.
Right.
But yeah, you have to forgive us with that. That's the preseason. The first one. We do 5.
It's the training camp as far as mock drafts go.
Yep. So you think Barton to Dallas or
I can see Barton or JPJ.
Or Jackson Powers Johnson, or Guyton?
Brian S., to answer your comment, we're talking about in the 1st round. So, yes, Marshawn Nealon was in a mock draft, but it wasn't a 1st round.
Correct. 2nd round.
Trustin, thank you for the super chat. But Jared Verse is no longer on the board. He got drafted by the Rams, I believe. When again?
19.
At 19.
Yeah, Verse is gone.
So, Jared Verse, I was hoping he'd fall to the Bucs. Unfortunately, the Rams had other plans.
Yep.
But thank you for the $1.99 super chat, nonetheless.
Help us get to 14,000. We've got over 2,000 Buccaneer fans in the chat right now. And I don't know if that is a record. It's a lot. We appreciate everybody that is in the chat right now. Thank you so much for joining the Pewter Report podcast. We love doing this. We do this for you guys every year. Also for us, because it's fun. We get all the Pewter reporters here together, and we have a good time for about 20 hours, for the 3-day period.
I mean, we're closing in on 4 hours right now, plus the hour before when we got here.
But help us out. Help us get to 14,000. If every single one of you is a Pewter Report subscriber on our YouTube page, Pewter Report TV, thank you. If you're not, just hit the button. It says subscribe. It's actually free.
Boom. Like that.
That's it.
Bam. Bam. Trustin, thanks again for the $1.99 super chat. Chop or Keon. Chop Robinson.
Robinson's gone.
Yeah, he got drafted as well. He is in the state of Florida. He's in Miami, also known as Miami. So I'll go with Keon Coleman.
Appreciate it, Michael. Thank you, John. Hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button. When you guys hit the like button, that helps our algorithm. And when you leave comments and hit the likes on all of our videos, whether it's my Pewter Pulses, whether it is our game day shows, whether it's the Pewter Report podcast or this draft show, the more likes you give us, the more comments you give us, it helps us with our YouTube algorithm, helps us get in front of more awesome Pewter people like you. But we really, really want to hit 14,000 by the end of this month. We want to do it draft weekend. So we're close. We're about 300 or so away.
Close to 1,700.
Yeah. So
every time you hit the like button, the Falcons make a bad pick.
Yes,
that's right.
Josh Capo just said, if you didn't hear him, every time you hit the like button, the Falcons make a bad pick.
Yep.
Yeah, so I saw that in the comments. I wasn't sure if it was true or not. Tony Khan is in a neck brace.
There he is right there, man.
Yeah. Again, got jumped by 4 people on Wednesday night in Jacksonville.
Oh my gosh.
They did a pile driver on him. But thankfully, he's healthy enough to make the pick.
Is this a wrestling gimmick or is this like a real crime?
First of all, wrestling's 100% real. So to call it a gimmick is, out of control. But yeah, he was jumped by 4 people, punched in the chest, and then they did the Meltzer drive.
I guess what I'm saying, were they wrestlers who did this?
Yes, they were wrestlers.
Or were they just like street hooligans?
Well, you could say they were both. But yes, they were wrestlers.
Okay.
Did it. Actually, one of them was the son of the late great Luke Perry, the actor.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But anyway, glad to see Tony's doing better.
Yeah. Dallas has not made a pick yet. Are we? Is that the general consensus so far? Dallas taking their time.
Really slowed down.
Yeah, it's like they knew the Bucs were on the clock. It's like, haha, we're gonna make everyone wait.
Yeah.
They knew it just started.
So you have to wonder for Buccaneer fans that wanted Graham Barton, that wanted Jackson Powers Johnson, if one of these players comes off the board, and it kind of seems like that's going to be the case, right? Here we go. Tristan Vorbeck again.
Oh, thanks for the $4.99 super chat. I was actually wondering because he made a lot of great bets during the season. He says, Matty Diamonds, I hit $300 on Fulaga at 14.
Wow.
Bet $75, have Coleman on a $5 bet for Coleman. Rookie of the year. Tristan, congrats to you, man. I love seeing betting, gambling people hitting on great picks. So anyway, Scotty J with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Says, great show. Matty Diamonds made me some pesos in 2023. Hell yeah. And you're going to be making even more in 2024. That's one of the sayings I'm going with. I started it after January. Making more in 2024. Can't wait for Pewter Picks and Props. We'll be back this season for the NFL season. Maybe I'll even expand it to college football. I don't know. The world is our oyster. So
Cowboys are trading down.
Oh. Who's trading up? Exactly. Who's trading up?
Some Cowboys fans said the Cowboys are so averse to making moves, they won't even pick at 24.
Oh, the Cowboys. Remember when the Packers beat them in the playoffs? That was funny. That was so funny.
Amazing.
Who is trading with Dallas? The Lions. Detroit. What?
Terry and Arnold.
It's got to be.
Huh?
Yeah.
Johnny Newton.
Actually, they have a Lee McNeil.
Oh, hold on a second. We got a super chat we got to get to.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Every gentlemen, get ready to get out of your seats.
We're doing a standing ovation.
Yeah, Richie P.
Richie
Thank
P.
you. This is a standing ovation.
Richie P. $100 super chat. Wow.
Thank you, Richie P. There was your standing ovation. Maybe next time we'll take a video and we'll send it to you. But yeah, thank you, Richie P. for the $100 super chat. It says the pre-draft coverage has been as good as always. It's going to be a long weekend, so here's to the Bucs taking a game changer. I'm hoping for Barton or Newton. Go Bucs. Richie, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the standing ovation.
So interesting that the Lions traded up ahead of the Packers.
Yes.
Their division rival. Is this for Cooper DeJean?
I could see that.
That'd be spicy.
They lost. Oh God, guy went back to the Eagles. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And DeJean could play that.
Baker Mayfield's best friend.
Swiss Army knife roll.
Okay, yeah, looks like the Packers. Sorry, not the Packers. Lions made their pick. As Redfish, thanks for the $4.99 super chat, says Jackson Powers Johnson isn't the safest pick. Starter, high ceiling, and floor, higher value. Yeah, Terrion Arnold taken.
Terry and Arnold by the Lions. So they did go cornerback. Yeah.
JPJ isn't the safest. Oh, isn't he the safest pick?
Yeah.
Starter, high ceiling, and floor, higher value. Well, the medicals thing, I think it's what it really comes back to.
I agree.
It almost feels like Graham Barton might be the safest pick in that sense.
Yeah, from a medical standpoint, I think that is the case, Matt. But then you have to look at the positional flexibility. Can Graham Barton? We've all kind of projected it. Sometimes it works. Ali Marpet, Alex Kappa, Cody Malk, it's worked. Luke Gedeke, not so much. Robert Hainsey, not so much. I mean, I think Hainsey's a better center than he would have been a right tackle, but he's still not not a world beater, as Josh Capa would say there. But Terrion Arnold now comes off the board, so it looks like the Lions may be sensing that because Arnold was still on the board, that they wanted to get in front of the Packers instead of facing Terrion Arnold in the division twice a year. Get him on your team.
Right.
Now, the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock, and that means the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be selecting next.
Oh, boy. Again, JPJ, Graham Barton still available, Cooper DeJean.
It looks like
Johnny Newton.
Matt, it looks like we talked about this scenario last week on the podcast, maybe even earlier this week. These days just keep running together here. But we talked about what would happen if Jackson Powers Johnson and Graham Barton were on the
we were
clock.
like, there's no way that's going to happen.
Right.
But then the Falcons went and drafted Michael Penix 8th overall.
Yep.
Only 8 interior offensive linemen taken in the last 5 drafts.
Yep.
They just don't value them.
That's right.
Yeah.
And even Davin Joseph, who was a first-round guard, selected way late in the first round by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So this very well could be Cooper DeJean right here for the Packers. And if that's the case, then that scenario plays out where you've got Johnny Newton and you've got 2 interior offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got a starting left guard staring you at the face of his Graham Barton. Maybe Ali Marpet 2.0, as I've been calling him.
It's got to be a fun time because, like, hey, no matter what, we're drafting someone that we want. We're drafting a player that is immediately going to impact this team. Again,
The interesting thing too is you could look at the Cardinals and the Bills. They both could use some defensive help.
Yeah.
And maybe the Bills want to get ahead of the Cardinals. The Bucs can trade back a little bit. A spot or two with Buffalo.
I guess it depends. I feel like the Bills got to go with the wide receiver, right?
You would think, but at the same time, which wide receiver now? Is there a wide receiver that's first round worthy? Is it A.D. Mitchell? Right.
Right. Because the Cardinals obviously got their guy earlier with Marvin Harrison. All right, nothing yet.
So we are waiting for the Packers to make their move, and we want to remind everybody that tomorrow night, day 2, starts at 6 p.m. The draft starts at 7. We go an hour earlier.
Yep.
Every day, not just today, but also tomorrow, and then the draft will wrap up on Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Draft starts at noon. Our coverage starts at 11. So make sure you pregame with us before the next 2 days of the draft, the final 2 days of the draft, an hour before the draft starts here on Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel, home of the Pewter Report Draft Show, energized by Celsius, the official energy drink of Pewter Report.
That's right. If you want the best Bucs insight, conversation, analysis, breakdowns of not just the Bucs pick, but really every pick in this draft, the Pewter Report Draft Show is the show for you. Again, catch it on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. Please like and subscribe and follow all of our social media accounts as well as we get closer. It looks like the Bucs are going to be on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. The Packers have their pick in. Not seeing anything yet.
The Bucs are on the clock.
But Tampa Bay is on the clock. Still no word about the Packers.
Harrison offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
Filling in.
Wow. What?
Bakhtiari.
So now you have Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Jackson Powers Johnson, and Graham Barton.
All there.
All available for the Bucs.
Trade back. Potentially. I'd be fine with them sticking and picking like 3 out of 4.
Sure.
Yeah. The Bucs are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Where will they go? Will they beef up the offensive line? We know Jason Light loves drafting offensive linemen, but typically he enjoys drafting a tackle and moving them inside, playing that interior role. He does enjoy picking defensive tackles as well. Did that with Kalijah Cansey. Did it with Logan Hall.
This seems like a trench pick, right? It's going to probably be an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. I think that's the direction they go here. If it's Cooper DeJean, I don't have any qualms with that. He's certainly a big-time playmaker in the secondary. But 7-8 interceptions the last 2 seasons, including 3 pick sixes just 2 years ago. Big-time punt returner as well. I mean, he's a dynamic athlete. That this team, they need more interceptions, Matt. There's no doubt about it.
They have to take the ball away. Special teams with the new kickoff rule, I think, adds a much different element, a more exciting element, and a better one as well. But you obviously have to take that into consideration. The Bucs are on the clock. At 11:07, there's someone in the chat earlier being like, I think the Bucs going to pick at 11:07.
Yeah, this is the dream scenario if you're the Buccaneers. Remember last year, Kalijah Cansey was, as Jason Light admitted, the last player available in that particular tier of players that they liked at number 19. Now this is probably their best case scenario. I haven't seen the Bucs draft board. I can only imagine, but the players that we have potentially targeted to the Buccaneers seem like good fits.
Yeah,
seem like they could be impact players here in Tampa Bay.
And especially with the interior, it feels like you're getting a guy that can play right away, that can immediately start. Where if they go corner, certainly could start right away as well, but a little bit of competition there with Jim. Well, really more Zion than Jamel, but guys in there and great depth at corner too.
I think the wild card picks here could be like Braden Fisk from Florida State.
Yes.
And Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan. And the reason I say that is because we've seen a little run here on edge players. There aren't that many good edge rushers left in this draft. And if they have, if they've got a high grade on Marshawn Nealon too, I think has the possibility of being, I'm not going to say the next Cam Jordan, but a Cam Jordan-esque type player where he's physical, he's athletic, he's about 20 pounds lighter than Cam Jordan was coming out of Cal and now, but he's also more athletic and he's faster. And Jordan was not a prolific sacker at Cal, only had 6 sacks. That was his high point.
Yeah.
Marshawn Nealon's had 2 seasons with 4.5 sacks. It's not a lot of production, and I'm a production guy. That does concern me a little bit, but the traits are there, and I like the physicality that he brings. He's not a finesse player like, say, a Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is or a Chop Robinson. This is a guy that will absolutely get after it, and I think that he has an upside. And I think that the Buccaneers like that physical. They got that physical fast guy with Yaya Diaby last year, and it's turned out pretty well.
Yes, it has. They look for guys that are either team leaders, like team captains, physical, as you said, or if you're an offensive lineman, nasty. Which I think a lot of these draft prospects certainly fit the mold.
The Bucs are on the clock. If you're just joining us, we've just had a little bit of a spike here in the chat. Please make sure that you are subscribing to Pewter Report TV. This is a great opportunity for us to hit 14,000. Get to that Chris Godwin number, that 14, by the end of April. You can help us get there. We're a couple hundred subscribers away from that mark. So please, while you're watching, just hit the subscribe button on Pewter Report TV, our YouTube channel. Graham Barton, a Bucs best bet.
Pick.
Ali Marpet 2.0 is the selection. Graham Barton has appeared in 2 of our mock drafts back to back. I want to say that was number 2 and 3, Josh.
Yeah.
And this is a fantastic pick. He is a Bucs best bet at the guard position. So we've nailed this particular selection. Absolutely love this pick. This is a player that to me has so much upside and athleticism. He's got some technique issues. He's got to get his hands a little bit more inside. but I like the demeanor. And, in talking to him at the combine, he kind of comes across like Ali Marpet. And Marpet was one of Jason Light's most favorite draft picks of all time. And I think this is a great pick. The Buccaneers have their starting left guard.
Yes, they do. The Bucs go into the trenches once again, this time with Graham Barton. And that was the talk the whole time. Will it be Jackson Powers Johnson or will it be Graham Barton? They decide to go with the Duke offensive lineman. A lot to love about Graham Barton. Can play a little bit of everywhere, too. Yes, we do think he will be their starting left guard, but who knows? Maybe they try him out at center a little bit or try something different with him. But the Bucs are securing their interior offensive line. That was the most important thing for this team as far as really offensively, outside of maybe getting another offensive weapon. But you got Cody Mount going into year 2. Now you have Graham Barton starting over on the left side of the offensive line. He'll be lining up next to Tristan Wirfs. That will obviously be a very cool thing to see. He's athletic. He'll get in your face. This is a great pick. I mean, not the most surprising of draft selections for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but one that is a guy that you can plug and play and get him going right away. Like we talked about before, has a feel and a comparison to Buccaneer great Ali Marpet. What?
Super chats.
Oh, we got some super chats as well. Thank you to everybody that is super chatting us at the moment, as Josh Capo is joining us as well. Josh, thank you for coming back on, as the rest of our Pewter reporters are diligently getting up the story at the moment. Let's get to these super chats. Actually, first, let's get your thoughts, Josh, about the move.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. He wasn't the number one guy I would have wanted them to take there with Johnny Newton still on the board, but Barton's a good player who fills an immediate need for the Bucs. He can play guard or center. It'll be interesting to hear what Jason Light says in terms of where he sees Barton. Good chance that Jason says we see him where he can play all 3 positions, but especially in the interior. I think he would be great as a guard next to Robert Hainsey. I think that's the bigger need at the moment, depending on who they draft later this weekend.
Right.
But he can definitely play tackle. He can play guard. He can play center. I wrote him up, I want to say before the Senior Bowl or right around the Senior Bowl. I don't know, Matt, if you can get that in the chat somewhere, but that I think would be really good. And then just my overall kind of quick notes on Barton. He's a bit light to move to guard right now, but he has room to grow. He's got great footwork and leg drive. He attacks with his hands and does a good job of using his arms to maintain separation. He rarely lets opponents get into his chest. He's quick out of his stance and good lateral quickness. The short arms are what kind of pushes him more to the inside, and his hands can get wide. His upper body strength is a little light, doesn't quite match his lower body drive, and he displaces opponents in the run game, which I think is what the Bucs really want to see after last year's disappointing running attack, or 2 years in a row, I should say. And he can be a guy you want to draw up runs behind. He'll struggle against some length and power, and if he loses leverage, you can see the lack of upper body power. His hip dexterity and knee bend allow him to maximize his frame. So I actually had a lot of notes on him.
Yeah, glad you did.
So, but I think it's a very good pick. He was trying to find it now. He was one of the top guys left on my board for who was available. I want to say he was he was the fourth player available on my board at the time that the Bucs picked. And I think they got really good value because I had him 15th overall.
Yeah.
And the Bucs got him at 26. So I think overall, really good pick and at a position of need, and it wasn't a reach. So all adds up really well.
Let's get to these super chats.
And he is also technically a tackle. So Jason,
yes, Scott Reynolds.
Oh, that's right.
In says Graham Barton is also technically a tackle.
Who will most likely move inside.
Yeah, sticks with what Jason does with offensive linemen. Jason Puckett, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. You had a comment before that said, nice pick. I was going to try to find another one as well, but we got a lot of comments, understandably so. Paul Bowen, thanks for the $1.99 super chat, says, fire the cannons. Want to know Barton or Newton? Well, they got Barton, so I imagine you got to be happy with that draft selection. Thank you, Paul, for the super chat. Next up, Demon Murphy. Love the show as always. Thank you very much. Could not do this without your support and the support of the Pewter people as we react to the drafting in the first round of Duke offensive lineman Graham Barton. Meets McGee with the $2 super chat. Barton or Newton? Well, Barton.
Was that at 11:04? So
yes. Sorry, we are
a little behind.
We were getting ready for the Graham Barton pick, so apologies. Some of these are a little bit far behind, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna get to them because, like we said, we're the bouncers. If you super chat us, you get to cut the line. So, Trustin Vorbeck said, all I want to say is go Bucs. Hell yeah, Trustin. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Animal with a $5 super chat says, Barton should be the pick, but would love Jackson Powers Johnson. I'm very curious to see how far JPJ may fall and how much the medicals really come into play. Because Barton certainly, and again, like it's a little bit of splitting hairs. Some people wanted JPJ, some people wanted Barton more. I feel like no matter what, you're probably getting a good pick, but Barton just seemed like the safer pick. Medicals alone.
Yeah. And I would say Barton actually has the higher ceiling. I want to say he was one of oh my gosh, why am I blanking on his name at the moment? Brandon Thorne's top offensive lineman, especially on the interior. I want to say he might have had Barton right behind Troy Fontenot, and Fontenot was off the board at that point. So that's some high praise because Brandon Thorne definitely knows O-line play better than I think most of us could ever hope to know O-line play. So,
yeah.
So it's I would say it is a pick that is going to be very well received among the draft community.
Trustin Vorbeck with another $1.99 super chat. Trustin, you have been the MVP of the last hour and a half, I would say.
Let's go, Trustin.
Says, stole my wife's phone and subscribed. Go, Martin. That is awesome. Hopefully your wife will enjoy when she gets the updates about the Pewter Report.
Yeah,
podcast.
make sure you turn on the notifications for her.
Yeah. Tall Florida guy with the $4.99 super chat says, great pick for the Bucs. Immediate starting left guard, JPJ in the second round. That would be the best day ever.
That would be interesting. Interestingly enough, Ian Rappaport
heard of him.
Tweeted to his he's got a couple of followers that likely that Barton Bucs take at number 26 Duke versatile offensive lineman Graham Barton, likely a center in the NFL. So it's very interesting. So we'll see what Jason Light has to say. I'm sure he'll be coming up to the podium in the not too distant future.
Randy Douglas, thank you for this $13.99 Canadian super chat. Says, thanks for the great coverage. You guys nailed the pick. Adam Bailey's trying to get your attention. Thanks for the great coverage. You guys nailed the pick in the mocks and best bets. Yep, we're 1 for 1 with the best bets.
That we are.
They must like some of the later round centers. Bordolini, yeah. So that kind of brings it to the next point. Ideally, JPJ isn't going to be available when the Bucs are on the clock once again in the second round. But Bordolini, the Wisconsin center, is a player that we have talked about a fair amount, has been in some mock drafts, and could be a mid to late round pick that the Bucs end up going with including that offensive line.
Bucs are officially calling him center.
The Bucs are officially calling Graham Barton a center. So
Robert Hainsey's days are numbered.
He will be snapping the football.
Yeah.
Bucs got a new center. Scratch everything. They got a new center.
So this pushes. So it'll be interesting to see if the Bucs see Robert Hainsey as somebody who could potentially switch over to left guard, or if Hainsey's just immediately going to slot in as Barton's backup. The Bucs did sign a couple of free agents, so kind of just reminding viewers, Ben Bredesen, formerly of the Giants, and Sua Opeta, formerly of the Eagles. Both of them have experience at guard, so I wouldn't be the biggest fan of allowing those two to kind of fight it out for, and even throwing Hainsey in there as a three-way battle for left guard. I think the Bucs could still address that position and should look to. And then we also have a super chat here from Drew.
Yeah, thanks, Drew.
So Drew, with the $10 super chat, you had to get a high-end O-lineman since it was top heavy and filled a need. The Bucs will look at Braswell or Nealand or Kamara in later rounds for edge. I'll disagree with you a little bit there, Drew, but I do absolutely appreciate the $10 super chat.
Yes.
In that the offensive line was a top-heavy position group. I think, first of all, you see that it's not really, because Barton is, off the top of my head, like the 11th offensive lineman taken so far, and that there's still quality offensive linemen who will be available on day 2 and even into early day 3. I think it's actually a very deep offensive line class. But to your point about Braswell or Nealand potentially being targets, or Mo Kamara in the later rounds, I 100% agree with that. I don't know if Nealand's going to be available at 57. Braswell may be off the board as well. Kamara's probably an early day 3 guy, but all could be in play for the Bucs as we transition into Friday and Saturday.
It just seems too good to be true with, like, Kamara played at Colorado State, Shaq Barrett played at Colorado State, bit of an undersized guy, a lot to prove, and no, he just happens to end up on the Buccaneers. But yeah, I definitely think edge rusher will be addressed. If it gets to day 3, I think it'll be early day 3. I don't think the Bucs will wait too long. As we kind of talked about, not the best of edge rushing draft class, but there are always some diamonds in the rough.
And picking after the Buccaneers, the Arizona Cardinals, with the 27th overall pick, take Darius Robinson.
Wow.
Defensive end out of Missouri. I've been a bit of a Darius Robinson fan, although I've cooled on him more recently. He is number 30 on my big board. So for me, Cardinals get solid value with him. I know a lot of people weren't quite as high on him, but Robinson, a lot of length, a lot of power. He can play a bunch of different positions along the defensive line. He can kick inside. And he's definitely somebody who probably shined in interviews. So Cardinals get a defensive end to pair with Marvin Harrison Jr. So they've taken one on the offensive side of the ball, one on the defensive side of the ball now as well.
So the NFC South going as, Buffalo, Kansas City's moving up.
Kansas City moved up 4 spots from 32 to 28. They are on the clock. And what odds should we give that they take a receiver?
1,000,000 to 1.
1,000,000 to 1. I like it.
Bucs have selected Duke Barton with their first pick in the 2024 NFL draft. Barton went 26.
And the pick is in for Kansas City. Still waiting for the name. And the trade, Ian Rappaport is reporting. Kansas City gets picks 28, 133, and 248, while Buffalo gets 32, 95, and 221. So Buffalo picks up a 3rd rounder while giving up. Would 133 be a 4th rounder? I want to say it is.
Yes.
Yep. So a bit of a kind of pick swap throughout the draft there.
Good to go. So how many more picks do we got?
What's it?
Bo?
Six. Oh, in the first round. I thought you were talking about the Bucs. Once Kansas City's is announced, there will be 4 more. Yes. So we got 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. The Cowboys will be on the clock after the Chiefs pick is announced. Then the Ravens, 49ers, and then Buffalo will round it out, provided there are no more trades.
Surprises, yeah.
Brandon Thorne, who I just mentioned earlier, tweeted out, Jason Light has crushed the building of the offensive line since taking over in Tampa Bay and now gets an immediate starter at left guard in Graham Barton. So Thorne, not knowing that Barton will play center for the Bucs.
Right.
But Thorne did say, so I got this right earlier, he was Thorne's offensive guard 2 in this class. I will give Thorne a little bit more credit. He wrote up Barton for Bleacher Report and had these as the positives: thick, compact build with a low center of gravity, good core strength and contact balance, above average initial and lateral quickness seen out of his stance, on backside cutoffs, second level climbs, and redirecting against counter moves. He's got very good grip strength, sustain, and steer skills to create lateral displacement and rush lanes. Understands how to brace and create lift to anchor with his head out. He's a skilled, strong run blocker on base. Jason Light's got to love that.
Yep.
Kick out and combination blocks thanks to consistently good pad level, body positioning, and finishing skills. And he has renowned leadership qualities. There's some buzzwords for the Bucs.
Yeah.
Work ethic and drive to improve. His negatives were he has a sawed-off frame with below average length.
He said sawed-off brain. I was like, damn, like, that's a low football IQ. I don't know if you'd be a first rounder.
Middling length coupled with a tendency to drop his outside foot early in pass protection creates short corners and two-way goes that would be pronounced in the NFL at tackle. Inconsistent. Now, again, kicking into center kind of negates that issue. Inconsistent strike timing and pass protection that can allow rushers quick access into his frame and or access to his edges. So, and then his overall, Barton's a 3-year starter inside Duke's 60-40 run pass split, zone-based run scheme with 39 career starts. He has a thick a lot of this is just kind of more of what I said earlier. So some great stuff from Brandon Thorne there for Bleacher Report. If you get a chance, I would highly recommend checking it out.
Jason Light is speaking with the media, us included. We're not physically speaking to Jason Light, but we got Scott Reynolds,
telepathically,
Bailey Adams are all talking with Jason right now. It's funny because we're in the Bucs facility. We're in a separate side room, and
we can see Jason Light.
Because we're in this room where it has this.
They're broadcasting.
It has this machine. I don't even know what to call it. It's just like a machine. You could probably see it in Back to the Future, but that's how they broadcast Jason Light's press conferences and any press conference. Todd Bowles, players, to NFL Network, and you'll see it on YouTube and stuff like that. So it's funny, watching the press conference, knowing it's literally right behind us. Yeah.
One thing I thought was interesting to note. It was going around over the last 24 hours. I want to say somebody from ESPN had put out a stat showing by position the hit rate for first round picks going back to 2000. Yeah. And center was by far the best hit rate. I want to say 12 out of 13, if I remember correctly. Mm. And they defined hit rate by second contract with the original drafting team. So 12 out of 13 of those players that have been taken since 2000 at center got a second contract. So Barton, as a center, has a very high likelihood, just based off of that history, to be, I would say, a safe pick, right?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Xavier Worthy going to Kansas City.
Okay. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anytime you got a player that's being compared to Ali Marpet, that's pretty damn good. I know every single player, they get who's your player comp? That's I'm not mock. I shouldn't have mocked it like that. But that you get the who's the player comp type of thing. But Barton, I know Bucs fans love Ali Marpet. I don't know how like universally known Ali Marpet is, even though he was a great player. It's also crazy now. I know this happens with a lot of offensive linemen. Once they retire, they lose like an insane amount of weight. It is kind of like, in a positive way, jarring how Ali Marpet looks now. He definitely could not come out of retirement if the Bucs would have thought about it. But I think Jason Light deserves a ton of credit, not just for this pick of Graham Barton, but staying competitive while navigating through the waters of
Tom Brady.
Well, not just Tom Brady, but like there was a lot of movement with the offensive line over the past couple of years that really couldn't be forecasted. Like, Alex Kappa, goes in free agency, but Marpet just retiring. Like, he had to fill out 2 new starting guards right then and there. He traded for Shaq Mason, and they did some things. And then Ryan Jensen got injured, and they had to figure out the center position. So, then you draft Cody Mauch, and you had Gedeke at guard the year before, but you kick him out to tackle. Like, these were some difficult moves to make that Jason Light had to do, and then still, was able to get it done.
Yep.
So
Glenn Sturdivant, I wanted to kind of address this. I hate the taking away tackles and then moving him to guard. Why not just take a good guard? So if you look at most draft boards, you will see when you look at guard or you look at center, the best ones on most public boards are tackle converts. And the reason is the NFL is an athletic game, right? You have to be a good athlete to be successful. Very rarely, and Kent Lee Platt, who goes by Math Bomb on Twitter, who runs the relative athletic scorecards that you will often see that are referred to, he's shown time and time again, if you look at any Pro Bowl list, if you look at any All-Pro list over the years, like 98% of the players on those lists have relative athletic scores of like 7 or higher. Mm-hmm. Okay. So in college, your most athletic offensive linemen are tackles. And it's very, very stark difference. You don't have as many athletic guards or centers. You put your unathletic big men there. If they were athletic, they'd be playing tackle. So then when you're looking as a team builder, a roster builder, as a general manager, when you're looking at who you want to play guard or center, you still need an athletic player to compete at the NFL level.
Yeah.
Those are tackles typically who have issues with their length, either their arm length or just their general length and overall. And those are the guys you say they're athletic to play in the NFL. They just can't keep up with the really long edge rushers who can get the corner on them. So we can move them inside. And that's typically where your most successful guards and centers come from. They're former tackles. And this isn't just a Jason Light thing. You see this across the NFL at a bunch of different teams. So thought I would just kind of address that right there.
Yeah, I appreciate that great insight. As always, you crush it with the draft every single year. Still in the middle of Jason Light's press conference, as Daniel Gomez says, I don't know if this is true or not, the Cowboys took Tyler Guyton. I thought they weren't even on the clock. I don't know.
They traded back. I thought.
Yeah. Once the Bucs kind of made their pick, you forget about.
Start to lose track.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can catch up here. Try to pull it up. So did we have another super chat? I might have missed that.
No, I believe we're all caught up. Appreciate all the super chats by everyone today. Yeah, we're all caught up on super chats. You super chat us, we make sure we get to you, no matter what the topic is. Maybe you love the Graham Barton pick. Maybe you hate it. Maybe you wish they would have went with Johnny Newton. Yeah, that's a tough one with Johnny Newton, man. I mean,
we're now
falling.
Yeah, we're a couple picks away from the first round, and he doesn't look like he's going to go. Tyler Guyton did go to the Cowboys at pick 29 after they traded back. The Ravens the NFL app has the pick is in, just not the name yet. And that the 49ers are now on the clock, and the Bills will be picking after the 49ers.
What said, I need the Jensen energy back. Well, I mean, second year, I shouldn't even say second year in a row. Third year in a row where they've picked an offensive lineman
early, yeah,
within their first 2 picks.
They traded up for Gedeke.
Yeah.
And then they took Malk.
Yeah. And then this year, Barton.
Yep.
So we know Jason Light loves his offensive linemen.
Yep.
Keeps replenishing them year in and year out. And it'll be fun to see for Cody Malk as well, like what type of step he takes forward. Because, I mean, he was a 2nd-round pick, but if he can take a step forward, if Barton can be that plug-and-play type of guy, then there's an issue with the door. I'm going to check it out real quick.
Yep. And while you do that, I saw a couple comments about, if Jackson Powers Johnson is there in the 2nd, would the Bucs potentially take him? It's an interesting theory because Jackson Powers Johnson he's kind of been a center this past year at Oregon, but he does have experience at guard. So it would be interesting to see if the Bucs see JPJ as more of a guard to pair with Barton as a center. We're going to do a little bit of a lineup change. Scott Reynolds just got done talking with Jason Light and hearing his thoughts on the Graham Barton pick. So we're going to let Scott pop in.
And in the meantime, why don't we just talk about our friends at Celsius real quick, because the Bucs just made a pick. You got to be pretty pumped up, pretty energized about that draft selection with Graham Barton going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Sounds like he's going to be a center, at least starting out. We'll hear what Scott had to say. That's falling. Sorry, the light was falling, but we caught it. We're good to go. Nothing can stop this shine of PewterReport.com and
second good catch of the
night. And the Celsius drinks. We love Celsius. Great flavors. Check out your local bodega where to pick one up.
Bodega.
Go to the Celsius store locator where you can go get one. And, of course, go to Amazon Prime, do the subscribe and save, and you can buy it in bulk and get that variety pack, because variety is the spice of life. All right, now that we avoided a catastrophe, let's talk about the fantastic stuff that is Graham Barton with the Bucs and, of course, what Jason Light had to say.
Yep, just got out of the Jason Light press conference. Really, like we reported, and this is the reason why when we came to our senses after the Chris Braswell selection, after the Senior Bowl, which ironically, Graham Barton was not at, didn't participate because he was coming off of an injury. But we put Graham Barton in our mock draft for back-to-back mock drafts. And the reason why we had Jackson Powers Johnson instead of Graham Barton in our final mock draft is because we didn't think Graham Barton was going to be there. We thought Graham Barton was going to be the higher ranked interior offensive line prospect, which he was. He just happened to be there when Tampa Bay was on the clock. And because of the athleticism, this is a guy that, and we talked about it earlier in the week, Matt, we talked about it earlier in the show. Mm-hmm. Is Jason Light going to finally break his streak of just drafting a guard or drafting a center rather than taking a left tackle, an athletic left tackle, and moving him inside? And the answer so far is no, he is not going to break that streak. No. He is going to keep doing what has been working. And we said back in late January, early February, this guy is Ali Marpet 2.0. And that's exactly what Jason Light was inferring to. And he says, you really see a lot of Ali Marpet when you talk to this guy, when you watch him on film. The athleticism, the tenacity, the technician is there. And this is a player that this team is very excited about. I know that the team has said that he will be competing at center. Jason Light did mention that. Hold on. I've been talking with some other people inside the building. They're going to let him compete. Can he play center? Yes. Do they need an upgraded center? Yes. Is center more important than left guard? Yeah, it is, because that's the tip of the spear. The play starts with the center. Ryan Jensen was mucho importante to the Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl, right? When they lost Ryan Jensen, you felt that even more, Matt, than you felt the loss of Ali Marpet with his sudden retirement. So Graham Barton's going to come in, and right now, this team has him penciled in as possible center and maybe a left guard as well. The draft isn't over. If this team ends up getting, say, a Tanner Bortolini.
That's exactly when you guys are in the other room. That's exactly what we said. And it would be silly for the Bucs to just all of a sudden be like, all right, he's our center and that's it, or he's our guard and that's it. Why not let itself play out? I mean, we see year after year how things can change from a team, whether it's because of injury, unfortunately, or someone really surprises or someone takes a step back. So there's there's no reason in late April right now to say, oh, he's only going to play this when we don't know even how the rest of the draft is going to play out.
So you got a situation where this team could get a guard in Christian Mahogany on day 2, right? That's someone that the Buccaneers have some interest in. Christian Haynes from UConn is another player that could be a possibility. He would be a good fit in a zone-based run scheme. So we'll see. If this team ends up drafting a guard, Matt, then I think you will see Graham Barton go to the center position. However, if maybe that pick is a true center, someone like a Tanner Bortolini from Wisconsin, then all of a sudden Graham Barton probably shifts back to left guard. So another name I'm going to throw out there, he's a Bucs best bet, is Dominic Pooney from KU. This is a player that I believe the Buccaneers also like. He can play center. He can play guard. Guess what position he played last year, Matt? He was a left tackle.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because we've talked about it before on previous podcasts where, again, sometimes you need a player in a pinch. Well, we remember a couple of years ago, I believe it was against the Saints when Donovan Smith got hurt when he was the starting tackle. They need to go to not a backup offensive tackle. And I know the Bucs have some players in place at the moment, but versatility, we know Todd Bowles loves it when it comes to the offense. The defense, but I'm sure he's got no problem with it with the defense as well. Let's go to the super chat from Paul Bowen. Thank you very much, Paul, who says, what if Jackson Powers Johnson is available at our next pick?
Well, then there's probably something wrong with Jackson Powers Johnson.
We're saying about JPJ, but really more Johnny Newton. What's up with that with Johnny Newton? There's got to be something that's really scaring people and teams away.
Yeah, I agree, because Johnny Newton's too good of a player. At the same time, though, right? I mean, if you look at the fact that you had all these quarterbacks that went 6 in the first round, it's going to push some players down, right? Like Xavier Worthy got drafted by the Chiefs. Could have easily been Ladd McConkey. Could have easily been, Leggett from South Carolina. Could have been Malachi Corley. So there's teams are going to have players that they like that fit their taste profile, if you will, and what they're looking for. There's still 2 picks left here in the first round. And then the Carolina Panthers will be on the clock for tomorrow. And you got to think they're going to take a wide receiver to start that day 2, because they need some weapons big time for Bryce Young.
Yeah. The way that
Canales needs to establish the run.
Yeah, Canales does love to establish the run.
Yeah,
I mean, you see how, I know we talked about it earlier, but how the Bears have surrounded Caleb Williams with players and skillful players at wide receiver and just overall on offense. Bryce Young had none of that, absolutely none of that in his first year with Carolina. There were a number of issues for the Panthers, and they got to address a lot of it. At least they'll have an upbeat guy with Dave Canales, and we'll see what they decide to do. But I'd be very surprised if it wasn't wide receiver.
Yeah. Go ahead, Josh.
I was just gonna say something interesting about how Jason Light values centers versus guards. The NFL as a whole tends to value guards at I want to say 50 to 55% higher than centers in terms of free agency.
Yeah.
Jason Light, when he signed Ali Marpet to his extension that year, it was.
I'm not sure if people can hear you, Josh. We're going to have you talk about that tomorrow. Okay, that's a great point. So hold on to that for tomorrow. Talking about Ali Marpet's contract and Ryan Jensen and the monetary aspect of that. That'll be a great topic to lead off tomorrow's show.
Okay.
Make sure you hold on to that topic. So The good news is we're up to 13,727. So we are less than 300 away now, Matt, from getting 14,000. So thank you, Pewter people, for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? We love the super chats, but the subscriptions are free. When we say subscribe, it's hit the button. That's
less
it.
Money.
Yeah.
Like Trustin did, steal your wife's phone and subscribe from there. I'm sure a lot of households now, you got phones, laptops, different iPads and stuff like that. Yeah, why not? Why not make a quick account and subscribe?
Another super chat here from Ed Wamil 83, $4.99 super chat. JPJ the pick you make with your heart, Barton the one you make with your head. It's an interesting way to look at it.
I respect that.
I do too.
I respect that for sure. And then follows that up with predictions for day 2.
I think what you're going to see on day 2 is you're going to see defensive line. Marshawn Nealon would be in play, edge rusher. Rook Roro is certainly in play. Another Bucs best bet. Those are 2 Bucs best bets. I'm going to lead up with them.
Yeah.
You could go interior offensive line again, Matt. I asked Jason Light if that's still on the table. He says, yeah, we could always add more depth there.
Not to cut you off, but the Panthers do not have to wait until tomorrow. They traded with the Bills for the last pick of the first round.
Dave Canales getting frisky first year on the job.
Yeah.
Want that 5th-year option?
Exactly. You get the 5th-year option. That's always important for teams. And I was about to say, I thought there was going to be maybe a little bit of a run on
Ricky Pearsall
wide receivers, but they're starting already with Ricky Pearsall. God bless you.
Ricky Pearsall to the 49ers.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Pearsall going to San Fran.
Yep.
Who was teammates with Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk obviously not loving his situation in San Fran at the moment. He wants a new contract, I believe.
That Arizona State team, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, Johnny Wilson, Rashad White, and Jaden Daniels. That's.
And I don't think they won the Pac-12.
No, they didn't. No.
And Herm Edwards.
And Herm Edwards.
You play to win the game.
Yeah. So Buffalo trades pick 32 and pick 200, and Carolina trades pick 33 and 141. So it looks like they moved up 1 round to get a pick. You have to wonder, is this Leggett? Is he going to keep his word? The South Carolina star? Dave Canales?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow. That's
hey, we said we'd take you at 33, but gosh darn it, we're going to move up a spot to get you. I'm a man of my word.
Shows how much we care.
said if you were there at 33, now we're at 32.
Exactly. It negates the deal. Yeah. Voids all former promises.
Talking about reading the fine print in a contract.
It is Leggett.
They get Leggett, who will get to see his a former coach of his back in the day.
So the Carolina Panthers get Xavier Leggett, the X-Man. He's a good receiver now. He did not have a good Senior Bowl week. This guy's going to be a formidable foe, I think, in the NFC South. I like this pick better than I do the Michael Penix pick, at least for this year for the NFC South. And we'll see what happens with Fuaga, the right tackle for the New Orleans Saints now. They swung and missed with their left tackle. I can't remember his name. Penning.
Yeah, Trevor Penning.
Trevor Penning.
And Ramczyk may never play again.
Ramczyk may never play again. Yeah. So
the NFC South, a couple of splash players with cornerback and wide receiver, and then going in the trenches as well with offensive tackle, and of course Graham Barton, your Bucs pick at number 26.
Barton had a perfect 10.00 with RAS.
Yep. Graham Barton had a perfect 10.0 RAS, which is relative athletic score. Kent Lee Platt, math bomb, if you follow him on X.
Can you imagine the screenplays when you got Malk and Wirfs, or I guess it would be Malk and Gedeke, or Wirfs and Barton?
He ranks number 1 out of 619 offensive centers from 1987.
He is the number 1 most athletic center.
I hope,
of all time.
Teams don't usually pull centers too much. You'll see it from time to time.
Yeah.
I hope they pull Graham Barton.
Well, and I will say this too: when you look at Jason Light did not have to trade up. I actually advocated, I wrote an SR Stat 5 a couple weeks ago, that they should trade up for Jackson Powers Johnson or Graham Barton to get either Ryan Jensen 2.0 or Ali Marpet 2.0, and didn't have to give up any draft capital. Had your choice of which one you wanted to get, and you got the more athletic guy. Makes a lot of sense.
Cool to see that Graham Barton, obviously he played all over the offensive line, but played against Kalijah Cansey and Sebastian Dennis with them being at Pitt and him playing at Duke. So little ACC rivalry, and of course you got Diaby as well. So you got a lot of guys on this team within the last 2 seasons that are going to be pretty familiar with each other.
The training camp should be fun and spirited. To get back to the question here, predictions for day 2. So we talked about defensive line. I think defensive tackle is going to be one of those positions they're going to hit, possibly edge rusher. I know it's going to disappoint people if they don't come away with an edge rusher this year. Again, you can't fill all of your needs in one particular draft. And that, I think, is part of the reason why they went out and got Randy Gregory. And we heard ad nauseum at both the NFL scouting combine as well as the NFL annual meeting. They like Marquise Watts. They like Jose Ramirez. These are young players that are ascending that have not really had that opportunity to really kind of get the chance to show what they can do. And sometimes if you keep drafting guys high, you end up burying the lower guys. And you know, honestly, Matt, that's how a guy like Shaq Barrett gets out from underneath Von Miller and Bradley Chubb and goes to Tampa and explodes for 19.5 sacks, still in his prime, and leads the league in sacks because he was buried, but he could still play. And so I think that, you know, John Spytek was out there at Denver when that was happening. Then he comes to Tampa. He was a big proponent to get Shaq Barrett here. And sometimes you have to roll the dice a little bit and believe in your guys. It's not to say this team is not going to draft an edge in the second round. It possibly could. Adisa Isaac is there. Marshawn Nealon is there. Who knows? But I think defensive line, edge is certainly a consideration. I think safety. Tyke Smith is a player that we both love.
All the Georgia defensive backs that we
they're all there. About. And Smith was a player that was in for a top 30 visit. He also was a formal combine visit as well. So I think Tyke Smith, who is also a Bucs best bet, that could be one of those players that you see. And I wouldn't be surprised if they go with a skill position player here, Matt, whether it is a running back. Marshawn Lloyd is someone I think that could be one of those third-round picks. He could be in consideration, a Bucs best bet. They do need some help in the backfield. I think it's disaster, right? If Rashad White is down for any stretch of time and you have to rely on Chase Edmonds.
There's no question about it there. I think running back, again, not like the first need of this team, but certainly I think needs to be addressed before the 7th round is done. Yes, you can find undrafted free agents. I don't think the Bucs necessarily have that luxury at the moment. Wide receiver still very much in play. I think the fact that so many corners were not picked in round 1, like Cooper DeJean's still available. I doubt he'll still be there when the Bucs are.
He might be the first pick off the board.
Yeah, very much.
You know, I mean, when you're looking at
the Bills lost a lot of guys in the secondary.
Yeah, I mean,
they also do need wide receivers. So we'll see this Malachi Corley.
Yeah, Malachi Corley could be a player that the Buccaneers target. Keon Coleman, if he's there at 57 and he's the best player available, maybe you take him. He's doesn't have that 40-yard dash time that you want, but he's plenty athletic. He's got some size. He's a contested catch guy. Might be Mike Evans-esque in the way he plays the game. So the Buccaneers have a lot of options available to them at a lot of different positions. And that's why I said it's always fun to see how things are going to get going on day 1, right? It is with the first round pick. But Matt, day 2, I think, is the most fun day of the draft, especially when the Buccaneers have an extra 3rd round pick this year from trading Carlton Davis to the Detroit Lions. And we want you to join us tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Pewter Report live draft show presented by Celsius. Day 2 starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. The draft starts at 7. So each day we go an hour before the draft starts. We've been giving insight and analysis for closing in on 5 hours tonight. We'll have even more tomorrow, and even before the live draft show, we'll get our first in-person press conference with Graham Barton, who was drafted by the Bucs tonight. So we'll get to hear from him. You'll have content on pewterreport.com there, and the draft show starting at 6 p.m. And yes, it's a little more fun knowing that the Bucs have 2 picks in that 3rd round. So, I mean, who knows, trades, things like that happen.
Sure.
But going into tomorrow, the Bucs have 3 picks on day 2, and that's pretty fun.
And all 5 of those players that you see there are players the Buccaneers have had an interest in. Matter of fact, I believe all 5 of those players were in for top 30 visits. That's Keon Coleman, the Florida State receiver, Ruka Roro, the defensive tackle from Clemson, Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky, the wide receiver, Mikey Sainristil, the nickel corner from Michigan, and Adrian Cooper, a name that we probably haven't talked about enough. He was in for a top 30 visit, probably the best inside linebacker prospect that would be an ideal fit in Tampa Bay's defense, replacing Devin White. They have KJ Britt. You drafted Servassier Dennis. Levante Davis is not going to play forever. Sadly. So you will need an inside linebacker this year to replace Devin, or next year to replace Levante, probably. And so all 5 of those players are available. So make sure you join us tomorrow. We're already excited about that, just like we're excited about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cruise. Folks, today is the first day where you can put your deposits down and join the fun. It's going to be a fantastic cruise. Pewter Report's going to be on the cruise this coming season in March 7th through 10th, with stops in Fort Lauderdale, where the ship departs, going to Key West, and then Bimini, Bahamas.
It's a good, good.
I couldn't do it without my captain right here.
There ain't nothing like this right here. Got me seeing things crystal clear. So high, I can fight them all until it's feel. There's a fire underneath my feet. Got me rolling like a river deep. Let it flow, cause I know when my soul's in the field.
Join the fun with hundreds of Bucs fans on the 3rd annual Tampa Bay Bucs cruise, which sets sail March 7th through 10th next year on the beautiful Celebrity cruise ship, the Silhouette. The 3-night cruise begins in Fort Lauderdale with visits to Key West and Bimini, Bahamas. Last year's cruise had a bunch of Bucs players: Yaya Diaby, Rashad White, Luke Gedeke, Cade Otton, Jamel Dean, Super Bowl 37 MVP Dexter Jackson, Hall of Famer Warren Sapp, Gene Deckerhoff, voice of the Bucs, and others. Even more players are expected in next year's turnout, including probably a return appearance by Tristan Wirfs, who had to miss this year's cruise because he was becoming a daddy. And also, Mr. Derek Brooks will be on the cruise next year, already confirmed. There'll be photograph and autograph opportunities with players, raise the flag sail away party, VIP parties with players, special player interviews, a water volleyball challenge, Bucs trivia games and contests, and more. So reserve your cabin now. The Pewter Report crew is going as well. We want to see you on the Tampa Bay Buccaneer cruise in 2025, where drinks, including alcohol, are included in the package, people. So I know that's a big thing for some folks. It is for me. Alcohol, Wi-Fi, tips are all included in the package when you sign up. Go on Tampa Bay, bucscruise.com. Check out the cabins. All it requires is a $200 per person deposit. It's refundable through August 16th, so you got nothing to lose. Reserve your cabin now. Most cabins are double occupancy. They do have some select single rooms. They go fast. So make sure you go to tampabaybucscruise.com or call 1-800-975-7112. You can also make sure you visit TBB Cruise on Instagram. If you follow them on Instagram and Tampa Bay Bucs Fan Cruise on Facebook, they have all of the player updates. So when those players confirm, you'll know exactly who's going to be on the cruise. And they've got a lot of cool things, a little behind the scenes stuff on their social media as well. So
yeah, check that out and do it up ASAP. It's going to go quick. I mean, they've already done this for 2 years. It's only growing bigger and better, more players. They do a lot of fun stuff as well, as you see from the videos. So get that done quickly. And then once you're done doing that, make sure you subscribe just by doing that, hitting that button to Pewter Report TV. And please follow us on all of our social media on X, Facebook, Instagram, all that good stuff. It's at Pewter Report. And like we said, our YouTube channel is Pewter Report TV. Help us get to 14,000 subscribers. We obviously do this show. We got the podcast 4 times a week. We're going to have reaction video to Graham Barton, some stuff from Jason Light tonight, some stuff from Graham Barton tomorrow when we talk to him. So you're getting tons and tons of content over not just on pewterreport.com, but on Pewter Report TV as well. And last but certainly not least, again, we're coming back tomorrow. We're doing this again. Actually, we're coming back today because it's now midnight. Day 2 of the Pewter Report live draft show presented by Celsius starts tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. The draft gets going at 7 p.m. So same thing, Bucs analysis, NFC South analysis, thoughts about all things going on at the NFL. And we'll give a reaction to everything, interact with everybody in the chat. Super chats get to cut the line, all that fun stuff. More Bucs analysis tomorrow, as the Bucs have 3 picks in rounds 2 and 3. So
had a lot of fun tonight. This was a
lot
blast.
of fun. It went by pretty quickly.
It did.
Too,
yeah, we nailed a Bucs best bet. We had a great
1
turnout.
for 1 already.
Yep. Great turnout in the chat. We're thrilled that so many of you Pewter people could join us. Really appreciate the super chats. And we've gained about 100 subscribers tonight. We'd love to see that turn into about 2 to 3 more hundred. Let's get us over 14,000 by the end of the draft.
We can help you guys too.
Yep.
Things you want to hear, things you want us to do in order to get to 14,000. Again, family show. So just, we're going to keep it rock and rolling tomorrow and Saturday as well. So until then, for Josh Capo, for Bailey Adams, for Adam Slavon, he's Scott Reynolds. I'm Matt Matera saying thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. for another edition of the Pewter Report live draft show. Out.
I got it.